Chapter 1: The Fifth Floor of Impel City. With his head feeling dizzy, Chen Fan opened his eyes. Strange, why am I here? At this moment, Chen Fan found that he seemed to be in a land of ice and snow, with a cold wind blowing, and there was only a vast expanse of white around him. Watching all this, Chen Fan fell into deep thought. He clearly remembered that as a killer, he was betrayed and died during a mission, but why did he appear here? Have you been reborn? When Chen Fan came back to his senses, before he could take a closer look at where he was, suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head, and a torrent of memories rushed into his mind like a giant ship. After several minutes, Chen Fan came back to his senses. Based on the memory just now, Chen Fan clearly knew that he was arrested at this moment. His original identity has a lot of background. He is a general on the ship of the Rocks pirates and the adopted son of Akoku. And now he was captured by Marine. Not only was he captured, but the master of his body was also captured. As for my cheap dad, it seems his life or death is unknown. Anyway, in the original memory, when he was in a coma, his cheap father was fighting Garp, and his body was only a teenager now. After taking a closer look at the surrounding environment, Chen Fan searched for memories. The original person's last memory before his death seemed to be a conversation between several Marines, who wanted to capture him and take him to the fifth floor of the Marine prison. Now, Chen Fan looked at the vast white area, and his expression became extremely ugly. Because he is a half-time killer, he still knows a little bit about One Piece. Chen Fan originally wanted to reach the top by relying on his knowledge of One Piece. As a result, I am now on the fifth floor of the Advancement City. But it's not that there is no good news, that is, Chen Fan feels that there is powerful power in his body. The original owner of this body, as Akoku's adopted son, is only a teenager. Not only did he learn the 6 marine styles from his apprentice, but he also mastered the 2-color haki. With such strength at such a young age, coupled with Chen Fan's memory as a time traveler, if he were outside at this moment, it would be a perfect start. But it's a pity that I am now in Impel Down City. Chen Fan organized the current timeline in his mind. Although he is now imprisoned in the legendary Impel City, he will be reborn. If there is hope, don't give up. After sorting it out, Chen Fan clearly knew that the time he was in now was 1494 in the Haiwan calendar. During this time, Roger had not yet become One Piece. General Marine is not Akainu or the others. In other words, the current timeline is beneficial to you because you know what will happen in the future. When Chen Fan thought of this, he thought of the mysterious thunder fruit on the Sky Island. At this time, Enel has definitely not eaten the thunder fruit. You know, the Logia fruit can be said to be powerful in the early stages, not to mention the thunder fruit, which has the power of thunder. However, when Chen Fan thought of this, there was no expression of excitement on his face, because he was currently on the 6th level of the advancement layer and could not escape, let alone obtain powerful power. Chapter 2: Killing the creatures on the 2nd level. The first way is to wait for the golden lion to be caught and then find an opportunity to escape from prison. The second way is to find ways to enhance the strength of jailbreaking. Chen Fan thought about it for a moment, and realized that the probability of implementing either method was low. As for the first method, Roger has not yet become One Piece, and it will take at least several years for Golden Lion to be caught and escape from prison. And if you want to escape from prison, you will need at least the strength of a major general or above. Otherwise, if you can't even defeat some ordinary soldiers, why escape from prison? As for the second method, if you want to jailbreak on the advancement level, the 6th level, the difficulty is self-evident. In summary, both methods require Chen Fan to have strong strength. It seems that now I can only find ways to further enhance my strength and look for opportunities. Although the strength of my body is good, firstly, I have not adapted to the strength. Secondly, this body is at the level of Colonel Marine at most. If you don't have the strength above the level of Major General, trying to escape from Impel Down City is no different than committing suicide. Chen Fan came back to his senses and looked at the place surrounded by snow. Gilu, gilu. At this time, the feeling of hunger in the stomach came. Chen Fan felt hungry in his stomach. He knew that his main goal now was to find food to eat. Otherwise, he might starve to death before he could start his escape plan. Then, he swept towards the distance, because he remembered that there should be animals like ice wolves and ice tigers in this place. Sure enough, within a few minutes of running forward, Chen Fan spotted an ice tiger nearly 10 meters tall appearing in front of him. This huge thing, like a house, was looking at him with bared teeth. Chen Fan, who just felt hungry, smiled. He happened to be very curious, what is the power of the One Piece world? In an instant, relying on muscle memory, armed domineering energy covered both fists. Shave. Chen Fan's body was like a ghost, disappearing from the place at an extremely fast speed and attacking towards the ice tiger. When the ice tiger saw that this human dared to attack itself, it didn't hesitate and pounced directly on Chen Fan. The fist covered with a black object collided with the huge tiger claw in an instant. It looks like a small pebble colliding with a big stone. But the result was exactly the opposite, click. The sound of broken bones sounded, and the huge ice tiger was directly knocked away by Chen Fan. Feeling that his right paw was directly broken by a punch, the giant ice tiger looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of fear. It wants to escape. What a pity, how could Chen Fan let this guy escape? Shave. Perform the sixth form of marine again and shave. Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot at an extremely fast speed. Marine Type 6. Finger gun. Chen Fan's 5 fingers on his right hand formed into claws, which contained powerful power, and he grabbed the giant tiger directly. That huge head, with a face full of fear, the giant ice tiger couldn't avoid at all. As blood flowed out, Chen Fan directly scratched the giant tiger's head with his 5 fingers. Then, he started eating raw meat directly. There was no other way. In this environment, he couldn't make a fire at all. Moreover, Chen Fan was too hungry. As he took his first bite of meat, he discovered something. When he ate, green light seemed to be produced in his body, nourishing his body. This surprised Chen Fan, and he immediately started eating. He had eaten 7 or 8 kilograms of meat before Chen Fan stopped. Later, he was surprised to find that as long as he ate, green energy could actually be produced in his body, which could repair his body and seemed to slowly increase his strength. The most important thing is that he can be sure that the original body does not have this ability, that is to say, it was brought here by himself, and this is his cheat. For a moment, a smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. With the existence of this cheat, his plan to escape from prison increased. Afterwards, Chen Fan started to eat the ice tiger's meat, and he didn't stop until his body was almost unable to eat anymore. Chapter 3 Start Training. After easily dealing with the giant tiger, Chen Fan did not stay where he was, but was going to look for the drainage outlet, because he remembered that there was a 5.5 level in the 5th level. This place is very suitable for training, and the entrance to the 5.5th floor is a drainage outlet. Although Chen Fan doesn't know the specific location, there is still a chance to find it if there are clues about the drainage outlet. 10 days later, the sun shines on the 5th floor, but it does not have much effect on this ice hell that is more than 10 degrees below zero. Chen Fan, who had just killed another animal, now had a smile on his face, extremely happy, because in 10 days, he had completely adapted to the power of this body. He also understood what kind of power he had now, the first level of 2-color domineering, the 6th form of Marine Grandmaster. In this world, 2-color domineering can be divided into 5 levels. Of course, what made Chen Fan even more happy was that after 10 days, he finally found the drainage outlet. During this period, he also encountered several pirates, and without exception, Chen Fan used them as whetstones to kill them all. After all, he did not want to take other pirates with him to the 5.5th floor. Moreover, although the pirates on the 5th level are not as powerful as the pirates on the 6th level, but there are still some strong men at the level of Major General. With Chen Fan's current strength being at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, he is no match for those strong at the level of Major General. Chen Fan looked at the drainage outlet covered with ice in front of him and thought, who would have thought that there was a space under this drainage outlet? Without any further hesitation, Chen Fan directly punched him. As the ice fragmented, Chen Fan collapsed directly, and then he saw a space that was almost several thousand square meters and almost tens of meters high. The most important thing is that there are some chairs made of ice cubes, stored meat cubes, etc. Then, when Chen Fan looked forward, his expression changed somewhat. Because he found a huge middle-aged man, who was almost as tall as the 5.5th floor of the Impel Down city when he stood up. He was obviously a giant. Chen Fan also remembered that this place seemed to be built by a certain giant clan. The person in front of me should be the person who built this 5.5-story building. Who are you and how did you get here? Mori looks very honest and honest. In response, Chen Fan approached him step by step. Sorry, I fell in here accidentally. Did you build this place? It's amazing. Yes, I built this place, but this place is my private domain. Mo Li was thinking with a simple and honest look on his face, as if he was considering whether to let Chen Fan stay here. He didn't want to in his heart, otherwise he wouldn't be the only one in this place all the time. But he didn't realize that Chen Fan was less than 5 meters away from him at this time. Marine 6 style. Shave. Chen Fan's eyes became fierce and his body disappeared instantly. Armed. Pointer gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws and were covered with black gas. Chen Fan made a killing move when he made a move, grabbing Jasmine's head with his right hand. You. Mori quickly used his huge arms to block in front of him. Tear. There was a scratch directly on Mo Li's huge arm. And the bones were visible. Blood was flowing down, which looked particularly scary. UBD, I'm going to kill you. No matter how honest Mo Li is, he still knows that this guy Chen Fan wants to kill him. That huge fist rushed out with the sound of airflow. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. Armed. Lanjiao. A black substance covered the right foot, and the right foot was suddenly pulled out like a knife. Bang! The collision of fists and feet caused a strong airflow, and Chen Fan and Mo Li took several steps back. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan thought to himself that it was no wonder that the giants were so powerful even if they were not armed and domineering. UBD, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Mori was completely angry. He punched the ground. Chen Fan found that the original soil was changing and becoming winding. He even covered Chen Fan and saw this scene. Chen Fan immediately realized that this was the ability of the devil fruit. He also remembered who the person in front of him was. No wonder he was so familiar. He turned out to be Mori, one of the future captains of the Revolutionary Army, the owner of the push fruit ability. Looking at the soil that was about to be enveloped, Chen Fan did not hesitate and used his Lan Kao again, making several powerful slashes. Directly destroy the more than 10 meters of soil wall. Then, Chen Fan looked at the giant Mori in front of him, thinking that this guy was more difficult to deal with than he thought. But so what? Since you have offended, then you will die if you offend. The next second, Chen Fan's body disappeared again, and his hands were clawed, like a tiger, attacking Mori. Chapter 4 Fierce Killing. Earth Wall Fusion. Mori shouted in a sharp voice, and then his fist touched the ground. The countless pieces of soil turned into huge balls and flew straight towards Chen Fan. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan had no intention of evading it. Bang! Bang! The moment the ball formed by the soil touched Chen Fan's claws, the huge ball of soil was directly destroyed. However, this also directly blocked Chen Fan's attack. The next second, Mori's huge fist, containing terrifying power, blasted towards Chen Fan. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately blocked the black substance in his arms in front of him. A powerful impact came, and Chen Fan took several steps back. But the next second, he rushed forward again. The two of them were fighting together in close quarters. Every punch and every kick of Chen Fan was covered with the first level of armed domineering. But even so, they can only fight equally with Mori. After all, the giants are naturally powerful. Feeling the consumption in his body and the slight injury caused to Mori, Chen Fan knew that he could not continue to fight head-on like this. Immediately, Chen Fan started to use shaving. Wanting to win with speed, the battle really paid off. Chen Fan no longer chose to fight head-on, and kept dodging Mori's violent attacks and the earth walls that came at any time. 10 minutes later, sweat continued to flow from Mori's forehead. Hey, hey. Mori kept breathing heavily, and his eyes when he looked at Chen Fan were blood red. "UBD, you have the ability to stop and confront me head-on." Mori swore again in his high-pitched voice. Chen Fan ignored this. In his eyes, as long as he could win, it would be fine. The fists like a violent storm kept bombarding him. No matter how thick-skinned Mori is, under this continuous attack, his whole body is full of scars, and it looks like he has been seriously injured. However, Chen Fan was not much better. He had to dodge the attack while also avoiding the attack of the earth wall. Chen Fan's physical strength was also greatly consumed. The two were fighting fiercely again, blood spurting out, and the surrounding ground was destroyed. As time passed, the scars on Mori's body became more and more serious, and the same happened to Chen Fan. The great consumption of physical strength made him feel that he was approaching his limit. Fortunately, over the past few years, the heat generated by swallowing food has been constantly nourishing his body and enhancing his physical fitness and physical fitness. Otherwise, I may not be able to survive. Chen Fan looked at Mori, who was covered in blood, with fierce eyes. He felt that it was time to decide the winner. Armed. Secret. Collapse fist. Chen Fan picked up the veins in his right fist and concentrated all his strength on one point, which was covered with a black object. This punch was like a cannonball, carrying unparalleled power and blasting towards Mori. This move is the secret of the 6 marine styles that Chen Fan has understood. He mobilizes his whole body's strength at one point and punches it out. "UBD, you finally dare to confront me head-on." Feeling the power of this punch, Mori was not afraid at all. He didn't feel that he would lose in a competition of strength. Dozer punch. At this moment, all the soil on the ground where Mori was sitting was concentrated. Then, he completely wrapped Mori's huge fist and blasted it forward. Boom. Chapter 5, Further Enhancement of Strength. The two fists collided like dragons, causing a huge sound. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless gravel flew across and dust was everywhere. Moli's huge soil-covered fist was directly shattered by Chen Fan's punch until it touched his fist. The terrifying power made Mori feel a powerful shock wave, and his face twitched. This powerful force directly impacted his internal organs and bones. After a while, Mori felt that his bones were broken and his internal organs were also broken. One can imagine how powerful Chen Fan's punch is? Impossible, how can you be stronger than me? Mori's face was full of disbelief, and then he fell to the ground in pain and made no sound. Looking at this scene, there was no kindness in Chen Fan's eyes. He only needed to know this place. Then, he first went to the drainage outlet and covered it with ice and snow the same way Mori did before. Unless someone, like Chen Fan, carefully looks for the drainage outlet, basically no one can find it. After doing all this, Chen Fan looked at the stored food and began to enjoy it. With so many pieces of grain and meat, Chen Fan no longer had to worry about food in a short period of time, all thanks to the big guy. In the following time, Chen Fan started training just like he did on the 6th floor. He carried a boulder several meters high on his back and began to do push-ups. One step at a time, he kept doing it, and the sweat kept flowing down. Chen Fan felt that he was slowly increasing his strength all the time. I felt extremely excited, 9,999 times, 10,000 times. Chen Fan continued training until noon before he stopped and had a quick meal. The tiny heat flow spreads out in the body, constantly moisturizing the internal organs and restoring physical energy. In this unknown space, Chen Fan was training alone, sweating. It was not until half a year later that Chen Fan chose to suspend training. He felt that his strength had greatly improved. Prepare to go up and find an opponent. At this time, he glanced at the black object in his hand. He was only one step away from the second level of armed domineering. The same goes for seeing, hearing, color and domineering, they are only one step away from the second level. If I continue training, it will be the same as before, I don't know how long it will take to break through. Therefore, Chen Fan decided to go up and find some opponents. He left the 5.5th floor and looked at the vast white area. Like a hunter, looking for his prey in these 5.5 floors. Chen Fan did not dare to do this before because at that time his strength was only at the level of a colonel in his headquarters, but now, he has a strength close to that of a major general. In this 5th level of Ice Hell, there are very few pirates with the strength of a major general. This is why Chen Fan has to rush out as a hunter at this time. Time passes day by day, the sun and the moon rotate, and the ice bites to the bone. At this time, Chen Fan had a corpse at his feet. This was the 10th pirate he had killed. However, Chen Fan is not satisfied because he has not yet encountered a pirate with the strength of his major general, making him feel that his life is threatened. His armed haki and wisdom haki have never been able to break through to the second level. Shaking his head, Chen Fan sat down on the ground to rest. He did not choose to go on a killing spree on the 5th floor. Chapter 6 Killing. Although Marine doesn't care about the life and death of pirates in the prison, if the number of pirates on a certain level decreases significantly, it will still arouse suspicion. What's more, killing those weak pirates will not bring any improvement in strength to Chen Fan. After taking a rest, Chen Fan was preparing to go back and go out to look for prey tomorrow. Suddenly, a burly middle-aged man with short hair appeared. The two looked at each other, and Chen Fan actually felt a hint of danger in them. At the same time, a Gil also discovered the body beside Chen Fan. He glanced at Chen Fan warily and prepared to leave. After finally encountering an opponent who could put his life in danger, Chen Fan was struggling to break through the bottleneck. How could he let him go? Shave. The next second, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the place like a ghost. Armed, meaning gun. The 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with black gas, and they grabbed at a Gil at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this scene, a Gil didn't expect that this guy would take action so decisively. However, since he had been wary for a long time, he would not be caught off guard. Armed. Straight punch. A Gil's wrist was as thick as a basketball, veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he blasted directly towards Chen Fan. Boom! For a moment, the fists and claws collided with each other like boulders. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface. Chen Fan took 5 or 6 steps back, while a Gil only took 3 steps back. Obviously, a Gil's power is stronger than Chen Fan. Come again. In this regard, Chen Fan not only did not have the slightest fear, but his face was full of excitement. He leaned forward again, his fists containing powerful power, attacking a Gil. Looking at Chen Fan who was unwilling to give up. A Gil's face was also full of anger. He was a pirate and not a good man. Naturally he couldn't stand being provoked like this. You want to die, Lao Zi will help you. Agil's fist was also covered with black gas, and his body quickly disappeared in place, heading straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two collided with each other, fighting with fists and bloody fists, like wild beasts, using all possible means. The battle continued, and the speed of the two was so fast that ordinary people could only see two afterimages colliding. That powerful force caused scars to appear on Chen Fan's body, and blood continued to spill to the ground. However, in this regard, Chen Fan was full of excitement, because Agil on the opposite side was also injured. The two kept fighting, and Agil looked at Chen Fan, who was like a madman, even though he was stronger. However, he still cursed in his heart that he was unlucky. He just went out to look for food, how could he meet such a madman? Bang! Bang! Chen Fan didn't care what Agil thought, his fists were covered with armed domineering energy and he kept blasting away. The clay figures all had 3 points of fire, and Agil showed no sign of weakness. His fists were extremely dark and he kept blasting out. Time passed minute by minute, and the blood stained the earth red. The two were still fighting in close quarters. Both of them were pure physical experts. Although Agil was a little stronger, he was still unable to crush him. For a while, there was no way to tell the winner. "You madman, Lao Zi wants to kill you!" Agil cursed angrily. Chapter 7: The Second Level of Armed Domineering. This is best. I am here today and just want you to kill me or me to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Fan saw that the darkness above his right foot was like a giant pillar holding up the sky, carrying terrifying power and whipping towards Agil's waist and abdomen. With an angry look on his face, Agil moved his arms forward to block. A powerful force came, and Mori couldn't help but feel a burst of pain. However, he still blocked the blow. Then, Agil suddenly grabbed Chen Fan's right foot, and he had no time to dodge. Chen Fan could only watch as his right foot was caught. The next second, his whole body was grabbed by his right foot by Agil, and he was thrown into the air. After a while, he was thrown out after the world was spinning. Bang! A deep hole was created on the ice. Chen Fan stood up and wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth. "Come again. Shave." Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot and he attacked Agil again. Seeing this situation, Agil rushed forward with armed domineering energy covering his fists. Boom! The two collided together in a bloody fight, with fists, feet, heads, all becoming their weapons at this moment. They clearly know who can persist to the end in this battle. Who can survive? There is only one outcome for the loser: death. Time passes minute by minute. Hey, hey! Chen Fan and Agil were both breathing heavily at this moment, and their bodies were full of scars. The next second, the two punched each other again and stepped back. "Boy, let me send you to death." Agil stared at Chen Fan with blood-red eyes. "I will also give you this sentence." Chen Fan looked extremely ferocious. Armed. Overlord Fist. Agil's body was full of energy and blood, his chest was beating, his right arm swelled, and his veins seemed to explode completely. The right fist is condensed with armed domineering energy. It is extremely dark and contains terrifying power as it attacks. Armed. Secret. Collapse Fist. Chen Fan didn't look panicked at all. All his strength was concentrated on one point, his energy and blood condensed, and his body was burning like a red furnace. The right fist was covered with black material, and a punch containing all the power was thrown out. Boom! In an instant, the two fists collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed. Countless ice fragments flew everywhere, and cracks began to appear on the ice surface and extended outwards. Circles of air waves spread out in all directions. Agil's powerful power seemed to suppress Chen Fan, forcing Chen Fan to keep retreating. "You are going to lose. It seems that I will be the final winner." Agil looked at Chen Fan with a ferocious face. Feeling the powerful force and huge impact, blood flowed from the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. Am I going to lose like this? Am I going to die here? No, I haven't become the strongest in the world, I haven't climbed to the top yet, how could I fail here? The next second, Chen Fan's eyes became extremely determined, and the black substance on his fist actually became material. Chen Fan's armed domination reached the second stage at this moment, and his strength increased. All of a sudden, Agil was suppressed. Feeling this huge power, Agil couldn't believe it. How is it possible? Your armed domineering energy has broken through the second level. How is this? Before he could finish speaking, Agil directly heard a click, his fist was broken, his face twitched, and his whole body was shaken by the powerful impact, all the bones were broken. Then, under the look of disbelief on Agil's face, his body fell heavily, his eyes widened, and before he died, he stared at Chen Fan closely. Hey, hey! After finishing dealing with his opponent, Chen Fan collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. He could clearly feel that winning this battle was very dangerous. If he hadn't made a temporary breakthrough, he would probably have died. However, it was this battle between life and death that successfully allowed Chen Fan's armed domination to break through to the second level. Holding back the severe pain in his body, Chen Fan quickly left the place. With his current physical condition, he would definitely die if he encountered other pirates again. After a while, Chen Fan returned to the 5.5th floor. As soon as he returned, Chen Fan began to devour the food. Chapter 8 Preparing for Prison Break. He felt a weak flow of heat in his body, pouring into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing Chen Fan's injuries. After eating a full 30 kilograms of meat, Chen Fan had exhausted himself. Only then did the wounds inside his body recover a little, and the wounds on the outside began to scab. One can imagine how seriously injured Chen Fan was this time. However, the successful breakthrough of armed color haki to the second level shows that it is all worth it. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Chen Fan felt that his injuries had almost recovered, so he continued to practice as usual. Put the stone on your back and start doing push-ups. After completing 20,000 push-ups, eat food to replenish energy. Then he started squatting. His squatting was the same as push-ups, with a huge boulder directly on his back. Only in this way can Chen Fan feel sore and tired. This shows that Chen Fan's strength and physical fitness are many times stronger than when he came here 3 years ago. Until evening, Chen Fan continued to train armed color haki and wisdom color haki. Just such boring days, day after day, month after month. Time flows by like white sand. 2 years later. At this time, Chen Fan had just finished doing push-ups. He threw away the boulder on his back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The muscles and bones roared together, and the thunder of tigers and leopards sounded. Chen Fan could wave his fist casually and cause a burst of fist wind. His strength has increased by an unknown amount compared to 2 years ago, and both his knowledge-based domineering and armed-based domineering have reached the peak of the second level. It's just one step away from breaking through to the third level. Moreover, the secret of Marine Sixth Form was also developed by him, the second move. At this moment, there was a corpse beside him, which belonged to a pirate on the 5th floor. His bounty outside is more than 100 million, and he has the strength of a major general in his headquarters. But he was still killed by Chen Fan. It is conceivable that Chen Fan's current strength is close to that of a lieutenant general. Originally, Chen Fan was not very confident about escaping from prison because he was only close to the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. However, he recently heard from other pirates in the 5th level prison that the warden of Impel Down City resigned a month ago. Magellan took office as warden. After hearing this news, Chen Fan decided to escape from prison. Magellan's current strength has not yet reached its peak, and is definitely not at the level of a general. Aim no Ziliu has also not reached its peak. It can be said that the current Impel City is at its weakest. If Chen Fan does not take this opportunity to escape from prison, it will be really difficult to find an opportunity. You know, Impel Down will be called the myth that no prisoner can escape. The main reason is that the warden of Impel City is generally equivalent to a strong general, and he also has 2 or 3 lieutenant general level experts under his command. The most important thing is that Impel City is very close to Marine headquarters, if someone wants to escape from prison. In less than an hour, Marine headquarters will be able to provide support. Therefore, if you want to use hard power to escape from prison head-on, you will need at least general-level combat power, and there is a high probability of failure. After all, the warden of Impel Down City is not a vegetarian. After a brief thought, Chen Fan felt that it was the best time for him to complete the replacement of old and new in Push City. Chapter 9 Going to the 6th floor. Without hesitation, Chen Fan prepared to escape from prison. With his current strength, he was already on the 5th floor and could not find an opponent who could make him feel that his life was threatened. Moreover, his strength has also fallen into a bottleneck period. Whether it is physical fitness or domineering power, it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. If it continues like this, I don't know how long it will take before I can carry out my jailbreak plan. The most important thing is that in a few years, Magellan and Aim no Zilio will also grow up. By then jailbreaking will be harder. As soon as he said it, Chen Fan actually made a plan in his heart. He did not hesitate and sat on the 5.5th floor to rest and adjust himself to the best condition. Half an hour later, Chen Fan felt that he had almost reached his best condition in terms of physical fitness and strength. Then, he left the 5.5th floor directly and came to the ice. Chen Fan did not choose to stay on the 5th floor, but went directly to the 5th floor stairs. He did not go down, but was preparing to go up, because he wanted to release the criminals on the 6th floor. In this way, he would create chaos and have a chance to escape. Moreover, Chen Fan also wants to go to the 6th floor to save one person, that is, the master of the original owner of this body. It's not that he has a kind heart. But his master also has the strength above the general level, and the two have a close relationship, and they have an assistant with the strength above the major general level. The probability of breaking out will be greatly increased. Chen Fan didn't hesitate and immediately came to the door of the 5th floor. This door was made of sea-floor stone and could not be destroyed even with his strength. Moreover, there is a video phone bug on top. It can be said that as soon as a pirate wants to destroy this gate, Marine will know about it in a short time. Looking at the door in front of him, Chen Fan really couldn't smash it, but he could match the key. He had sneaked in once before and quietly observed the keyhole. Without wasting time, he opened the iron door with his homemade key. Click, click, click. As the iron door opened, Chen Fan entered the room directly. The two jailers who were dancing around were a little surprised when they saw a pirate who dared to barge in directly. Just when they were about to sound the alarm, Chen Fan directly used shave. Disappearing in place at an extremely fast speed, with their horrified expressions, Chen Fan punched their heads one by one, with blood spurting out. The two jailers turned directly into two corpses. Afterwards, Chen Fan got a bunch of keys on the table. Those keys were filled with numbers, corresponding to each cell on the 6th floor. Even the handcuffs and chains of every pirate. After getting the key, Chen Fan did not choose to go down, but went directly to the 6th floor through the stairs. Tick-tock tick-tock. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the prison, and Chen Fan knew that the Marines had discovered something was wrong in the room through the video phone bug. He immediately picked up speed, as he pushed open the door. A flash of light entered the 6th floor. Many pirates were attracted by this look because they also heard the siren. They were a little surprised when they saw a man wearing prison uniform opening the door. Did I see it wrong? Is that guy also a criminal? Yes, how did this guy get here? Many pirates had doubts on their faces. Boy, why are you here? Did you cause that alarm sound? You were trying to escape from prison. Good guy, I didn't expect someone to really dare to escape from prison. Let me out quickly, and I will escape from prison with you. Yes, let me out, I'm outside. But for a big pirate worth 400 million, if you let me out, I will be your crew member. That's it, little guy, let me out, and I will follow you from now on. Chapter 10 How to Practice Domineering. Those pirates looked at the bunch of keys in Chen Fan's hand, thinking that he would let them out, and even did not hesitate to give Chen Fan a cake. However, Chen Fan ignored them as he had his own plan. He immediately came to Budik and threw the key in his hand. Teacher Budik, this is the key. Open it immediately and follow me out. How did you get here? You are going to start a jailbreak, are you sure? Budik looked at Chen Fan coming here with surprise on his face, but no one wanted to escape. He opened the cuffs with the key, hope in his eyes. There's no time to explain, teacher. I'm not completely sure, but I have to give it a try anyway. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took Budik directly to the door. Seeing that Chen Fan was about to leave like this, the pirates immediately shouted. Boy, where are you going? Let me out together. I can help you escape from prison together. That's right, little guy, don't run away. You can't escape by yourself. Unlock the cuffs and let me out. I can help you out. Let me go out with you, and I will give you all my wealth. Please, don't go, let me out, I want to get out. The pirates looked at Chen Fan who had already reached the door and immediately panicked. They see hope and want to go out. They don't want to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Some people say they want to become Chen Fan's crew, and some have even begun to beg Chen Fan. However, Chen Fan didn't care about this. He had a greater role for these pirates. He wanted these pirates to help him escape. Chen Fan, let's go. After Budik opened the door, he quickly urged Chen Fan to leave quickly. No rush, trust me, just wait a few seconds. Chen Fan stood there and heard the sound of the elevator stopping and the chaotic footsteps on the stairs. Budik's face was full of anxiety, but he could only choose to believe Chen Fan. 3,2,1. After Chen Fan silently counted for 3 seconds, he accurately threw the keys in his hands into the corresponding cells. The pirates were extremely excited when they saw the key thrown over them. Most of them didn't even bother to thank Chen Fan and directly started to open the handcuffs that restrained them and prepared to escape from prison. Let's go and take a gamble. Chen Fan said something and walked directly towards the stairs. Budik, who had been extremely anxious, immediately followed him. Chen Fan naturally wanted to release these pirates. He had to create chaos so that he could take advantage of the chaos and escape. As for why he deliberately waited for a while before releasing him, it was because he wanted to ensure that he was the fastest runner. The most important thing is that the theoretically strongest person in this prison is Magellan. As the warden, if he encounters such a thing, he will definitely come to the rescue as soon as possible. There are only 2 places to go up, stairs and elevators. That's why Chen Fan said he would take a gamble. He chose to bet on the stairs and bet on not meeting Magellan. With Chen Fan's speed, they quickly arrived at the stairs. At the same time, the big pirates in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell all broke free. When Chen Fan and Hayden reached the 4th floor, they encountered the jailer rushing towards them. Looking at these jailers, Chen Fan smiled, because he made the right bet, Magellan was not here. Not even Yuji Ziliu, it was just a bunch of miscellaneous soldiers. Teacher Budik, kill them and rush out together. Chen Fan said to Budik. Chapter 11 Release the pirates on the 6th floor. Then, the 2 of them took action together and rushed directly towards the crowd of jailers. On the other side, Magellan and Yuz Hixio led a group of jailers to the 6th floor. When they arrived on the 6th floor, the first thing they saw was the pirates who had just broken free and ran out. Oh, Isn't this our new warden? Is there also a warden? Are you here to welcome us when we escape? Don't talk nonsense to them, kill them, and escape. The pirates looked at Magellan, no Shiryu and others with murderous expressions on their faces. Looking at all the pirates being released, Magellan's face was full of anger. He encountered such a big accident as soon as he came up. Then, he looked around, trying to find Chen Fan, the culprit of this incident. But he searched for a long time and couldn't find it. He immediately realized that Chen Fan had definitely escaped from the stairs. No Kiryu, when you go to the stairs, you must stop Akoko's son. Leave this to me. Magellan said to Use Hixiliu with a serious face. Yuji Ziliu, who had always disliked Magellan, did not refute him for the first time because he also knew what this incident represented. There are so many pirates, are you sure? You don't want to die here. No Ziliu did not choose to chase him immediately, because the pirates on the 6th floor were not vegetarians, and he felt that Magellan might not be able to hold on. Believe me, you must not let the culprit escape. I order you as the warden. Magellan said seriously again. Damn it, Laozi will barely listen to you just this once. Hilliu also knew in his heart that he could not let that guy leave Impel Down City. Did you hear that? The new warden said he could stop us all. That's too arrogant. After all, we are also famous pirates in the New World. Come together and kill the newly appointed warden. Dozens of pirates attacked Magellan directly. Most of their bodies were covered with armed haki. It can be imagined that none of these pirates were weak. On the other side, Magellan's face was full of seriousness, and his venom completely erupted, covering the entire prison. Let's go together and catch these pirates again. If we can't catch them, we'll kill them. For a time, dozens of pirates fought against the jailers led by Magellan. At the same time, just as the alarm was sounded, Marine headquarters also received the news. A figure full of lava left the Marine headquarters and flew towards Impel Down City. However, the figure had bandages on it. Apparently, the injury had not yet healed. Originally, warring states wanted to send Lieutenant General Porisalino. After all, he was the fastest among the 3 Logia. It's a pity that he and Kuzan just went out on a mission and couldn't come back at all, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Sakaski, who was still injured, there. On the other side, Chen Fan and Budik directly killed these jailers. After all, ordinary soldiers were no match for them. Chen Fan's strength is at the peak level of a major general. As for Budik's strength, lieutenant general in the headquarters, although he has been imprisoned on the 6th floor and his strength has declined, he is still in his prime, and the time he has been imprisoned is not 7 or 8 years, but more than 10 years. No matter how much he declines, he still has the peak strength of a major general. The journey was smooth, and the 2 of them directly opened the door on the 1st floor and rushed out. Chapter 12 Shiryu of Rain. Smelling the long-lost air and looking at the bright sun, Chen Fan felt extremely relaxed in their hearts. But they didn't dare to waste time, and immediately prepared to hijack a small warship and leave the Impel City. Both of them knew very well that they would only be safe if they completely left Impel Down City. Just as they were preparing to board the small warship, a figure wearing a white hat and holding a famous sword stood in front of them. It was no Kiryu who came here. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan's eyes were full of fierceness and he clenched his fists, as did Budik on the other side. They knew that this Yuzhiliu was the obstacle to their escape. Be good, let me kill you here. No Ziliu had no intention of catching the 2 of them back, he just wanted to kill them here. Come together! Chen Fan shouted. In an instant, the 2 figures disappeared from the spot, and they attacked Yuzhiliu from the left and the right. That fist is covered with armed domineering and terrifying power, and there is no doubt that it can shake gold and crack rocks. However, there was no fear on Hilliu's face, but instead he was full of excitement. He held Thunderstorm in his hand, which was also covered with armed domineering energy, and headed straight forward. If you look carefully, it is not difficult to find that Aim no Kiliu's armed domineering has also reached the second level. Clang! The two black fists caused intense fire the moment they collided with the thunderstorm. Not bad power, I hope you can give me some stimulation. Yuji Ziliu's face was full of arrogance, and he waved the famous sword in his hand, which contained terrifying power. Chen Fan and the other two did not dare to be careless and mobilized all their strength to attack. Constant collisions, fierce fighting, punches to the flesh. With 1 against 2, Yuzhiliu was not at a disadvantage at all, and even felt vaguely suppressed. Budik's face was a little ugly. His understanding of armed domineering was the shallowest, only the first level. He knew that if it continued like this, the longer time passes, the more dangerous they become. Without hesitation, Budik's body expanded instantly, from his original height of more than 2 meters to 5 or 6 meters, and brown hair began to grow on his body. Turned into a giant bear, this is his fruit ability, the animal-type bear fruit. The huge bear paw smacked directly towards Yuzhiliu. The powerful force made Yuzhiliu unable to react for a while, and he fell back. He is far from his prime now. Yuzhiliu's current strength is only slightly stronger than Chen Fan's. Budik's power doubled when he used the fruit's ability, and for a while, only one person was able to suppress Yuzhiliu. Chen Fan on the other side also attacked with all his strength, his arms covered with black substance, and he punched Yuzhiliu one after another. Faced with the full siege of the two men, Aim no Ziliu suddenly fell into a disadvantage. They fought fiercely, punching to the flesh, and the only sound left in the entire Impel City port was the sound of the three people constantly colliding. As time passed by, 10 minutes later, Aim no Kiliu's body is full of scars. Hey. He kept breathing heavily, and facing the siege of the two men, he was completely suppressed. Although the two Chen Fans on the opposite side also had sword wounds on their bodies, their condition was much better than that of Aim no Ziliu. But even so, Chen Fan and the other two didn't look excited at all. Chapter 13 2 against 1. Because they clearly know that this place is too close to Marine headquarters, and it has been 10 minutes now. If this continues, they won't be able to hold on until reinforcements from Marine headquarters arrive. Let's deal with him together. Chen Fan glanced at Budik beside him. Budik meant the same thing. You are a pirate and a marine trader. You are so shameless and want to kill me. After being beaten like this, Aim no Ziliu's expression was naturally filled with anger. One sword in the sky. The next second, Yuzhiliu's breath belonging to the swordsman burst out, and the terrifying sword power rose into the sky. He clenched the famous sword Liu with both hands and swung the sword forward. A white sword energy of several meters, carrying terrifying power, slashed directly towards Chen Fan and the other two. Budik and the two did not hesitate at all and used their strongest move. The 6 forms of Marine Mysteries. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body turned red, and the internal organs in his body were beating continuously. On his right arm, veins popped out, and his fists were clenched, and it was extremely dark. The terrifying power was concentrated at one point, and the whole body was constantly boiling. A punch containing powerful power blasted directly towards the white sword energy accompanied by a whistling sound. Iron Palm. At the same time, Budik also mobilized his whole body's energy and blood, all converging on his arms. The huge bear's paw was covered with black material, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot and shot towards the white sword energy. Boom! In an instant, the two men's terrifying attacks collided with the white sword energy. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, dust rose everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. The white sword energy forced Budik back, but before Yuzhiliu could be happy. The next second, Chen Fan's pitch-black fist directly shattered the white sword energy. With a face full of surprise and no time to escape, Aim no Ziliu could only hold the famous sword in front of his chest. Clang! Chen Fan's punch, which contained all his power, hit Uzuki Ziliu's famous sword firmly. The powerful impact directly caused Ziliu to fly backwards. Bang! A deep pit was made on the ground, and no Ziliu fell to the ground with a face full of pain, and the famous sword in his hand fell aside. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He wanted to stand up, but found that his internal organs were surging. Chen Fan's punch directly caused him to lose the ability to fight in a short time. With a fierce look on his face, Chen Fan rushed forward, preparing to hit the target. Seeing Chen Fan charging straight towards him, his face full of anger, Ziliu wanted to stand up and resist, but he made no move. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he couldn't stand up at all. He fainted directly. Now Ziliu is a lamb to be slaughtered. Just when Chen Fan was about to rush in front of Ziliu and kill him. Hurry and get out of the way, be careful! Budik shouted from behind. At this time, Chen Fan, relying on his domineering power, sensed the danger and quickly retreated. A blazing magma fireball hit the place where Chen Fan was just now. Boom! A deep pit instantly appeared on the ground, with some flames still remaining on it. If Chen Fan hadn't dodged in time just now and was hit solidly by this blow, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Chen Fan and Budik both looked up into the air. After seeing who was coming, their expressions were extremely serious. Chapter 14 Sakazuki arrives. Sakazuki. Chen Fan and the two said the name in unison. You are the mastermind of this jailbreak, right? If you surrender obediently and let me catch you, you will be less aggrieved. At this time, Sakazuki's whole body was transformed into magma, and he looked at Chen Fan with an indifferent expression. Haha, you said I'd let you catch me, so I'll just stand there and let you catch me. Although Chen Fan knew how powerful Sakazuki was, it was obvious that Sakazuki was not at his peak now and was still capable of fighting. If it were Sakazuki during the general period, then Chen Fan could really surrender directly. And the most important thing is that Chen Fan saw that there was still a bandage on his abdomen. It was obvious that he had been injured and was not recovering yet. Since you don't want to surrender obediently, then I will severely injure you and arrest you. No one can challenge Marine's majesty. As soon as Sakazuki finished speaking, his whole body was covered with lava, his fists were extremely black, and he attacked directly towards Chen Fan and the two of them. Knowing how powerful Sakazuki was, Chen Fan and Budik did not hesitate. The fist contains armed domineering energy, which bursts out with powerful force and goes straight forward. Boom! The fists of the three collided like boulders, strong winds blew up, and gravel flew everywhere. Sakazuki, who was 1 against 2, directly suppressed Chen Fan and the two. He forced the two of them back several meters, but he stood still. The rolling lava covered the whole body, and the strong pressure made Chen Fan and the two of them feel a little pressure. But they had no choice. Chen Fan knew very well that for them, failure would probably lead to death. Shave. The two of them used Shao at the same time, and their bodies disappeared instantly, attacking Sakazuki at an extremely fast speed. Really looking for death. Sakazuki's expression was full of indifference, and the hot magma seemed to swallow everything. For a moment, the three of them collided together, lava splashed everywhere, and their fists hit the flesh. The battle was one-sided, and Chen Fan and the two of them could only struggle to hold on under Sakazuki's hands. Time passed by, and the hot magma covered everything around it. Every punch of Sakazuki can cause injuries to Chen Fan and the other two. On the other hand, Chen Fan and the others have only caused minor wounds to Sakazuki so far. An injury of this magnitude was of no concern to him. Hey, hey! The constant panting and long-term high-intensity fighting greatly exhausted Chen Fan and Budik's physical strength. At this moment, Sakazuki was facing the siege of the two men, looking completely at ease. You must know that Chen Fan majored in physical arts. But even so, in close combat, Chen Fan and the two still could not gain the upper hand, and were even suppressed. You must know that Sakaski was still injured and could only use 70% of his strength. It is conceivable how powerful Sakaski's physical skills are. This is why he will be called a monster in the future. Logia fruit, powerful attack power, powerful physical skills, and powerful domineering. Facing such a monster, Chen Fan and the two had no chance of winning. This seemed to be a dead end. The appearance of Sakaski was like a big mountain, blocking their hope of escape. Chen Fan was constantly thinking about how to escape, but he still couldn't think of a good way, and could Sakaski on the opposite side give him time to think? Chapter 15 The Power of Terror. The pitch-black fist was covered with hot magma and blasted forward. Facing this powerful punch, Chen Fan's veins popped out in his right arm, and his fist was covered with armed domineering energy, and he also punched out. Bang! The two black fists collided like dragons, causing the surrounding gravel to fly up. At the moment of the collision, Chen Fan felt a strong force. He felt pain in his right hand and was forced back more than 10 meters. At the same time, Budik's right foot was as dark as ink, and the kick that looked like an Optimus pillar suddenly struck Sakaski directly from top to bottom. With an indifferent expression, Sakaski just blocked the kick with force on his left arm, containing armed domineering force. Then, his right fist contained hot magma and punched out with terrifying power. Seeing this situation, Budik, who turned into an animal, quickly tried to escape, but it was too late. Bang! The terrifying force caused Budik to fly for more than 10 meters, hitting the ground directly, creating a small crater and causing dust to fly everywhere. Sakaski, Lao Zi is going to kill you. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan was a little angry. Blood rage. The blood in his body was boiling, his internal organs were beating crazily, and the aura in his body was rising continuously. This is the strongest move he has developed in the past 6 years, and it is also his final trump card. After a while, Chen Fan's whole body was exuding vitality, and his strength increased by 1.5 times. Armed. Collapse fist. Chen Fan's right hand was covered with armed domineering energy, surrounded by blood, and the power of his whole body was concentrated on one point. This powerful punch directly hit Sakaski at an extremely fast speed. Dark Hound. Sakaski's expression remained the same, without any panic. The hot magma covered his right fist and spurted out, turning into a giant magma dog and drowning towards Chen Fan. Boom! For a moment, two terrifying attacks collided like dragons. Everything around them was destroyed, rubble flew everywhere, and circles of air waves spread out. Under the strong collision, Chen Fan retreated a full 5 meters. Sakaski on the other side also took a step back. This is the first time since the battle that Sakaski has been forced to retreat head-on. Interesting, you pirate. But being a pirate is your biggest mistake, and this place will be your grave. Sakaski was also a little surprised that Chen Fan's strength suddenly improved so much, but he still looked arrogant. Really? I think I still have a long way to go in life, so you should leave this grave to yourself. Chen Fan's expression was indifferent, and his body disappeared in place again. Blood and energy erupted all over his body. This was a move to squeeze the energy and blood, and naturally it could not last for long. Therefore, Chen Fan had to make a quick decision. His fist was extremely dark and he was attacking Sakaski. Seeing this situation, Sakaski's whole body was covered with hot magma, especially his fists, which were steaming. His body disappeared in place, leaving a small pit in the ground, and he walked straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two collided and fought fiercely, with fists hitting the flesh and drops of blood dripping to the ground. At the beginning of the battle, Chen Fan was still at a disadvantage. He looked a little unwilling. Even though he had revealed his trump cards, he was still suppressed by Sakaski. Chapter 16 Death. There was no way. Although Sakaski had not yet reached the strength of a general at this time, he definitely possessed the strength of an elite lieutenant general of the unit, or even stronger. Chen Fan, who revealed his trump card, only possessed the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters for a short period of time. It can be said that if Sakaski had not been injured, this battle would not have to be fought at all. As time passed, Chen Fan became more and more impatient, because he knew that the longer he delayed, the more dangerous he would be. But he had no choice, because he couldn't beat Sakaski at all, and even now he was just struggling to death under Sakaski's hands. It can be said that when Chen Fan's blood rage disappears, that is when he will be defeated. Your sudden power-enhancing move is quite interesting, but it seems that it won't last long. Do you have any more cards? Otherwise, it's over. Sakaski said slowly that he was in complete control of the battle situation. Don't worry, I'll show you. Chen Fan's expression was filled with reluctance. He had planned this until now and didn't want to be caught again. And if he was caught escaping from prison, he would most likely face immediate death. Thinking of this, Chen Fan prepared to fight to the death. Armament. Secret technique. Overlord Fist. In an instant, Chen Fan's aura expanded to the extreme, his blood boiled, the veins on his right fist bulged and turned extremely black, and all the strength of his body was concentrated on one point. The black fist flew straight towards Sakaski at an extremely fast speed. Sucker Punch. Dog Bites Red Lotus. In response to this, Sakaski's expression was still so arrogant, the hot magma condensed on his right hand, his fist was as black as ink, and then, the magma-like arm blasted forward. The boiling magma shot out and transformed into a giant dog in mid-air, drowning everything. Boom! The blazing magma dog and the black fist collided in an instant, countless pieces of rubble flew everywhere, and everything around was destroyed. Ripples spread out in circles. The terrifying force made Chen Fan feel powerless. After only a few seconds of resistance, his entire body was blown away by the giant magma dog. Bang! A big hole appeared on the ground and Chen Fan fell heavily to the ground. His body was charred and covered with hideous wounds. Obviously, Chen Fan was seriously injured by this attack. And given Sakaski's character, he would naturally not let Chen Fan go. You can go to hell now, you evil pirate. Along with the sound came the figure of Sakaski, his fist covered with boiling magma, and he blasted directly towards Chen Fan. Chen Fan stood up tremblingly and wanted to punch to block the attack, but he felt powerless due to the severe injuries in his body and the huge consumption of physical strength. It can be said that Chen Fan could not block Sakaski's punch no matter what. At the critical moment, when Sakaski was less than 5 meters away from Chen Fan, a huge body appeared in front of him. Bear Wave Palm. It was Budik who had just fainted and now woke up. His huge bear paw was pitch black and contained terrifying power. He blocked the scorching lava fist with his strength. Hurry up, or we'll both die here. One of us must escape. When you get out, remember to kill Henry David. After Budik became a marine trader and a pirate, he actually didn't want to live anymore. But thinking that his enemies had not been killed yet, he insisted on living. Even if he was caught and put in prison, he had to live. Now he felt that he had no hope of escaping, so he might as well let his disciples escape and avenge him. He shouted to Chen Fan behind him. Chapter 17 Escape. After staying for half a second, Chen Fan knew that the two of them together would definitely not be able to defeat Sakaski. If they don't leave, neither of them will be able to leave. Without any further hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used shaving and ran towards the sea. Do you think you can run away? Naturally, Sakaski could not let Chen Fan escape. There was hot magma in his right fist, and he punched out with terrifying force, forcing Budik back several meters. But just as he was about to catch up with Chen Fan, Budik immediately followed up and smacked Sakaski's back in the darkness above the bear's paw. Seeing this situation, Sakaski had no choice but to turn around and throw out a punch containing hot magma, forcing Budik back again. As long as I'm here, you can't even chase him. Budik's eyes were full of determination, but blood was already overflowing from the corners of his mouth. One can imagine how seriously injured he was at this moment. A marine trader dares to stop me. I'm really looking for death. Sakaski was stopped and was a little angry. The hot magma erupted in an instant. The surrounding temperature increased and the surface was covered with magma. The body instantly disappeared on the spot, his right fist was swung forward, and the hot magma dog flooded towards Budik. Facing this terrible blow, Budik's two huge bare paws were covered with armed domineering force. The veins in both arms popped out, and they were shot forward suddenly. The next second, the moment the huge bare paw touched the giant magma dog, it was completely submerged. The hot magma swallowed Budik, and a large crater appeared on the ground. At the same time, Chen Fan also jumped into the sea. He did not dare to take a boat. He knew that even if he took a boat, Sakaski would catch up with him. The only way to escape is by jumping into the sea. As a devil fruit user, Sakaski is afraid of sea water. Seeing that Chen Fan had jumped into the sea, Sakaski immediately wanted to catch up, but when he was about to disappear into the elemental form, a hand that was completely blackened grabbed him. As long as I'm here, don't even think about chasing this little guy. Run! You will be free for the rest of your life. Budik, who was still breathing, grabbed Sakaski's right foot with both hands and shouted at Chen Fan. At this moment, Chen Fan was swimming while turning around to look at Budik, who was only breathing. His heart was touched, and his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. You guys are really looking for death. How can you say you used to be a marine? You actually joined the ranks of pirates. Sakaski's eyes were full of coldness, and the fist containing hot magma was blasted directly towards Budik's body. No! Chen Fan yelled angrily, but he was powerless. He could only watch helplessly as Sakaski punched Budik through the chest. After his breath dissipated and his chest was pierced, Budik looked at Chen Fan, who had swam nearly 100 meters out of the coast, and said slowly, "Run." Then, he closed his eyes, dropped his hands feebly, and became completely silent. Budik! Watching this scene, Chen Fan roared loudly, his eyes filled with anger, and he clenched his fists. He swore in his heart that he must kill Sakaski and that David Henry to avenge Budik. Originally, Chen Fan really wanted to use Budik to increase his chances of escaping. But Brook fought to the death to help Chen Fan escape. No matter how indifferent Chen Fan was, he was still a little touched in his heart. Even in his heart, Budik can truly be regarded as his master. Full of anger, Chen Fan dived into the water. He knew clearly that only by escaping could he have a chance to avenge Budik. At the port, Sakaski looked at Chen Fan, who had swam out several hundred meters and dived underwater without seeing anyone. Chapter 18 Big Fire Breathing. Sakaski was a little angry. He couldn't believe that he took action in person and let this pirate run away. However, it was not Sakaski's style to give up. He instantly transformed into an element and came to midair above the sea. Big fire breathing. The hot magma exploded to the extreme, and the fiery breath continuously gathered on his hands. Sakaski raised his hands high. The countless hot magma shot out, bombarding the sea surface like a volcano erupting. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded instantly, the sea water exploded, and the originally calm sea surface was exploded by countless fireballs. Whirlpools appeared one after another. At this moment, Chen Fan, who was lurking below, also felt that the temperature on the surface was increasing. He immediately speeded up and swam forward. Seeing that Chen Fan was not blown up, Sakaski's expression became a little ugly. If he becomes a general in the future, he can naturally blow up the entire sea surface nearby. It's a pity that he doesn't have this strength now, and as a devil fruit user, he has no choice but to enter the sea water. The Sakaski above is very useful when used. Want to find out where Chen Fan is? Although his power of knowledge and color has reached the 3rd level, he still couldn't explore it in a large area, and searched to no avail. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 6th floor of Impel Down City. At this moment, the 6th floor, which is an endless hell, is filled with corpses, as well as unconscious pirates and jailers. Most of the big pirates on the 6th floor were dead, and a small number were unconscious. Similarly, Magellan, who exploded with strength beyond his limit, was now paralyzed on the ground, his body covered in blood. The venom around him had also dissipated. He now no longer even had the physical strength to maintain his devil fruit ability. Can you imagine how serious his injury was this time? Of the nearly 200 jailers, less than 10 were left at this time. Although Magellan and the others won this battle, it could only be said to be a narrow victory, and it was a narrow victory at a great cost. This is thanks to the fact that there are no real big pirates on the 6th floor at this time, such as golden lions and the like. In addition, they are too lazy to practice most of the time, and some of them are old. The strength of most pirates has dropped significantly, and they are not even half as strong as when they were first captured. Of course, part of the reason is that Magellan's fruit ability allows him to exert 120% of his combat effectiveness in this small space. Otherwise, this battle may not be a narrow victory, but a mutual defeat. At this time, Chen Fan at the bottom of the sea was full of anger, and he wanted to kill Sakaski very much. But he knew that his current strength was definitely not enough. Continuously diving to the bottom of the sea, although my hands and feet are already feeling a little tired, and my physical strength is about to reach its limit. But even so, Chen Fan did not dare to surface. He had to reach his limit before resurfacing. Otherwise, if Sakaski finds him, all his efforts will be in vain. After swimming for nearly 10 minutes, Chen Fan felt that he could no longer hold his breath and could only slowly swim out of the sea. He looked around and found that there was no trace of Sakaski. Then he took a breath and glanced at the blue sky. He knew that he was not out of danger yet. I have to find a small island and hide. I am still in danger now. Chapter 19, Heading to Sky Island. Marine will definitely send warships out to look for it. Moreover, Sakaski will never go back that easily. When Chen Fan thought of Sakaski, his face was filled with anger. It was the first time that he wanted to kill someone. He secretly swore in his heart that he would kill Sakaski to avenge Budik. At night falls. Chen Fan arrived at an island in the Sabayati archipelago. At this time, both his injuries and physical strength were about to reach the limit of his body. It can be said that if this continues, Chen Fan will die even if he is not caught by Marine. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately broke into a house. Inside, there lived a strong man with a scar on his face. Who are you? You dare to break into my house? Do you know who I am? Laozi belongs to the giant tiger pirates. The strong man held a big sword and looked at Chen Fan with a fierce expression. No nonsense, Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. Under the shock and fear of the strong man, blood spurted out, and his head instantly turned into a pile of brains. Afterwards, Chen Fan began to look for food in his house, and soon he saw a lot of food. Chen Fan, who already felt his head was dizzy, immediately ignored it and started eating. Along with the weak heat flow, it emanates from the body, first enters the blood, and then pours into the internal organs. Like the dew after the rain, it is constantly repairing Chen Fan's body. His body, which was about to collapse and reach its limit, barely stabilized at this moment. At the same time, Marine's warships were constantly searching for traces of Chen Fan on the sea. In the Marine Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg Kong also learned at this moment that a little guy actually escaped from the 6th floor of the Impel City. His hair, which was already standing on end, looked like it was blowing up at this moment. Cyborg Kong looked at Zifa, Sengoku, Garp and others who were in the office at this time with an angry expression. It's a shame for us Marine to let a little guy escape from the 6th floor. Seize the last chance, except for Garp, you stay. Everyone else, be sure to catch that son of Akoku. Looking at the angry cyborg Kong, everyone looked very serious. Only Garp was still eating donuts with a smile on his face. This little guy is quite interesting. However, his father is also very strong. He lasted for an hour before he was defeated by me. The atmosphere in the city was extremely gloomy. At this time, both Magellan and Eugilio were covered with bandages. One can imagine how seriously injured they were. At this moment, neither of them spoke, including the jailer under them. Because they all knew that the myth that no one could escape from Impel Down City was shattered on this day. It was broken under their hands. The pirate who was less than 20 years old broke the myth of Impel Down. 1 month later, a young man appeared on a small island in Qinghai. This man was Chen Fan. The day after he recovered, he immediately left the Sabayati Islands. After the Marine headquarters searched for Chen Fan nearby for 2 days with no results, they also knew very well that Chen Fan had probably left here. They also had to accept the reality that the myth of Impel Down was shattered by a boy less than 20 years old. Chapter 2800 Million Bounty. Marine headquarters also announced Chen Fan's bounty 10 days ago. The most important thing is that they even learned Chen Fan's name from the pirates who survived on the 6th floor. As the only pirate to break the myth in decades, the Marines offered a bounty of 800 million baileys. This is such a terrifying number. You must know that Chen Fan's current strength does not even reach that of a lieutenant general. As soon as this reward order came out, in 10 days, the news that the myth of Impel Down City was shattered spread throughout the sea. The pirates in New World were all greatly surprised. I'll go, I read that right, someone actually broke the myth of Impel Down City. It's really scary. This guy looks like he's less than 20 years old, but he was able to escape from Impel Down. I think that myth that can never be broken was touted by Marine. Otherwise, how would it be possible for a guy with no hair to escape from prison successfully? It's just that these Marines are just losers and a bunch of trash. The pirates in the New World were not only surprised that Chen Fan broke the myth of Impel Down. He even felt that Marine was such a loser that he was successfully escaped from Impel Down by a young man under 20 years old. At the same time, in the second half of New World, Roger, who had just become One Piece, saw the news and smiled. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting that this little guy was able to escape from Impel Down. With young people like him here, I really look forward to what the world will be like in the future. However, I may not be able to see it anymore. One Piece Roger looked forward, no one knew what he was thinking at this time. On the shore of Gaia Island, Chen Fan appeared here. He had been here for 2 full days, looking at the endless sea. Some villagers looked at this scene and felt very strange, thinking, who is this guy? Where did it come from, and why did it stay on the shore for 2 days? This caused Chen Fan to attract many people's attention. However, Chen Fan didn't care at all about the crowd watching. He was waiting for a wave of waves to rise into the sky. He came here with only one purpose, which was to obtain the Thunder Fruit. Chen Fan must get the Thunder Fruit, which is known as Logia's most powerful attack power. As long as he gets the terrifying power of thunder, Chen Fan will be sure to catch up with Sakazuki as quickly as possible. After he came out, he only had 2 goals for the time being. The first was to kill Marine Lieutenant General Henry David, and the second was to kill Sakazuki. For the first goal, Chen Fan is confident that it will not take long before he has the strength of a lieutenant general in his headquarters. But as for Sakazuki, with his monster-like talent, Chen Fan will improve, and he will definitely improve too. Therefore, Chen Fan needs to obtain the Thunder Fruit to quickly enhance his strength. The breeze kept blowing on the sea surface, causing ripples and circles. Chen Fan just closed his eyes and rested, waiting slowly. Suddenly, Chen Fan opened his eyes because he found that the entire sea had become extremely manic. The next second, the water rose into the sky, and the entire sea surface looked like an upside-down waterfall. Some of the villagers who were watching had shocked expressions on their faces. But most of them were accustomed to it. Obviously, as villagers who have lived on this island for decades, they have seen the upside-down waterfall more than once. Although this is like a miracle, are there still few wonders in the world of One Piece? Chapter 21. The water column reaches the sky and reaches the empty island. Looking at the water flow that looked like a huge pillar holding up the sky, Chen Fan didn't hesitate at all. He wanted to use this water flow to rush straight up. Rush directly to Nakorn Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan directly used moonwalk and headed towards the water flow. I saw the faces of the villagers behind were full of surprise. Am I right? Is this young man flying? You read that right, he is indeed flying. Is he the legendary devil fruit user? Look, he seems to be rushing directly into the water. No way, isn't this looking for death? I saw with my own eyes a huge wooden boat being swept into the current. Then, in less than a few seconds, it was broken into pieces and turned into pieces of wood. The people inside were all turned into pieces of flesh and blood, and no one could survive. Under the shocked and incomprehensible expressions of the villagers, Chen Fan had already rushed into the giant pillar of water flow. As soon as he entered, Chen Fan felt a tearing sensation in his body. He did not expect that the impact of this sky-high river was so strong, and the iron blocks were immediately deployed. After strengthening his body's defense, Chen Fan felt a little better, and then his whole body was rushed upward by the sky-high river. The villagers at the back shook their heads at this time, with expressions full of regret. They couldn't figure out why this young man would go into this water column to seek death when he clearly had a great time. In their sight, Chen Fan had been submerged by the river like an upside-down waterfall, and he could not be seen at all. Chen Fan, who was in the sky-high river, constantly felt as if his body was being cut by a knife. This is also thanks to his strong physical fitness. If an ordinary person wants to reach the empty island by relying on the soaring river with only his physical body, he may be torn into pieces as soon as he enters. In less than a moment, the soaring river directly brought Chen Fan to the sea. He looked towards the White Sea above. If I remember correctly, Sky Island should be above the White Sea. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately swam upstream. 2 minutes later, he swam out of the sea. Looking at the vast expanse of white, Chen Fan couldn't help but sigh at the miraculous craftsmanship of nature. Standing up, Chen Fan looked around. There were no buildings, only a vast expanse of white. His expression instantly became a little ugly, because the purpose of his trip was Birka Island, but he did not know the specific direction of Birka Island. Chen Fan thought for a moment, and decided to walk straight ahead. Whenever he met an Sky Islander, he could ask him the specific direction. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately used moonwalk. He would rather spend more energy and move forward on this empty island than run on this white cloud. Because, in this ocean that looks like white clouds, some places are empty and invisible. Ordinary people will step in if they step on it accidentally. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Chen Fan went down to rest every half hour, and then continued to use moonwalk to fly in mid-air. At this time he stopped. Because Chen Fan discovered that in front of him was no longer the vast white ocean, but a strange building in the shape of a huge six-pointed star. As he flew faster and faster, he found that the buildings in front of him became more and more familiar. Chen Fan thought about it, isn't this the gate of heaven above the White Sea? Entering this door will also lead to an empty island. Without hesitation, Chen Fan ran towards the gate of the Kingdom of Heaven at extremely fast speeds. As soon as he entered the gate of Heavenly Kingdom, he saw a tunnel with a radius of several meters but more than hundreds of meters long. Without stopping, Chen Fan continued to run forward, and after running for almost 1,000 meters, he saw a gate appearing in front of him. I was about to rush up and open the door. The door that was several meters high opened on its own initiative, and an ugly old woman who was just over 1 meter tall, like a dwarf, with purple hair wrapped up and her face covered with wrinkles, appeared in front of Chen Fan. Sky Islander. Chen Fan slowly said these 3 words, because he saw that this old woman looked the same as the person above the sea, and the most important thing was that she had a pair of white wings on her back. At this moment, Amazon was holding a camera in her hand, and she glanced at Chen Fan. Then, before Chen Fan could react, he pointed the camera at him and started taking random pictures. After taking about a dozen pictures, the old woman looked at Chen Fan and said slowly, "People from Qinghai, welcome to our empty island. I am the supervisor of the empty island, Amazon. If you want to enter our empty island, you must pay 15 billions of extol." Amazon's voice is a little hoarse. Chen Fan vaguely remembered that he had to pay money to enter the Sky Island, and 1.5 billion extol sounded like a terrifying number. But converted into Baileys, it's only a few 100,000. Really? But I can ask you a question, where to go to Birka Island? Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips. Needless to say, he had no money. Even if he had money, he would not pay it. Chen Fan looked at the Amazon behind him and the pair of wings behind her. Go all the way to the right, and you can see Angel Island. If you go straight back from Angel Island, you'll find Birka Island. People from Qinghai, do you have any money? If not, I can't let you in. Amazon looked at Chen Fan with a somewhat fearful expression. After getting the answer you want? Of course I have it, but you don't have the life to take it. The second after he finished speaking, Chen Fan's body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed domineering energy and he blasted towards the Amazon. Seeing this scene, Amazon's face showed panic. She prepared to fight back, but it was too late. With the blood spurting out, Chen Fan punched the Amazon's head into pieces. Looking at the body, Chen Fan first searched her body and got a money bag, which contained currencies that Chen Fan had never seen before. The denominations were very large, and the smallest one was worth 100,000. This should be extol. Afterwards, Chen Fan was about to leave, but he stopped after taking just a few steps. Chen Fan looked at Amazon's pair of white wings. In fact, the biggest difference between Qingdao people and Kindle people is the white wings on their backs. Although Chen Fan is not afraid of the 4 God-tier officials in Ganfuer, he does not want to cause trouble for himself. Before finding the thunder fruit, Chen Fan wanted to avoid all the troubles that could be avoided. After a while, he ripped off a pair of wings from the Amazon's back. Then he stuffed it into his clothes. If you don't look carefully, Chen Fan is no different from a Sky Islander now. After doing all this, Chen Fan was about to use moonwalk when he saw another good thing. In front of him, a seahorse like a shrimp appeared. Chen Fan immediately recognized it. This should be Kindle's unique express shrimp. After thinking for a while, Chen Fan jumped directly onto the express shrimp and grabbed its 2 beards as if grabbing the reins. Ride it toward the east. Express shrimp is worthy of its name. It is so fast that even compared to Chen Fan's moonwalk, it is not slower at all. As time goes by, Chen Fan gradually saw a hole appearing in front of him, and the hole was shining with white light. Without thinking much, he immediately drove the express shrimp in that direction. Boom! The moment he drove out of the cave, Chen Fan found himself in mid-air, and then suddenly fell. Chen Fan quickly grabbed the express shrimp's beard with both hands to prevent him from being thrown out. Bang! After falling heavily on the island cloud, Chen Fan stabilized his body and looked forward. Not far in front of it, there is a beach, and in front of the beach are piles of buildings. No need to think, this should be Angel Island. Afterwards, Chen Fan immediately jumped off the express shrimp and ran towards Angel Island. He was too lazy to waste time. After all, Angel Island was not the destination of his trip. His destination was Birka Island. In fact, Chen Fan didn't know where the thunder fruit was exactly. In his previous life, he only read some information on a certain bar. Chen Fan guessed that the thunder fruit might be in the temple on Birka Island. Therefore, Chen Fan was prepared to go directly to the temple, if the temple did not have one. There is only the second way, which is to find Enel and follow him in the dark until Enel finds the thunder fruit and snatch it himself. However, this method is too slow, and Enel is only in his early teens at the moment. Chen Fan also didn't know when exactly Enel obtained the thunder fruit. However, now we can only take one step at a time. Chen Fan was thinking as he walked into Angel Island, where there were buildings. On the street, no one noticed Chen Fan. After all, Chen Fan also has a pair of wings behind his back at this moment. He is thinking about whether to use moonwalk or use transportation to get to Birka Island. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Fan decided to use transportation. After all, before getting the thunder fruit, Chen Fan wanted to keep a low profile. Then, he came to a shop where vehicles like motorcycles were parked. This is also one of Kondeo's unique products, Vayaba. The owner of this shop is a middle-aged man with a beer belly. "Boss, how did you sell this car?" Chen Fan pointed to the car closest to him and asked. 7 billion X-doors. The boss replied. "Okay, take it." Chen Fan happily took out 700 million X-doors from the bag. After all, this was the money he had just snatched, and he wouldn't be able to use it down there, so he didn't care. Seeing Chen Fan paying for it so readily, the boss was a little surprised. But he didn't say much. After all, isn't it bad to have customers who don't bargain? After paying the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, Chen Fan drove directly away in Megatron. Driving all the way, feeling the speed of the wind, Chen Fan felt almost like driving a motorcycle. After a while, he drove the Megatron to leave Angel Island and headed directly towards Birka Island. Along the way, waves splashed in circles. But there is a bad thing. Every half hour, Chen Fan has to stop, because the air in the exhaust shell is used up, and he has to stop to replenish it. Until the next morning, when the morning light dawned. Chen Fan just saw a small island. When he looked over, he saw a white coastline with towering trees standing on it. The entire island was deep in the white ocean. No need to think, this should be Birka Island. 222 Tuesday. Chen Fan did not hesitate and immediately grasped the handle in front of him as tightly as possible. He seemed to have seen the thunder fruit actually waving towards him. After entering the coast, Chen Fan threw Megatron on the side of the road, ignored it, and then walked directly into the island. Chapter 22 Temple. Walking into this street, Chen Fan wanted to find someone to ask where the temple was. As he was walking, he saw a group of people gathered in one place, and some of them were very excited and seemed to be cursing. Being somewhat curious, Chen Fan also used his observation haki to look over. When he saw clearly what was inside the crowd, Chen Fan's expression changed. There was a child in there who looked to be about 10 years old. Why did Chen Fan feel familiar with him? Because this isn't Enel as a kid. At this moment, Enel was surrounded by people, and in front of him was a baker holding a bread. "How dare you come to my bakery and steal my bread?" The baker pointed at Enel and started cursing. "I didn't, someone threw it to me, I just happened to come over here." Enel looked frightened. "Haha, who would believe you when you say this?" The baker looked incredulous. "That's right, disgusting Qinghai people, I would drive them off the island." "I think so too. How can a humble Qinghai person who doesn't even have wings live on our Birka Island? Disgusting." It turns out that only people from Qinghai would do such petty theft. Except for the baker, no one among the onlookers believed Enel. After all, in their eyes, Enel was just a Qinghai native, different from them. I really didn't." Enel looked aggrieved. "You still dare to say no? Do you mean that I have wronged you?" The burly baker showed no sympathy for Enel at all. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and slapped him. Pa! You know, the baker's thick arms are almost as big as Enel's head. This slap made Enel dizzy, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he half fell to the ground in pain. Chen Fan, who was watching this scene, had no intention of going up to help. In his eyes, as long as Enel's life was not in danger, it was none of his business. As for the onlookers, they showed no mercy at all, and instead smiled. Akru, your slap was too light. It didn't knock the little guy unconscious. That's right, this evil Qinghai man, he dared to steal things this time, and he will dare to kill people next time. Your slap is too light. If I were you, I would definitely beat him up badly. Not only did the onlookers not feel the slightest bit of sympathy for Enel, they all started to mock him, and some even thought that the baker had beaten the dough too lightly. I don't want to be put in jail because of a Qinghai man, kid, I'll let you go this time. Next time, if you dare to steal bread again, I will beat you half to death. Akru said to Enel in a threatening manner, then left with a big laugh. Those who were watching also felt that there was nothing interesting to watch and left one after another. Enel kept his head down and said nothing until they left. He didn't dare to speak because it was obviously not him who stole it, but these guys thought they stole it just because they didn't have wings behind them. Enel clenched his fists, his eyes were extremely gloomy, he roared in his heart, if he had the chance to stand up, he would make these people pay the price, he would make everyone in the entire Sky Island pay the price. Chen Fan, who was watching this scene from behind, also knew why Enel would be so cruel in the future and enslave the people of Sky Island. Anyone who was treated like this when they were a child would do the same. However, Chen Fan didn't care what Enel was thinking at the moment. After watching the show, Chen Fan prepared to head towards the temple. He randomly found someone and asked him. The middle-aged man who was selling food looked at Chen Fan strangely. Because, normally, people on Birka Island should know where the temple is. You came from Angel Island, right? The middle-aged man looked at Chen Fan. Yes. Chen Fan replied. Why are you asking for the direction of the temple? It's a forbidden area. None of us can go there. The uncle looked at Chen Fan with some suspicion. Nothing. I'm just curious. How much do these things cost? Chen Fan pointed to a few items of food. Well, how many of these? It adds up to 10,000 xtal. When the middle-aged uncle heard that Chen Fan wanted to buy something, he immediately became enthusiastic. Okay, then please help me wrap everything up. Chen Fan said slowly. Okay. The middle-aged uncle immediately wrapped the food. Seeing Chen Fan pay the money so readily, he continued, well, the temple is at the end of this street, just keep going to the left. However, it is a forbidden area and can only be seen from a distance, not close. After thinking for a while, the middle-aged uncle told Chen Fan the location of the temple. After all, he bought something from him. And the location of the temple on Birka Island is no secret. Thank you very much. Chen Fan smiled, then took all the food and left. When he went to the temple, there was already someone ahead of him, it was Enel. In the street, Chen Fan did not use moonwalk or hurry up, but walked normally. Before he got the thunder fruit, he didn't want to attract other people's attention. Enel, who ran quickly, arrived outside the temple. He hid in a bush and kept looking at the temple. He seemed to know something, but there were guards patrolling around the temple with spears, so there was no way he could get close to the temple. You know, even people from Angel Island can't get close to the temple, let alone a Qingdao person without wings. It can be said that as soon as Enel gets close to the temple, he will definitely be caught by the guards, and he may even be killed directly. He stared firmly into the temple, his eyes full of unwillingness. At this time, Chen Fan also arrived outside the temple. He saw a temple that was very large and similar to ancient Egyptian architecture. The walls of the temple were also carved with murals that Chen Fan couldn't understand at all. There are even guards patrolling around. As soon as Chen Fan walked over, he attracted the attention of the guards. "Who are you? Don't get close here, leave quickly." One of the guards came up to warn. This is because Chen Fan has a pair of wings behind his back. If he were from Qinghai, he might just take action. Chen Fan did not reply, nor did he leave. He stood there without any movement. Seeing this scene, the guards gathered around. "I'm warning you again, this is a forbidden area of the temple. If you don't leave, I will kill you here on the spot." At first the guard warned again. This time Chen Fan moved, but with his fist. He swung his right arm at an extremely fast speed. The fist struck directly at the guard's head. The guard was so fast that he couldn't react at all. He could only enlarge his pupils, and then blood shot out. The guard completely lost his breath and fell to the ground. The guards watching this scene from behind immediately understood, what was Chen Fan here for? "Kill him together!" One of the guards shouted, and then more than a dozen guards rushed towards Chen Fan. But how could these miscellaneous soldiers, who at best only have school-level strength, be Chen Fan's opponents? Shave! Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant, his fingers turned into claws, and every attack took away a life. Ah! Those guards just screamed and were killed by Chen Fan, leaving no room for them to fight back. In just 2 minutes, Chen Fan killed all the dozen guards guarding the temple. Looking at the corpses on the ground and his hands stained with blood, Chen Fan didn't care and walked straight towards the temple. Enel, who had been hiding in the grass, was so surprised when he saw this scene that his mouth opened in an O shape. Looking at the devil-like Chen Fan, his eyes were full of fear. Chapter 23 Obtaining the Thunder Fruit. But he was more worried because he saw this man walking straight into the temple. He thought to himself, could it be that this guy came for that thing as well? Seeing that Chen Fan had completely entered the temple, Enel also came out from the bushes and followed him in stealthily. Inside the temple, Chen Fan looked at the several-meter-tall golden statue placed in the front of the temple. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he could not recognize who it was. His pupils slightly dilated, and Chen Fan's gaze was now completely directed at the golden statue's right hand, which held a spiral sky-blue fruit. Isn't this the thunder fruit that he has been dreaming about? Looking at the thunder fruit, Chen Fan could no longer hide the joy in his heart and was about to rush forward to get it. At this moment, an old voice sounded in the temple. "You have trespassed into the forbidden area and killed the temple guards. This is a great disrespect to God." Boom! As soon as the vicissitudes of life voice fell, Chen Fan looked in the direction where the voice came from, and suddenly a terrifying shock wave was emitted, deafening. Immediately, a white shock wave shot towards Chen Fan, and without hesitation, his body rolled backwards. Chen Fan dodged the attack easily. Boom! All of a sudden, a hole several meters high was blasted out in the wall of the temple, and bricks fell to the ground. It can be imagined that the power of this blow was enormous. At the same time, Chen Fan turned around and looked to the right with fierce eyes. An old woman wearing a white robe and with a pair of white wings on her back appeared in front of him. Her expression was filled with anger. She was not afraid of Chen Fan's cold gaze, but warned him. "Trespasser, leave now. This fruit represents sin and curse. Leave immediately, or I will punish you on behalf of God." As she spoke, the old woman held a shock shell in her hand and faced Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan sneered, a smile like the devil's smile from hell. "You think you can stop me? What curse? What God? It's really ridiculous." The next second after he finished speaking, Chen Fan immediately used the shaving technique, and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. His fists were covered with armed color domineering, and he attacked the old woman at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, the temple guardian picked up the shock shell, and in an instant, shock waves were launched, destroying everything around. Boom! The sound of explosions continued, and gaps were smashed into the temple. But even so, she had no way of aiming at Chen Fan, who possessed the observation haki. He dodged these attacks easily, and in just a few seconds, Chen Fan had arrived in front of the old woman. Seeing this scene, the temple guardian wanted to use the shock wave again, and fired it close to the face, but Chen Fan punched out with powerful force. Blood spurted out, and a scream of awe was heard. The temple guardian's right hand was directly broken, and the shock wave also fell to the ground along with his right hand. With a look of fear and surprise on his face, Chen Fan grabbed the temple guardian's neck with his right hand and lifted him up. Give it up. Although that thing brings power, it is also an ominous thing. Before the old woman died, she still wanted to persuade Chen Fan to give up. It's ridiculous. I have such a powerful force, but I don't master it. Then this power will belong to me. What curse! I only believe that power is the only thing. Chen Fan sneered, then exerted force with his right hand. Crack! The temple guardian's neck was pinched directly by Chen Fan. On the other side, Enel had sneakily arrived in front of the thunder fruit. His face was full of excitement, thinking that he would finally have power. When the time comes, he will make everyone on the empty island pay the price, and he will become the king of the empty island. Just when he was about to reach out for the thunder fruit. But the next second, Chen Fan immediately picked up the impact shell on the ground and threw it in the direction of the thunder fruit. Enel, who was still laughing wildly, instantly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, and the shell was directly embedded in the back of his head. After a few seconds, blood flowed out, and Enel fell to the ground unconscious. Even though he was dead, his eyes were still staring at the thunder fruit. He was very unwilling in his heart, because he was just one step away from getting this thunderous fruit and gaining powerful power. At this moment, Chen Fan slowly walked towards the thunder fruit. Chen Fan had already discovered Enel when he entered the temple. It's just that he wants to deal with the temple guardian first. You alone dare to steal something from me. Chen Fan glanced at Enel's body, and then picked up the sky blue thunder fruit. Without hesitation, Chen Fan immediately took a bite. In an instant, a very unpleasant taste fermented in his mouth. After swallowing it, I felt that the intestines in my body were turning over. This smell is worse than shit. No wonder even Luffy can't eat devil fruit. Forcibly enduring the nausea, Chen Fan took it for a while before he recovered. He felt the inside of his body carefully, and after a few seconds, Chen Fan's appearance is covered with wisps of blue thunder, and he seems to be able to use it at will. Chen Fan stretched out the fingers of his right hand and pointed forward. In an instant, a bolt of lightning as thick as a finger burst forward and directly penetrated the wall. Looking at this power, Chen Fan thought that it was indeed a thunder fruit, and then he began to try to elementalize his body. Just a few seconds later, his entire body turned into wisps of thunder, and then floated in mid-air. Although, Chen Fan can only use the thunder fruit in some superficial ways now. However, he believes that as he continues to develop, this Logia fruit with the strongest attack power will shine brightly on the sea. The next second, Chen Fan did not intend to stay, and disappeared instantly. The elemental body was extremely fast. Feeling the power all over the body, the thunder fruit not only gave Chen Fan the power of thunder, but also improved his physical fitness to a higher level. After getting the fruit, Chen Fan was ready to start his next plan. Rule the Sky Island. You must know that whether you are creating a pirate group or a force, in addition to strong power, funds are also essential. This is also why Chen Fan had to go to Sky Island as soon as he escaped. First, of course, it's because of the Logia Devil Fruit Thunder Fruit. The second reason is that there is a large amount of gold on the empty island. It can be said that as long as Chen Fan owns the gold on the empty island, that way, you most likely won't have to worry about money in the future. Chapter 24 Testing Ability, Killing. Standing proudly in the sky, Chen Fan's whole body was covered with destructive thunder, and wisps of blue thunder flashed around him. The atmosphere keeps roaring, and the whole sky seems to change color. At this time, Chen Fan was like a thunder god in charge of heavenly punishment. The next second, his body disappeared instantly. Heading towards the center of Birka Island, Chen Fan arrived at the top of a palace in less than 10 minutes and looked at the magnificent palace below. Chen Fan's expression was full of indifference. At the same time, the soldiers patrolling outside the palace also discovered Chen Fan. Am I right? Is there someone flying? Yes, why is there thunder around that person? Who is this person? Whoever it is. Everyone, be careful. It is not a good thing for such a person to appear above the palace. Most of the guards were extremely surprised when they saw a man flying with thunder in his body. However, the captain of the guard at the front had a serious look on his face, reminding everyone to be careful. Who are you? Why are you here? The muscular captain of the guard walked to the front and looked at Chen Fan above him and asked. His expression was still so indifferent. Chen Fan raised his hand slightly and answered that the guard had a thick ray of thunder. Boom! Blue thunder fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed, like a divine punishment, and flooded towards the guard captain. His face was full of fear. The guard captain wanted to avoid it but couldn't. The next second, the thunderbolt, which was as thick as a basketball, completely submerged it. Bang! A small crater was made on the entire ground, and the captain of the guard lay on the ground with his whole body scorched black, and made no sound. At this moment, the guards all knew that this was the enemy. Everyone fire arrows! Fire arrows quickly! The deputy guard chief quickly stood up and gave instructions to his subordinates. In an instant, the soldiers also reacted and raised their arrows one after another. These were the unique cloud arrows of Kindle. Then aim upward, pull the bow in a semicircle, and shoot. Call out. In an instant, hundreds of cloud arrows shot towards Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds like a waterfall. Thunder punishment. Facing this overwhelming attack, Chen Fan looked calm and raised his right hand high. In an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky. Streams of terrifying thunder rushed down, turning into a thunder spear in mid-air, containing extremely terrifying power, and headed towards the clouds covered with arrows. Boom! The sound of explosion sounded, and in an instant, the terrifying thunder spear swallowed up all the cloud arrows. Seeing Chen Fan defusing their attacks so easily, the guards below were filled with surprise and fear. Is this still a human being? How could he use such a terrifying attack? How is it possible that someone can master the power of thunder? This is too scary. How can we be the opponent of such a person? This is a god. Otherwise, how can we master the power of thunder? The guard below looked panicked, and for a moment, he even forgot to continue shooting. Everyone, please be quiet. Anyone who disturbs the morale of the army will be killed. Everyone will then shoot arrows for me. The deputy guard chief shouted loudly, although he also felt fear in his heart. But he knew that he absolutely couldn't show it at this time. After being shouted by the deputy guard captain, everyone also reacted, then filled their hands with bows and arrows, and fired out arrows like clouds. This time, Chen Fan refused to hide. His whole body was completely covered by blue thunder, and he allowed the arrows from the clouds to shoot at him, but unfortunately they all passed through his body. There is absolutely no way to cause any harm to the elementalized Chen Fan. At this moment, he was floating in mid-air, his whole body shining with thunder of destruction, just like a thunder god. Seeing this scene in front of them, the guards completely collapsed. They had never seen such an opponent before. Why could their arrows not cause any harm to him? This was impossible. Looking at everyone's expressions, Chen Fan, who had just obtained the thunder fruit and finished playing it, was too lazy to waste time anymore. The ultimate thunder punishment. I saw him raising his hands high, and in an instant, dark clouds appeared in the sky, and the blue clouds kept flashing. Along with this, Chen Fan waved his hands down, and wisps of thunder from his thick arms fell from the sky. At this moment, it was like a thunder punishment, roaring towards the thousands of guards below. Seeing this all-destroying attack and this shocking scene, those guards didn't dare to think about resisting. They immediately abandoned their armor and tried to escape. It's a pity, how can they outrun the thunder? Help, help, I don't want to die yet. Who's going to save me? Who's going to save me? Is this the devil? Is this the devil appearing to destroy our country? Screams and calls for help continued to sound from below. The thousands of guards, under the power of this destructive thunder, had no resistance at all. One by one, they turned into charred corpses, and some even turned directly into ashes and dissipated in the world. The deputy guard captain fell to his knees directly on the ground. The spear in his hand fell. He looked at Chen Fan above and was stunned. He doesn't know who the person above is. Is it a god? Is it a demon? Is this coming to destroy their country? Under his desperate expression, a bolt of thunder struck his head. Boom! A small pit appeared on the ground, and his body disappeared between the sky and the earth. After doing all this, Chen Fan acted as if nothing had happened. He didn't care about the ants' lives at all. The next second, Chen Fan's body dissipated directly on the spot and turned into wisps of thunder, heading towards the interior of the palace at an extremely fast speed. The king's army inside the palace rushed out, trying to block Chen Fan's progress. It's a pity that Chen Fan is in this sea of people, as if he's in a deserted land, and the wisps of thunder are as easy as Shinigami, harvesting the lives of the king's army. The tens of thousands of king's troops could not even stop Chen Fan. Within the palace, the power of this destructive thunder had long since attracted the king's attention. I saw the middle-aged man wearing a crown walking out of the palace, but when he saw the wisps of destructive thunder, his eyes were filled with a trace of fear. Guys, what are those? What should we do next? William George III looked at the ministers below him. They also witnessed the miracle just now. For a moment, no one spoke, no one knew what to do. You trash, don't you have anything to do at the critical moment? Then what's the point of raising trash like you? William George III roared angrily at the ministers under his command. King, I think you should escape from the palace first. That guy is too scary. He is simply a demon. If he comes, we have no confidence in stopping him. At this time, a noble stood up and said, Chapter 25 Island of Gods. Yes, King, let's leave here first, otherwise, if that guy comes over, it will be too late. King, please leave quickly. Leave the palace first. We will think of countermeasures later. The noble ministers behind also stood up one after another and advised William George III to leave here first and think of countermeasures later. Listening to these words, William George III's face was extremely pale. He didn't expect that as a king, he would be forced to flee the palace by himself. Moreover, none of the guys under my command can come up with a solution alone. Ellen, what can you do? Or are you sure you can deal with him? William George III turned his last hope to an officer in armor at the front. This is the strongest general in his royal army. Without any thinking, Ellen said directly, King, I am not sure about dealing with him. If we really fight, I may not be able to survive 3 moves. So, the best thing to do now is to ask the king to leave the palace temporarily. Hearing even the strongest officer under his command say this, William George III's face instantly filled with despair. He also knew that the only way to escape now was to escape first. Everyone escort me out of the palace. Just after William George III weakly announced this order, a thundering figure appeared in front of everyone. When they felt this terrifying power and looked at this figure, they couldn't help but feel fear. Chen Fan just stood here, without saying a word or making a move. But just the thunder that covered the whole body with destruction made everyone feel other pressure. Even William George III couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Who are you? Why are you massacring my army?" William George III suppressed his fear and asked Chen Fan. "There is no reason, the law of the jungle should be the way it is. This island belongs to me from now on." Chen Fan's tone was so cold. The next second after he finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and pointed his finger forward. A blue thunderbolt as thick as an arm, carrying terrifying power, was launched towards William George III at an extremely fast speed. Ellen, who had been standing by, was afraid when he saw this scene, but in order to protect the king, he did not hesitate. Holding a spear in his hand, he stood in front of William George III. The tip of the spear made of ebony directly faced the destructive thunder. Boom! The terrifying power directly forced Ellen to retreat continuously. Ah! As Ellen roared, he waved the spear in his hand and blasted away the thunder. Looking at this scene, Chen Fan had an interesting expression on his face. "Yes, you can actually block my attack, but that's it. Anyone who blocks me will die." The next second, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared directly on the spot, very fast. At this moment, everyone in the palace could only see an afterimage, including Ellen, who could not see clearly. 2 seconds later, Ellen's expression showed fear, and he was about to wave the spear in his hand to attack. Chen Fan's fist containing thunder appeared directly on his forehead. As the thunder flashed, brains and pulp spurted out, and Ellen turned into a headless corpse and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, the people who were already frightened all stepped back in fear. No one dared to go up and stop Chen Fan. "Who are you? As long as you let me go, I am willing to give you everything, including this country." William George III was frightened, and his body could not help but tremble. He looked at Chen Fan, who was flashing thunder in front of him, and felt that this man was like a devil from hell. "Kill you, and all this will be mine too." Chen Fan had no intention of letting him go. He stretched out his right hand and just moved forward slightly. A destructive thunder ray spurted out and directly hit William George III's chest. Under his frightened expression, bang! William George III's body fell heavily to the ground, completely silent. Then, Chen Fan turned around and looked at the ministers and nobles. "I give you a choice, surrender to me or die." Chen Fan looked at everyone with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of these ministers and nobles, this smile seemed like the smile of a Shinigami. It was so oppressive that they didn't even have the courage to say no. Knock, knock. All of a sudden, all the princes and ministers knelt down in unison. "We are willing to call you king, we are willing to call you king." They lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear, and no one even dared to look directly at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, who easily ruled an island, did not feel satisfied. The purpose of his trip was to rule the entire Sky Island, not just one island. Why Birka Island first? Of course, it is because Birka Island is closest to him. The next day, I woke up at dawn. Chen Fan randomly picked a noble yesterday to represent him in all matters concerning the island. He wanted to use the resources of Sky Island to develop his own power, not just to become the king of Sky Island. Chen Fan's main goal now is to increase his strength, so he can't let other trivial matters disturb him. Looking at the sunlight pouring down from the sky, Chen Fan did not hesitate. He turned into wisps of lightning and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. He was now going to deal with the 4 god-tier officials and Ganfurl. If it weren't for the Logia Thunder Fruit, these guys might have caused some trouble for Chen Fan. But now, on this island without armament haki, Logia is basically invincible. Otherwise, Enel would not have been called a god before. After leaving Birka Island, Chen Fan's body turned into wisps of lightning, soaring in the sky. He headed towards the island of God at an extremely fast speed. In less than 5 minutes, Chen Fan crossed tens of thousands of meters and arrived above the island of gods. This speed is even faster than the airplanes in the previous life. You can imagine how fast he is at this moment. Standing proudly in the air, appearing in front of Chen Fan was a huge island, on which grew towering trees, giving people the feeling of a primeval forest. The most important thing is that this island is full of soil, unlike the other islands whose surface is composed of island clouds. This is Arpayatu, known as the Island of Gods. No longer admiring this sight, in an instant, thunder flashed, and just a few seconds later, the figure of thunder appeared on the island. The thunder dissipated, and Chen Fan walked on the soil of this divine island. Boom! The roar of thunder instantly attracted the attention of the guards on the Island of Gods. However, Chen Fan did not leave, but walked forward slowly. Soon, hundreds of guards holding spears surrounded Chen Fan. These are the gods' guardians from the Gods' Island. It is said that each of them can fight 10 enemies at once. However, for Chen Fan, this is no different from being an ordinary guard. Qinghai people, you actually dare to trespass into the Gods' Island. You are so bold. The captain of the guard in the front, who was wearing silver armor, looked at Chen Fan fiercely. Noisy. Chen Fan raised his right hand slightly and pointed his finger forward. A ray of blue lightning carrying terrifying power shot straight towards the captain of the guard at an extremely fast speed. For a moment, there was no time to react. Under the horrified expression of the guard captain, his head was directly pierced. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, without a sound. Chapter 26 Arc. The hundreds of remaining guards looked at this scene with fear on their faces. You can go die. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and streaks of blue thunder appeared on his hands. Before the guards could react, he pushed his hands forward. In an instant, the wisps of blue thunder turned into thunder arrows, shooting straight towards the guards of the gods. Ah, help! Where have those guards seen this person who can control thunder? Their eyes were full of fear and terror, and they did not dare to resist at all. They thought to themselves, is this still a human being? Is this not a god? They all ran backwards like crazy, but how could they outrun Thunderbolt at their speed? Along with screams, the hundreds of gods' guards were easily dispatched by Chen Fan and turned into charred corpses. This is the terrifying thing about possessing the most destructive thunder fruit. This is also why those with natural fruit abilities are said to be nearly invincible in the first half of the sea. The elemental body and the terrifying power of nature are immune to most physical attacks. After Chen Fan easily dealt with these divine guards, his whole body was shining with thunder, and he left the place directly, came into the air, and headed towards the center of the Island of Gods. Galloping like lightning, Chen Fan's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. After a while, he saw a huge palace in the deepest part of the island, standing there, with divine guards guarding it all around. Boom! A sky blue light beam fell from the sky, and all the guards were attracted. When they saw clearly the people inside, they were all stunned for a moment. Because they saw Chen Fan's whole body surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. Gan Fuel, come out and see me. Chen Fan's strong voice spread throughout the palace. For a moment, Gan Fuel, who was in the palace, was full of doubts. He was thinking who on earth dared to come to his own place and call him that. Who are you? A middle-aged man flew out of the palace in an instant and looked in the direction of Chen Fan. After seeing Gan Fuel come out, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste time with these miscellaneous fish. With the flash of thunder, his body instantly disappeared from sight, and the guards of God who were stunned in place only felt a thunder passing by. In less than a minute, Chen Fan arrived at the palace and appeared in front of Gan Fuel. Behind him, there were 4 god-tier officials standing. Who are you? Gan Fuer asked Chen Fan. He felt a great threat from the destructive thunder. Surrender or die. Chen Fan's whole body was shining with thunder, giving people a great sense of oppression. What qualifications do you have to make me surrender? Although Gan Fuer felt a fatal threat from Chen Fan, as a god on the empty island, how could he surrender easily? Then face death. Chen Fan looked indifferent. In the next second, thunder covered his body and disappeared. A thunder spear appeared in his hand and stabbed straight towards Ganfure. Ganfule, who possesses the domineering spirit of seeing and hearing, barely felt Chen Fan's attack, and swung his sword forward. Clang! The sharp sword and the thunder spear collided like boulders in an instant. The terrifying force directly caused Ganfule to take several steps back, and he even felt his right hand numb. Before he could regain his balance, "You made the stupidest choice in your life." A voice appeared, and accompanying this voice was a fist containing terrifying thunder. There was no time to resist, and with a horrified look on his face, Ganfule was thinking, who is this guy? Why does he have the power of natural disasters? Why is he so fast? Even I can't see clearly. Boom! Along with the flash of thunder, Ganfure's entire head was blown to pieces by Chen Fan. Bang! Then, he fell heavily outside the hall, and blood was still flowing from the connection between the body and the head. The 4 god-tier officers behind him looked at this scene with fear and surprise on their faces. You must know that they are the ones who know Ganfule's strength best. Even if the 4 of them join forces, they cannot be Ganfure's opponent. This is why Ganfule is called the god on the Sky Island. But such a strong person, in front of this mysterious man who suddenly appeared, only survived 2 attacks and was killed. Can they not be shocked and afraid? Surrender or die? Chen Fan looked at the 4 of them with a smile. But in the eyes of the 4th god-tier officer, this smile is like a devil's smile, representing death. We are willing to surrender to you, we just ask you to spare our lives. The 4 god-tier officials who reacted quickly knelt down. Most of them were afraid of death. Okay, very good. You 4 know more about current affairs than this guy. I am not killing innocent people indiscriminately. Chen Fan looked at the 4 people with a smile on his face. If the 4 god-tier officers hadn't just seen Ganfure and a kind of divine guard dying outside, they would have really believed it. From now on, you will be the king of this empty island. You only need to obey my orders, and the rest will be under your control. Chen Fan pointed at the man at the front of the 4 god-tier officers, who had hair like antennae and was wearing purple clothes. Gaydaz's face was full of surprise. He thought to himself, has he been promoted? However, he did not dare to smile and kept a respectful look on his face. After all, he did not know what kind of character the man who suddenly appeared and killed Ganfule had. Do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Gaydaz. Seeing this cold look, Gaydaz felt fear and quickly cried, I know, God. That's good. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. He cannot waste time on an empty island. His goal is the new world. He does not want to imagine that Enel will be on an empty island in the future, just like being a frog at the bottom of a well. As for promoting his confidants to become the king, Chen Fan naturally does not have any confidants, and there is no need. His strength is the strongest guarantee. 15 days later, the sun was blazing. At this moment, Chen Fan was sitting on the palace of the Island of Gods. In these 15 days, he not only completely ruled the entire Sky Island, but also obtained a large amount of gold. I also got good news from Gaydaz, that is, Gaydaz got the drawing of the Ark's motto. Looking at the drawings in front of him, Chen Fan couldn't help but show an excited expression. How is this a ship? This is completely a spaceship. It has an unparalleled weapon system, its outer body is made of gold, and it can fly as long as it continuously releases thunder and lightning. This is an ark tailor-made for Chen Fan. Chapter 27 Heading to West Blue. Gaydaz, your most important task now is to lead the people of Sky Island to help me build this ark as quickly as possible. Chen Fan ordered to Gaydaz below. I understand, Lord God King. Gaydaz could say that these 15 days have been a blessing. He originally thought that this new god would be very difficult to get along with. As a result, he discovered that this god trained every day in addition to training, and basically decided all matters big and small by himself. The most important thing is that the 3 god-tier officials who had the same status as him now all obey his orders. This made Ge-Daz feel very comfortable and happy. The next day, when he woke up at dawn, in an open space, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. He had spent the past few days training the ability of the thunder fruit. As he continues to develop, his control over thunder has become stronger and stronger, but it is not that easy to make qualitative changes. After all, Chen Fan only had 16 days to obtain the thunder fruit after all his calculations. Being able to use such a powerful thunder power is because Chen Fan's own physique is strong enough. Just when Chen Fan was about to continue practicing, a figure appeared and interrupted his practice. It was Ge-Daz. Has the research been completed? How long will it take at the fastest to build that ark? Chen Fan asked Ge-Daz in an indifferent tone. He looked a little scared. He didn't know why Ge-Daz felt that he felt a great sense of oppression when facing Chen Fan, which made him feel fear. Report, Lord God King, I have asked several shipbuilding masters on the empty island. It will take at least 2 years to complete the construction of this ark. Ge-Daz said slowly. Hearing this answer, Chen Fan's expression changed slightly. He originally thought about driving this ark to leave the empty island. The result would take 2 years. It was naturally impossible for Chen Fan to stay on the empty island for 2 years, and it would take 6 years for him to know clearly in the city. There is no way to become a strong person by practicing blindly. Only by experiencing battles and fighting between life and death can you become a strong person faster. Okay, I understand. I will leave Sky Island for a period of time, ranging from a few months to a few years. During this period of time, you have full control over Sky Island. Remember, your first priority is to build the ark with all your strength, do you understand? Chen Fan looked at Ge-Daz. I understand, Lord God King. Although Ge-Daz was very confused that Chen Fan was about to leave like this, he did not dare to ask any more questions. As for Chen Fan, he is not worried about Ge-Daz betraying him, unless his strength exceeds his own. On the Sky Island, there is a way to practice the hegemony of seeing and hearing, that is, the heart guide, but there is no armed hegemony. Practice methods. This is also why Enel can become a god on this empty island even though he is not very strong in physical skills. Afterwards, Chen Fan did not intend to continue practicing. He prepared to leave the Sky Island, accompanied by flashes of thunder. His entire body disappeared instantly, leaving only Ge-Daz in the open space. An hour later, the sun shines on the earth. Chen Fan came back to the White Sea. With the thunder fruit. He did not hesitate. Thunder flashed all over his body, and he fell directly from mid-air, falling downwards and crossing the White Sea. The rapid impact made Chen Fan feel that his body was being torn apart, as it transformed into a series of thunder elements. The tearing feeling disappeared. Chen Fan easily passed through the several kilometers of White Sea and arrived at the sky above Qinghai. Look at the blue ocean below and the endless sky in the distance. Chen Fan clenched his fists, and thunder flashed around him. He must become the king of this world and have supreme power. This world is one where the weak eat the strong and the strong make a living. Only in this way can we control our own lives. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan disappeared instantly, and a blue light appeared in the sky, continuously crossing the sky. 1 day later, Chen Fan appeared on a pirate ship heading to West Blue. Even if Chen Fan possesses the Logia fruit and can fly into the sky, if he doesn't know the specific direction on this endless sea, he will be like a headless fly, losing his direction. Therefore, Chen Fan appeared on this pirate ship. The captain of this pirate ship was just a guy with a bounty of 70 million, and the owner of the Niu fruit ability. The day before, after Chen Fan knew that he was going to West Blue, he took the initiative to follow him. Because Chen Fan is going to West Blue to find a navigator. After casually showing off his strength, Chen Fan successfully boarded the ship and became the captain of the combat squad. He said he was the captain, but in fact he was the only one. The entire pirate group now only has 15 people including Chen Fan, because this captain has been encircled and suppressed by Marine before, and only 3 of his people survived. The remaining crew members, including Chen Fan, were all recruited on the spot. Is this why Chen Fan became the captain as soon as he came over? On the mast, Chen Fan was practicing with an iron block on his back, while the crew members looked at him in surprise. After a day, they clearly understood that their combat squad leader was definitely a cultivator. During the day, apart from seeing Chen Fan eating, they spent the rest of the time training non-stop, as if he was not tired. At this moment, Adla, who was eating, looked at the captain of his new combat squad who trained so hard, and couldn't help but think that he had really found a good helper for himself. However, before he could be happy for long, the lean man next to him with green hair said to him with a nervous look on his face, "Captain, look, there is a warship in front of us." Hearing these words, Adla quickly looked over nervously. The warship was very large and looked very luxurious. Obviously, this warship is not something that an ordinary captain can own. "Captain, what should we do now? That warship seems to be coming in our direction." The navigator anxiously asked Adla beside him. The pirates also had panic on their faces. Looking at such a large warship, they knew very well that this was definitely not something they could handle. Among all the people, only Chen Fan stopped practicing and looked at the warship calmly. "Hurry up and change direction and retreat at full speed," Adla hurriedly ordered. Soon, their small boat with the giant bull flag turned around and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, the huge warship was too fast. By the time they turned around, the warship had already appeared less than 100 meters behind them. Chen Fan looked over, and when he saw a man on the deck, wearing a marine cape, yellow clothes, and a cigar in his mouth, he looked not very tall. Chapter 28 Alternate General T. Dolphin. Chen Fan recognized it immediately. "Isn't this the future Marine Alternate General, the T. Dolphin? It seems that I am quite lucky. When I met Marine for the first time, I met such a good opponent." Chen Fan had a smile on his lips, but the pirates on the ship with him had panic on their faces. They wished they could escape on their ship's behalf. But no matter how anxious they were, this ordinary pirate ship was not as fast as that warship at all. "What should we do?" "Captain, it seems we can't escape." Dablin, the navigator with green hair, asked Adla beside him with a panic look on his face. At this moment, Adla also knew that their pirate ship was not as fast as this warship at all. When he looked at the marine on the deck and the general at the front, Adla looked a little panicked. He didn't recognize this general at all. After all, this is not New World, just West Blue. There is a lot of information about the pirates here, but they don't know it. Otherwise, they would not be able to recognize Chen Fan, who was not deliberately disguised. Although Adla didn't know who this general was. However, he knew very well that the general's strength would definitely not be weak if he owned such a large warship. Coupled with the fact that he had just been beaten so badly by a branch major general that he abandoned the ship and fled, Adla already had a psychological shadow. "Pirates ahead, just surrender and capture them. We are Marine Headquarters, subordinates of Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin. If you don't want to be killed by us, just surrender and capture them." On the deck of the Marine warship, an adjutant standing next to the Brown Dolphin held a loudspeaker and said to Adla and others. Upon hearing that it was Lieutenant General Marine, the dozen or so pirates of the giant ox pirates immediately panicked. The same goes for Adla, who thought that he had just faced a branch major general before and was beaten and fled. Now this guy turned out to be a lieutenant general, so how could he possibly defeat him? A look of hesitation appeared on Adla's face, wondering whether he should surrender. He felt that it would be too embarrassing if he surrendered now. Moreover, what that guy said may not be true. What if he was bluffing me? However, such a large warship does not seem to be bluffing me. What to do, Captain? Yes, Captain, what are we going to do? Surrender. When Adela hesitated, the other pirates on the pirate ship asked with panic on their faces. At this time on the pirate ship, Chen Fan was the only one standing there with a calm face and an expression of indifference. At this time, Adela also noticed Chen Fan's calm appearance, thinking that he had some good ideas, and immediately asked, Chen Fan, do you have any good ideas? Of course there is. Just kill them all. Chen Fan said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Adela and others were filled with surprise, and some even thought Chen Fan was crazy. Chen Fan, stop joking, how can we beat him? At this moment, Adela felt that the newly recruited captain of the combat squad would not be a lunatic, right? On top of the marine warship. Lieutenant General, why don't we take action directly? The burly adjutant suggested to the brown dolphin beside him. The brown dolphin, who was yawning, suddenly became interested when he saw a figure. Interesting, this guy actually appeared here. It seems that I am very lucky. After saying that, the brown dolphin directly used moonwalk and arrived on the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. The marine on the warship watched quietly, thinking that their lieutenant general would personally deal with these pirates. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, when they saw the arrival of the lieutenant general, they all panicked instantly. They all felt a great pressure, especially Adela felt the pressure was even stronger. He now clearly knows that these marines are not lying to him, this guy may really be a lieutenant general. Captain, let's surrender. Navigator Dabulin quickly suggested. Lieutenant General Marine, we are willing to surrender. In fact, we did not deliberately want to be pirates. Let us survive. Adela didn't have any dignity as a pirate and knelt down directly. When the pirates behind saw their boss kneeling down, they did not hesitate and knelt down in unison. However, the brown dolphin didn't pay attention to them at all, but looked at Chen Fan with his hands in his pockets and a cigar in his mouth. Breaking the myth of Impel Down City, Blood Tiger Chen Fan, I didn't expect that I would be so lucky to meet you here. It's such an unpleasant title. I also think I'm lucky. I met a Marine Lieutenant General just after I went to sea. Chen Fan looked at the brown dolphin calmly, as if he was sure of him. The pirates on the pirate ship didn't seem to understand what was going on. They were all confused, thinking, what are these two guys talking about? Especially Adela, watching the brown dolphin talking directly to Chen Fan, he wondered if the captain of his newly recruited combat squad had any special identity. On the warship, the expressions of those Marines changed. As Marines who came from Marine headquarters, they naturally knew the name Chen Fan. Did I hear you right? That guy is the Blood Tiger Chen Fan who has a bounty of 800 million. Yes, I have seen the reward notice. The guy looks like this, but he looks younger than the reward notice. What a scary guy. He is so young and actually did such a sensational thing. No matter how scary it is. If he meets our brown dolphin Lieutenant General, he will be finished. And our capture of this bloody tiger Chen Fan is definitely a great achievement. Yes, let's put it this way, we are quite lucky. We can encounter such a big fish just by going on a mission. The Marines first marveled at Chen Fan's identity, and then felt that they were very lucky. After all, they all know that the former Chen Fan can be said to be the most powerful pirate with a bounty of 800 million. After all, his strength is not as strong as the Marine headquarters Lieutenant General. It's just that as the only guy who broke the myth of advancement, he has such a high bounty. It's a pity that they don't know that in just this month, Chen Fan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. As for the pirates on the pirate ship, they also heard the conversations of those Marines. They don't know what's the point of breaking the myth that Impel Down will not be escaped. They only know what the 800 million bounty represents. They looked at Chen Fan, their eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Especially Adela just stayed where he was. He didn't expect that he would actually accept a big pirate with a bounty of 800 million as a crew member. Chapter 29 Thunder Dragon, Destroyed. Then you may have to hear this unpleasant title for a long time, and I will push you into the city quickly. The brown dolphin showed a lewd smile, pulled out his 2 guns, covered with armed and domineering bullets, and shot straight at Chen Fan. Yet, a sneer appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. His fists were extremely dark and sparkling with thunder. A terrifying force was born and he blasted his fists forward. Boom! It actually blasted the 2 bullets into pieces with ease. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin was a little surprised, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Without hesitation, he fired more than a dozen bullets in a row. The densely packed bullets shot straight towards Chen Fan with terrifying power. The next second, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with thunder. He grabbed his hands forward, and the extremely powerful bullets were easily restrained in mid-air by the blue thunder and thrown to the side. Boom! All of a sudden, waves exploded all over the water. Afterwards, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot and came into mid-air, with endless blue thunder surrounding him. Seeing this scene, Brown Dolphin confirmed his guess. Is this the legendary Thunder Fruit? Brown Dolphin also used Moonwalk and came into the air, looking directly at Chen Fan, his wretched face full of seriousness. He knew that when Chen Fan escaped from prison, his strength was almost at the peak of the Major General of the headquarters, but now that he has obtained the Thunder Fruit, he will definitely break through to the strength of the Lieutenant General of the headquarters. In this battle, he must go all out, otherwise, it is very likely that he will die. Many pirates on the pirate ship were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. Here, am I wrong? Is the captain of our combat team so awesome? His whole body is wrapped with thunder. Yes, is this the terrifying thing about the 800 million pirates? My dear, I actually accepted a guy like this as a crew member. These pirates who have never been to the New World have no idea what the Thunder Fruit represents, nor the horror of the Logia Fruit. They only know that Chen Fan is awesome. As for the captain, his face is full of shock. On top of the marine warship, the Marines were stunned when they heard the Thunder Fruit. After all, the reputation of the Thunder Fruit was too great. That was said to be Logia's most powerful fruit, but it had disappeared for hundreds of years. Originally, they were extremely confident, thinking that their parents would be able to defeat Chen Fan. They no longer have this kind of confidence. After all, they also know the horror of the Logia fruit. Mid-air. The title of Blood Tiger is too unpleasant. I think the title of Thunder God is good. Thunder. Finger gun. Chen Fan sneered at the corner of his mouth, his whole body turned into thunder, and disappeared instantly. His 5 fingers turned into claws, and his right hand, which contained terrifying thunder, grabbed the brown dolphin at an extremely fast speed. Okay, after I take you back, I can help you change your title. Sandstorm bombs. The brown dolphin still had a wretched look on his face, and the bullets from both guns were fired forward. 2 bullets made of quicksand gathered together in midair and turned into a huge ball of quicksand, covering Chen Fan. Boom! The thunder of destruction collided with the giant ball of quicksand in an instant, and the terrifying power of thunder easily penetrated the giant ball of quicksand. But at the same time, the brown dolphin also opened its distance, and the bullets covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering kept firing towards Chen Fan. Facing the bullets that were densely packed like a violent storm, Chen Fan transformed into thunder, flashing with blue thunder, and easily dodged all the attacks. Is this all you have, Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? Why don't you surrender? Are there still people who say you look really vulgar? Chen Fan looked at the brown dolphin with a mocking look on his face, his whole body covered with thunder. Shut up, you will die here. Brown Dolphin is a little angry. He is most annoyed by others talking about his appearance. Water bullets. The 2 guns were fired forward, and 2 sky blue bullets were fired out, gathering together in the air, turning into a river that seemed to swallow everything, and covered Chen Fan. Thunder punishment. His expression was still so calm. On Chen Fan's hands, a steady stream of blue thunder gathered. After reaching a peak, he swung forward. In an instant, a thunder grid covered the several meters of river. With the flash of thunder, the river in the sky turned directly into droplets of water, falling into the sea, causing waves of waves. Then, Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly like a ghost and rushed straight towards the brown dolphin. The speed was too fast, and the brown dolphin couldn't dodge at all, so it could only rush forward with its body covered with weapons and aura of domineering. For a moment, the two of them were fighting in close quarters, bloody fights, punches to the flesh, thunder of destruction, and extremely black fists. The speed of the two was so fast that everyone below could only see two afterimages attacking. Although Brown Dolphin's armed domineering power is slightly stronger than Chen Fan's, the terrifying destructive power of thunder coupled with Chen Fan's powerful physical skills. At the moment of the battle, the Brown Dolphin was completely at a disadvantage. Blood continued to spill on the ground, and scars began to appear on the Brown Dolphin's body. The terrifying thunder even kept leaving dark wounds on his body, constantly paralyzing his body. On the other hand, Chen Fan only had minor injuries on his body. If you compare him like this, you will be able to tell the difference. The Marines below couldn't help but start to worry when they saw that Chen Fan had easily eliminated the moves of their superiors, and that they were still at a disadvantage in close combat. What do you think we should do now? Lieutenant General Brown seems to be at a disadvantage. Should we go up and help? Yes, I always feel that if this continues, Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin will lose. Let's find a way to help. How can we help? They are all at the level of Lieutenant General, and none of us can help. If you force yourself to help, you may become a burden and hold back the Lieutenant General. The adjutant immediately called the Marine soldiers who wanted to help. He knew very well that apart from Vice Admiral Brown Dolphin, the only strongest person on this warship was his colonel. However, even I am not qualified to help at all, and others will only be a hindrance. Compared to the worried faces on the warship, Adla and the others on the pirate ship were full of excitement, thinking that Chen Fan had actually suppressed the Marine Vice Admiral. Then they don't have to be captured by Marine. Chapter 30 Kuzan appears. At this time, the battle in mid-air was still going on, and the thunder in the sky kept flashing. Brown Dolphin, who had been suppressed, knew very well that his physical skills were not as good as Chen Fan. Originally, what I was good at was not physical skills. If I didn't keep the distance, I would definitely lose. The Brown Dolphin thought that he must find a way to distance himself. However, Chen Fan would not give him time to think. The terrifying thunder fist contained terrifying power, carrying a sonic boom, and struck directly towards his face. The pupils were enlarged, and the Brown Dolphin quickly weaponized its arms. Bang! He blocked the punch forcefully. However, under this punch, Brown Dolphin felt his arms tremble a little, as if half of the bones inside were broken. Before he could recover, in the next second, Chen Fan's dark, thunderous right foot was like a giant pillar, whipping straight towards his head. Not daring to hesitate, the Brown Dolphin quickly took a step back to avoid this powerful and heavy leg, and then pulled the trigger with his right hand. A bullet containing white smoke was fired, and in an instant, the smoke filled the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Brown Dolphin did not dare to waste time and immediately retreated. When he had just stepped back a dozen meters, Chen Fan rushed out from the smoke, his whole body shining with thunder, and he was holding a spear turned from thunder in his right hand. At an extremely fast speed, he attacked directly towards the Brown Dolphin. With a solemn expression, Brown Dolphin quickly pulled the triggers of the two guns in his hands, continuously firing bullets covered in armed domineering. The densely packed bullets with powerful power made Chen Fan have no choice but to stop his attack. He waved his thunder spear forward in a circle, like a hot wheel, easily sweeping away the bullets the size of pebbles. Bang bang bang! Suddenly, bullets fell into the sea one after another, causing waves of waves. Seeing Chen Fan being stopped by him, Brown Dolphin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he had finally distanced himself. "What a monster, but I will still take you back," Brown Dolphin said with a vulgar expression, and then there was an extremely powerful force on the muzzles of the two guns. Water Dragon Bomb! In a moment, 2 water bullets were fired, and then they gathered together, and a powerful water dragon of several meters was born, carrying powerful power, and drowned towards Chen Fan. Weak people really like to tell jokes. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. Chen Fan's expression was still so calm, the thunder of destruction all over his body shone, and as he raised his hands upward, in an instant, dark clouds filled the sky. Then, out of the dark clouds, a giant thunder dragon descended from the sky, carrying extremely terrifying power. Boom! For a moment, the giant water dragon and the giant thunder dragon collided together, and the sound of explosion sounded instantly. The two terrifying forces seemed to destroy everything. Circles of ripples spread out, and the sea water below continued to rise into the sky, forming water columns. The soldiers on the marine warship and the pirates on the pirate ship all felt the strong wind. In mid-air, the giant thunder dragon and the giant water dragon were still fighting, and the blue thunder all over Chen Fan's body became violent. The thunder dragon actually grew in size again and completely destroyed the water dragon. Under the shocked expression of the brown dolphin, the thunder dragon rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, unable to avoid it at all. The next second, the thunder dragon completely submerged the brown dolphin, an explosion occurred in the sky, and thunder flashed around it. As the thunder dissipated, the brown dolphin's whole body was scorched black, and he fainted, falling heavily like a boulder. Seeing this scene, the marine on the warship had panic on his face. The adjutant immediately cast moonwalk and rushed forward to catch the brown dolphin. As for the pirates below, they looked excited and even felt like they were dreaming. They didn't expect that Chen Fan really defeated Vice Admiral Marine. They really didn't need to be caught. They might even be able to take Marine off this warship. Get rid of it. The Marine adjutants looked at Chen Fan, who was just a little physically exhausted at the moment, with a hint of fear in their expressions. They looked at Chen Fan above, who was shining with thunder. They knew clearly that Chen Fan at this moment was only injured and physically exhausted. They were no match for Chen Fan in this state. Of course, Chen Fan couldn't let them go. He had already offended Marine to death. How could he let him go now that he met Lieutenant General Marine? Thunder flashed all over his body, and he was about to rush off the warship to kill them. Suddenly, Chen Fan stopped in midair and looked to the right. A tall man wearing a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt appeared on a bicycle above the sea. The sea where he rode continued to form ice. Seeing the person appearing, the eyes of the Marines were full of hope, no longer the despair they had before. Chen Fan also looked a little solemn, thinking that he seemed to have bad luck. "Oh, I think I met a big fish." Kuzan, who happened to be rushing back after completing his mission, first looked at the seriously injured brown dolphin on the warship, and then looked at Chen Fan in mid-air. He, who had always had a calm expression, was surprisingly surprised. As the target of Kong Fleet Admiral's wrath, Kuzan also knew what Chen Fan's strength was like when he escaped from prison. But now only 1 month has passed, and the brown dolphin, who is Marine Lieutenant General, has been seriously injured. It seems like this guy has improved tremendously in just 1 month. My luck seems to be a bit bad, but I also want to give it a try. How strong is Lieutenant General Kuzan, who is called the Three Monsters by Marine? After saying that, Chen Fan looked at Kuzan below. He was naturally not arrogant enough to think that his strength could now compare with the Three Monsters of Marine. However, the person who came over was Kuzan, so there was no need to retreat so quickly. After all, he was not Polo Salino. Thunder's speed is not something that Hanbing can catch up with. Oh, you want to try it? Kyuzan also raised his head and looked up, and cold ice erupted all over his body, but he was not in a hurry to take action. Just give it a try. After all, it would be a pity not to give it a try. A sneer appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and destructive thunder erupted from his body. 80 million volts. Thunder. As he raised his hands, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In an instant, a roaring sound sounded. And a thunder dragon several meters long fell from the sky and rushed straight towards Kyuzan. Seeing this terrifying scene, Kyuzan's expression changed again, thinking to himself, no wonder the thunder fruit is called the most powerful attacking fruit in Logia. However, he actually met Chen Fan here, and he must give it a try. Can he be captured back? Chapter 31 West Blue, Navigator. Pug. Kyuzan's arm was covered with ice, and then 5 icicles were released from his palm to form a huge ice ball, which shot straight up. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying thunder dragon collided with the huge extreme ice ball. The two powerful forces formed a violent explosion. Circles of air waves spread out, and water columns exploded on the sea surface. Then, the two powerful forces of nature dissipated in the air together, and the wisps of ice scattered on the sea surface, forming patches of ice. Hey, hey! Chen Fan was panting heavily in midair and used Thunder Dragon twice in a row, which greatly reduced his physical strength. Watching Kyuzan block his strongest blow, and the third stage of his armed domineering materialization, Chen Fan clearly knew that he should not be Kyuzan's opponent now. If he persisted in fighting, he would be courting death. Looking forward to our next meeting. Chen Fan smiled, his thunder flashed, and he was ready to leave. Kyuzan below saw this scene. How could he let Chen Fan leave so easily? Cold ice covered his whole body, and he instantly wanted to elementalize to catch up. However, Chen Fan had already guessed that Kyuzan would not let him go so easily. Immediately, the thunder of destruction gathered on his right hand, forming a thunder spear. I'll give you a gift before I leave. Chen Fan looked at the rushing Kyuzan with a smile on his face, and then he swung his right hand downwards, and a thunder spear stabbed at the seriously injured and unconscious brown dolphin underneath at an extremely fast speed. The adjutant on the side looked nervous when he saw this scene. He felt the powerful force and he didn't know if he could stop it. But he did not hesitate, and held out his long knife in front of the brown dolphin to block the thunder spear. Kyuzan, who was watching this scene, did not hesitate, immediately changed direction, and blocked the brown dolphin at the fastest speed, the moment the thunder spear attacked. He raised his hands forward to form an ice shield several meters long, clang. The thunder spear continuously bombarded the ice shield, trying to penetrate it, but it did not last long before the thunder spear lacked stamina and dissipated between the sky and the earth. Kyuzan, who had taken down his ice shield, looked up into the sky. Where could he find Chen Fan? At this time, apart from the Marines, only the trembling pirates were left on the sea surface. They looked at the angry Marines, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. With despair on their faces, Adla and others thought they had gained hope, but they didn't expect to face despair again. Catch them all, and let Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin go down for treatment. Although Kyuzan has always had a good personality, he was a little angry when he saw Chen Fan escaping from under his nose, and immediately ordered the Marine soldiers to arrest the pirates. Seeing the terrifying strength Kyuzan displayed just now, the pirates didn't even dare to resist, so they obediently surrendered and were caught. Watching the pirates being imprisoned one by one, as well as Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin, being pulled down to be treated by military doctors, Kyuzan stopped paying attention, walked aside, picked up the phone, and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral, Office. Gilu, Gilu. Cyborg Kong, who was working on documents, saw the phone ringing and picked it up. I heard the voice from the other side. What's wrong with Kyuzan? Report Fleet Admiral, I have something to report. I met that bloody tiger, Chen Fan. Before I came, he seriously injured Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin, fought with me, and then left. By the way, he seemed to have swallowed the Logia Thunder Fruit, which made it impossible for me to catch up with him. Kuzan finished reporting the situation in a lazy tone. After listening to the report, Cyborg Kong's expression changed instantly, and he even said with a little excitement in his tone, "You mean, the guy who escaped from Impel Down City not only defeated the brown dolphin, but also ate the thunder fruit?" "Yes." Kuzan replied in the affirmative. After hearing Kuzan's affirmative answer, Cyborg Soraya, the Marine Fleet Admiral, hammered the table with excitement. This era was originally very turbulent. Roger became one piece. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and the Red Earl and other emperors were all difficult to deal with. As a result, this little guy came out again. Not only did he escape from Impel Down and make Marine lose face, he also got the Logia Thunder Fruit. If he is allowed to develop like this, he will become another terrible enemy. After Cyborg Kong hung up the phone, his expression was full of trouble. He was thinking of making the highest level buster call to Chen Fan, but a buster call of this level would require sending a general to specifically hunt down Chen Fan. The general will not perform other tasks until Chen Fan is killed. And now that the new world is still in turmoil, Marine has no spare general-level combat power to send out. After thinking for a long time, Cyborg Kong decided to increase Chen Fan's bounty to 1 billion and use the second-level buster call. Under this level of buster call, as long as traces of Chen Fan are found, unless the nearby Marine Lieutenant General is fighting, or it is related to the Tianlong people. If you are just performing a mission and the battle has not started yet, give up the current mission and pursue Chen Fan with all your strength. One can imagine how much Cyborg Kong wanted to strangle Chen Fan in the cradle. However, Cyborg Sora will later regret why he did not use the highest specification buster call. 3 days later, the scorching sun was shining in the sky, and the sun was shining on the earth, on an island in West Blue. Chen Fan saw that his reward order had become 1 billion, and his title had also been changed to Thor. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, Marine Headquarters was quite sensible and really changed his title. Originally, the Marine Headquarters did not want to change it, but in order to make it clearer to the Marines that Chen Fan was the owner of the Thunder Fruit, they finally decided to change the title to Thor. Walking on this medium-sized island called West Mobile Island, Chen Fan crossed the street and headed directly towards the Marine branch. The purpose of his first stop here was for one person, Lafitte, who was working as a prosecutor here. After all, if you want to sail in the sea, a navigator is indispensable. Otherwise, you will be like a headless fly on this endless sea. Of course, as the first crew member Chen Fan wants to recruit, he must have strong skills or strength. Nami is not born yet. According to Chen Fan's understanding, at this stage, the only person he knows well is Lafitte, the future navigator of the Blackbeard Pirates. Chapter 32 Support, Porisalino. After a while, Chen Fan crossed the street and came to the Marine branch, looking at the magnificent Marine branch covering an area of tens of thousands of meters. Without hesitation, Chen Fan was about to walk in, but 2 Marine soldiers stopped him. "Who are you?" "This is the Marine branch. No one else is allowed to enter, please leave immediately." Not too lazy to talk nonsense, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and he pointed toward the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered. Under the surprised expressions of the 2 Marine soldiers, 2 thunderbolts with thick arms fell from the sky and directly hit the 2 Marine soldiers. Boom! In an instant, 2 small craters were blasted out of the ground, and the 2 Marine soldiers were directly reduced to ashes. After doing all this, Chen Fan walked into the door of the Marine branch with a calm expression. The loud noise just now also attracted the attention of the soldiers in Marine Division 36. However, Chen Fan didn't care at all. As soon as he entered, he was surrounded by hundreds of Marine soldiers, holding long guns and shooting bullets at Chen Fan. However, not only were these bullets not covered with armed domineering force, nor were they seafloor stone bullets, how could they possibly hurt Chen Fan? I saw Chen Fan's whole body shining with thunder, and his elemental body caused those bullets to pass directly through his body. Bang! Bang! All fell to the ground. When the Marine soldiers saw this scene, they were stunned for a moment. They even thought that this guy was a monster. He could ignore bullet attacks and control thunder. Thunder God Chen Fan, why are you here? Lieutenant General Aguila looked at Chen Fan with a solemn expression. The others could not recognize Chen Fan. As a lieutenant general of the Marine branch, he had naturally seen Chen Fan's reward order, coupled with the destructive thunder, he could recognize him at a glance. However, he didn't feel any excitement about being able to make a contribution. Aguila had just learned that even the Lieutenant General Brown Dolphin of his headquarters had been defeated by Chen Fan. If Lieutenant General Kuzan hadn't arrived in time, he would have died at the hands of this guy. My strength is equivalent to that of a major general in my headquarters. Isn't it certain that I will lose against this guy? Seeing the strong man with short hair in front of him talking to him, Chen Fan didn't pay attention to him at all, but looked at the man wearing a black hat and holding a walking stick beside him. Lafitte, right? I'm here to invite you. Come with me if you want to board my pirate ship. Chen Fan went straight to the point of gate of opening and stated his purpose. Interesting, why should I follow you? A smile appeared on Lafitte's face. He did not expect that Thunder God Chen Fan would invite him to become his crew member. Because I like you, I can take you to dominate the world. Chen Fan looked at Lafitte with a confident face and said. It's really interesting. As expected of Chen Fan, who is known as the God of Thunder, he wants me to betray Marine and follow you in just 2 sentences. Lafitte did not refuse directly, but found it interesting. At the same time, Aguila had already ordered his men to secretly go to his office and call the phone number to ask for help from Marine headquarters. Gilu. Marine Fleet Admiral Office. Cyborg Sora, who had just finished his work, heard the phone ringing and immediately answered it. Cyborg. Sora Fleet Admiral, I am the Major of the West Blue Marine Branch 36. Thunder God Chen Fan appeared in our branch, asking for support. After hearing these words, Cyborg Kong looked a little angry, thinking that he had just sent people out to catch Chen Fan, and this guy actually appeared directly in his Marine branch. Tell the Lieutenant General on duty there to try to find a way to delay Chen Fan, and I will immediately send personnel to the nearest place for support. Copy that, Lord Fleet Admiral. After the Colonel received this order, he immediately ran outside to report to Aguila. At the same time, Cyborg Sora hung up the phone and immediately started looking for Lieutenant General Marine, who was on a mission in West Blue at this time. Even Cyborg Kong looked a little anxious at the moment, because he knew clearly. If a fight really breaks out, the branch's Lieutenant General will never be able to last 10 minutes under Chen Fan. If you want to defeat Chen Fan, you will need at least the combat power of an elite Lieutenant General. However, it is really difficult to find such a level of combat power in West Blue. Cyborg Kong looked for a long time and found no suitable candidate. He was currently on a mission in West Blue. Cyborg Kong thought for a while, and he could only send the fastest Porisalino to West Blue. He immediately called and instructed Porisalino to abandon the mission for the time being and head towards West Blue, Branch 36 as quickly as possible. Even if Chen Fan cannot be captured alive, he cannot be allowed to destroy the Marine branch. The other side of the phone bug. Thunder God Chen Fan, it's really terrifying. After receiving the order, Porisalino said with a lewd expression, and then turned into a flash of light and disappeared from the place, piercing the sky. Marine Division. Aguila, who received the order at this moment, looked a little ugly. Cyborg. Sora. Didn't Fleet Admiral's order cost his life? If you want to hold Chen Fan back, you have to be able to hold him back. At this moment, Lafitte and the two were still chatting, and Chen Fan seemed not to pay attention to Marine in this branch at all. "I'm the prosecutor of the Marine branch, why should I go with you?" Lafitte looked at Chen Fan. Although he was very interested in what Chen Fan said, it was also in line with his ambitions. However, if he wanted to leave with just a few words, it would be enough for an emperor to come over, but the current Chen Fan would not be able to do it. "That's very simple. I'll just destroy this Marine branch. I hate it when others reject me over and over again. If you reject me again, I'll kill you." Chen Fan was about to lose his patience, and he was even thinking of taking action directly. Hearing this sentence, Lafitte didn't care about the second half of Chen Fan's statement that he would kill him if he didn't agree. His face showed a very interested look. "Interesting, okay, as long as you destroy this Marine branch, then I will go with you." "Lafitte, what are you talking about? You are Marine's prosecutor, how can you say such a thing?" Aguila questioned Lafitte directly. The Marine soldiers also looked at Lafitte with some confusion. Everyone has their own dream. I think being Marine's prosecutor is quite boring. Lafitte didn't care and just smiled. Opposite Chen Fan, when he heard Lafitte agree, he also smiled. After all, he had no intention of letting go of these people in the Marine branch. He was a pirate and Marine was an enemy. The thunder of destruction broke out on him, and wisps of blue thunder surrounded him. He looked at Aguila with cold eyes. "The chat is over, it's time for me to take action." The next second, Chen Fan's fist was covered with terrifying thunder, and his body disappeared instantly like a ghost. The thunder fist blasted towards Aguila at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 33 – Destroy the Marine Division. Although he knew he was no match, Aguila couldn't stay where he was and wait for death. Armed. Gun. In an instant, Aguila's right hand was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and his body rushed forward. Bang! The fists and claws intersected, and in an instant, the powerful force and the destructive thunder caused Aguila to step back more than 10 meters before barely stopping. Without any intention of holding back, Chen Fan stepped forward again. When the Marine soldiers saw it, they immediately pulled their pistols and fired hundreds of bullets at Chen Fan. "What some annoying bugs!" Seeing this situation, Chen Fan stopped. The terrifying thunder clung to his hands. The power of the thunder actually wrapped around the hundreds of bullets, and then he used both hands hard. The hundreds of bullets returned the same way they came, shooting straight at the Marine soldiers at extremely fast speeds. Their expressions were full of panic, and some Marine soldiers had no time to dodge. Under these more than 100 bullets, blood flowed out, and dozens of Marine soldiers turned into corpses and fell to the ground. No one is allowed to take action. He is not something you can deal with. Seeing this scene, Aguila's face was filled with anger, his fists clenched, veins bulging, and he rushed towards Chen Fan. "It's interesting. Are you angry?" Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips, and lightning flashed all over his body as he rushed straight up. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two figures kept colliding with each other, punching each other in a bloody fight, and drops of blood spilled on the ground. The moment they fought, Aguila was at an absolute disadvantage. No matter how angry he was, he could not close the huge gap. He only has one thought in his mind right now, to hold Chen Fan back as long as possible. He believes that assistance from Marine headquarters will come soon. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was too lazy to waste so much time with him. The darkness above his fist was covered with thunder and he blasted towards Aguila's head at an extremely fast speed. With a frightened expression, the speed was too fast and he couldn't avoid it. Aguila quickly blocked his arms with armed domineering force in front of him. The powerful force struck, Lafitte's body continued to retreat, and he even felt as if his arms were about to be broken. At the same time, Chen Fan would not give him any time to breathe and rushed towards him again. Seeing this situation, Aguila could only grit his teeth and deal with it forcefully. The collision between fists made his hands, feet, brain, and any part of his body become weapons for the two people to attack. At this time, the two were fighting like wild beasts, but it was a one-sided crushing. If Agila was a wolf, Chen Fan was a tiger. The gap was too huge. As time went by, Agila suffered more and more injuries, and his full strength was exhausted for a long time, and his physical strength was exhausted to the extreme. If this continues, he will be beaten to death by Chen Fan before long. Your courage is commendable, but it's a pity that this world is dominated by the jungle. Chen Fan kicked out with a thunderous kick and said, "Haha, Lao Zi is a marine. You are a pirate, so don't be arrogant." Agila also kicked out with a weapon-colored domineering force. During the collision, Agila blocked Chen Fan's leg. But there was no joy in his expression. Because he discovered that Chen Fan's thunder had a paralyzing effect. Every time he fought in close quarters, Chen Fan's attack would hit him. There will be residual thunder in his body. These tiny wisps of thunder make Agila feel like he is being paralyzed. Originally, he was weaker than Chen Fan in physical skills and attack power, but now he felt that his body was paralyzed, and his reflexes and speed were reduced. This seems to be a doomed situation, with no possibility of a comeback at all. The marine soldiers behind also looked anxious. They saw Agila, who now had more than a dozen wounds all over his body, and looked at Chen Fan with angry eyes, but there was nothing they could do. With the strength of the rest of them, rushing forward would not be able to help at all, and would even become a burden. Lafitte, the only one who had the strength to help, was watching the battle from the sidelines without any intention of taking action. This battle should be over. You are a good opponent. You have persisted under my hands for so long. Chen Fan knocked back Agila again with one punch, and then floated in mid-air. 80 million volts. Brontosaurus. With thunder shining all over Chen Fan's body, he raised his hands upward, and suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. A terrifying thunder dragon of more than 10 meters was born, carrying the power to destroy everything, and flooded towards Agila below. Stop looking down on others, Lao Zi is a marine. Agila's eyes were full of determination and he was not afraid of death at all. Armed. Extreme punch. In an instant, the veins in Agila's right arm popped out, and the blood in his whole body boiled. Powerful power was concentrated on his right fist, which was covered with armed domineering energy. Facing the charging thunder dragon, he swung his right fist forward and charged forward. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon and the dark fist collided in an instant, with terrible power. Agila felt the terrible power and almost couldn't hold on. But as Marine's dignity, in order to protect the Marine branch, he didn't want to fail so easily. But no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't defeat him due to the huge disparity in strength. It seems that I can only go so far. Agila's eyes were full of despair, just when he was about to give up and be overwhelmed by the Brontosaurus. Come on, Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, we believe you can do it. Come on, Lieutenant General, we must get through this. The cheers and cheers of his soldiers could be heard below. Turning around and looking around, hearing these voices, Agila felt that he shouldn't give up so easily. For a moment, he didn't know where he got the strength, and he directly surpassed the limit. Ah! With a roar, the blood energy in Agila's body expanded again, and his strength climbed to the extreme. The black fist looked like it was about to blow away the thunder dragon. Is this the power of friendship and responsibility? It's really ridiculous, so let me break it myself. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he sneered, and the destructive thunder all over his body shone again. The giant thunder dragon that was about to disappear kept flickering and became even more terrifying. Under this absolute power, Agila felt a deep sense of despair. He could no longer hold on. He had already reached his limit and his body was about to collapse. In an instant, Agila was completely submerged by the thunder dragon, turning into ashes and dissipating between heaven and earth. Boom! The thunder dragon also hit the marine branch, creating a deep pit of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, dust and gravel flew everywhere. Chapter 34 Porisalino who didn't arrive. The Marine soldiers below saw their lieutenant general being beaten to ashes by Chen Fan. Their faces were filled with anger, and their eyes were blood red as they stared at Chen Fan. Kill! Let's go together to avenge the lieutenant general. Kill this pirate together. Brothers, let's rush together. Those Marine soldiers burst out with strong morale, and hundreds of them rushed towards Chen Fan. That kind of determination, that kind of fearless spirit, was moving. Chen Fan looked at all this with cold eyes. If you are looking for death, I will help you. Endless thunder punishment. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction, as he raised his hands upward. Suddenly, the sky was covered with dark clouds, streaks as big as arms, and blue thunder fell from the sky, directly drowning the Marine soldiers charging straight at him. The look was full of fear, the threat of death broke their blood. Along with the thunder, ah! Ah! Screams came one after another, and the Marine soldiers who were rushing towards them were constantly bombarded into pieces. With their strength, no one can stop this terrifying thunder, and the blood keeps flowing. The Marine soldiers hiding behind could not escape the fate of being destroyed by thunder. The entire Marine branch has completely turned into a hell on earth, and Chen Fan is floating in the air, surrounded by thunder, like a thunder god in charge of life and death. Looking at all this lightly, he never had any kindness towards his enemies. The whole thunder penalty lasted for 2 or 3 minutes and ended because the entire Marine division. At this moment, no Marine soldier was left alive, including those in the rear. Lafitte, who was already crazy, looked up at Chen Fan who looked like a devil, and couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. Let's go! Chen Fan had no intention of staying any longer, but instead looked at Lafitte, who was standing proudly in mid-air, playing with the thunder ball in his hand with a playful look on his face. However, his tone did not tolerate rejection at all. Lafitte knew very well that if he refused, he would definitely face death. However, Lafitte didn't want to refuse, and a smile appeared on his lips. As you command, my captain. Taking off his hat and bowing, Lafitte behaved like a gentleman at this time. Then, Chen Fan fell from the sky, and wisps of terrifying thunder fell on the earth. After another second, the thunder around him dissipated, and he walked lightly towards the outside of the Marine branch. However, Lafitte followed obediently. With the speed of the two of them, they quickly arrived at the coast. At this moment, there was a pirate ship several meters away on the shore. It didn't look particularly luxurious, nor was it particularly big. This pirate ship was just what Chen Fan had snatched. The original flag on it was also torn off by him and replaced with a thunder flag. Captain, how many people are there in our pirate group now? Lafitte quickly adapted to his new identity and asked immediately. 2 people, just you and me. Chen Fan looks calm. Hearing that it was just the 2 of them, Lafitte felt a little speechless for a moment, wondering if he had boarded a pirate ship, but it seemed that he had no other choice. Later, Lafitte took the lead to walk to the boat and consciously assumed the role of helmsman. Fortunately, the boat was not a large ship, otherwise he would not be able to sail it alone. Captain, I don't know, where should we go first? Lafitte turned around and asked Chen Fan, who was already doing push-ups on the deck. He thought to himself, is his captain a training fanatic? He just finished the fight and started exercising before taking a rest. Hearing this question, Chen Fan stopped exercising and stood up. He was thinking about whether to go directly to New World. After all, now that the navigator has been found, there is no need for him to rush around on the boat. Moreover, there are more powerful people in New World, so it is easier for you to find powerful crew members. Chen Fan's pirate group wants to take the elite route and recruit crew members who are either extremely strong or extremely talented. Just as Chen Fan was thinking about where to go as his first stop, a newspaper bird floated above him. The next second, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. When he came back, he already had a newspaper in his hand. Chen Fan originally planned to see how much his bounty had been increased after the last incident. However, as soon as he opened the newspaper, he was attracted by the headline above. Read the largest section of the newspaper. One Piece Roger was captured by Marine and executed in Roger Town, East Daxia Sea 1 month later. Chen Fan calculated the time and found that indeed this year happened to be the year that One Piece Roger surrendered. Seeing this, Chen Fan decided where to go as his first stop. One Piece Roger's execution was such a big scene, so naturally he couldn't miss it. The first stop is the East Daxia Sea. Chen Fan looked at the sea in the distance and said, "Okay, Captain." Lafitte also noticed the content on the news, and his expression instantly became surprised. He did not expect that One Piece Roger would be captured by Marine. You must know that only a small number of people, like Chen Fan, know that One Piece Roger surrendered. As the sea breeze blew, the sun shone, and the waves kept undulating, the Thor headed towards the East Daxia Sea. On the other side, at the Marine branch, just a few minutes after Chen Fan and the others left, Pora Salino finally arrived at the branch, even though he was the owner of the shining fruit. But the distance was too far, and since Agila and the others couldn't even hold on for 15 minutes, even Pora Salino couldn't catch up. When he came over, he saw the miserable situation of the Marine branch, and Pora Salino, who had always had a lewd expression on his face. At this time, his expression became extremely serious. He looked at the charred corpses underneath and the blood on the ground. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Pora Salino knew that Chen Fan had killed everyone in the Marine branch. It's really terrible. This thunder god Chen Fan is really too cruel. Pora Salino's fists couldn't help but clenched, and he was a little angry. Coming down from mid-air, he saw that some of the blood had not even dried yet. It was obvious that Chen Fan and the others had just left not long ago. Without hesitation, Pora Salino's whole body shone with light and disappeared instantly, piercing the sky and heading towards the shore. But when he arrived at the shore, there was no sign of Chen Fan's pirate ship, only the endless sea. Pora Salino knew very well that he was still too late. It would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to find someone on this vast sea by himself. Afterwards, Pora Salino took out a small phone from his pocket and dialed the number of Fleet Admiral's office, preparing to report to him the situation of the branch. At this time, Fleet Admiral offices. Chapter 35 Swexia Fruit Ability User. At this time, Cyborg Kong was also anxious and frowned because he called the branch but no one answered. You need to know that your phone number is at the first level, but no one at the branch can answer it. This is not good news. Gilu, Gilu. At this time, the phone rang, and Cyborg Sora quickly picked it up. Report to Fleet Admiral that the mission failed. When I arrived, Chen Fan and the others had already escaped. Before Pora Salino could finish speaking, Cyborg Sora asked first. How is the situation in the branch? Well, the entire 36th Division was wiped out by Chen Fan. No Marine soldier, including Lieutenant General Agila, survived. When Pora Salino reported this situation, he also had a serious expression on his face. Hearing these words, Cyborg Kong's eyes were red and full of anger. You know, since he became Fleet Admiral, few things could make him so angry. Damn Chen Fan! Cyborg Kong roared angrily. The entire Marine headquarters can be heard. The Marine officers outside are all thinking what is going on with Fleet Admiral. After hanging up the phone, Cyborg Kong immediately called the guards in. Now, increase Chen Fan's bounty to 11 billion. Also, the Lieutenant General who is free near West Blue will do his best to search for Chen Fan. Remember, as soon as you find Chen Fan, request support immediately. No, if you are 2 generals or above, don't take action against Chen Fan. At this time, Cyborg Kong was extremely angry, and if it weren't for the generals, they would have basically sent out to escort One Piece Roger to Rogue Town in the East Daxia Sea. He even wanted to send generals directly to hunt down Chen Fan. It can be imagined how angry Cyborg Sora was, and he knew very well that if Chen Fan was allowed to grow up, it would definitely cause unimaginable consequences. 10 days later, time passed by like white sand. Waking up in the morning, the sun shines on the sea. Chen Fan and Chen Fan were currently on a small island in South Blue. Since they have traveled so far, they naturally have to go to the island to replenish supplies. During these 10 days, Lafitte also clearly understood why their captain Chen Fan was so young and had such strong strength. Cultivation lasts up to 14 hours a day. Most people simply cannot do this. Even if they can, their bodies may not be able to bear it. Let's go, Chen Fan said to Lafitte behind him. Then the two of them, one behind the other, walked together on the streets of the island. Afterwards, Lafitte took out a few pieces of gold and bought a lot of supplies, and then the two of them prepared to leave directly and return to the ship. After all, Chen Fan believed that there was no value in wasting time on this island. However, just as he was passing by the tavern, he saw a familiar young figure walking in, but he couldn't recognize it clearly. Wait a moment. Chen Fan called out to Lafitte with an indifferent expression. Lafitte did not ask. He knew very well that his captain must have a reason for stopping. Afterwards, Chen Fan walked into the tavern, and Lafitte also followed. As soon as we entered, there were many people sitting inside. Most of them looked fierce and had some special tattoo marks on their bodies. Obviously, this is not a normal bar. Chen Fan didn't care about this. After walking into the tavern, he sat on the table and said, "Get 2 glasses of rum." No one in the tavern cared about Chen Fan's arrival. Chen Fan also looked at the little girl with green hair sitting in the corner, sitting alone at a table. "Captain, did you enter this tavern just because of this little girl?" Lafitte asked Chen Fan. At this time, Chen Fan was sure that he had recognized the right person. This was Monet, the future person with the ability of Swexia fruit, but now he looked only about 12 years old. After confirming it, Chen Fan thought he could try it to see if Monet had eaten the snow fruit. If it had been eaten, he would be interested in taking it into his crew. You know, this is also a Logia fruit, mainly because Monet's later development was too useless and his physical skills were too poor. Otherwise, her future strength should not be inferior to that of a lieutenant general. At this time, Lafitte on the side had no idea what Chen Fan was thinking, and he was a little surprised by Chen Fan's affirmative answer. Lafitte didn't expect that his captain would enter a tavern for a little Lolita. He is not a lolicon, right? Although he has only been in contact with him for more than 10 days, from the first day to now, especially the first day, Lafitte has an inherent impression of Chen Fan. He is indifferent, takes improving his strength as his own responsibility, thinks absolutely calmly when encountering problems, and will never show mercy to his enemies. Lafitte couldn't understand that such a person actually liked Lolita. Obviously, Chen Fan didn't know that Lafitte had misunderstood him, and walked straight towards Monet's table. At this moment, Lafitte saw Chen Fan walking over and thought that what he was thinking was true, but he would not stop Chen Fan's decision. Arriving at Monet's table, Chen Fan sat down directly. "Brother, who are you? Do we know each other?" At this time, Monet had obviously drunk some wine, and his face was slightly red. "I don't know," Chen Fan replied in an indifferent tone. "Can you please go away? I'm in a bad mood." Monet was obviously not very happy at this time. "No, I want to make sure of one thing." Chen Fan refused directly. Seeing this guy sitting across from him inexplicably and refusing to leave even after being told to leave, Monet, who was already in a bad mood, instantly became a little angry. "If you don't leave, I'll beat you out." Monet looked at Chen Fan. The quarrel between the two also attracted the attention of other people in the tavern, and they looked forward at Chen Fan. When they saw Chen Fan sitting directly opposite Monet. "Did you see that? That guy seems to be new here. He's going to be in trouble. Oh, there are still people in this tavern who dare to provoke this little witch. They are really asking for trouble. That's right, the last person who went to trouble this little witch was turned into ice and died." The bandits and others in the tavern shook their heads, feeling sorry for Chen Fan when they saw him, feeling that he would be beaten out by the little witch in the next second. Only Lafitte's pale face was a little curious. He was wondering what on earth his captain was doing. Chen Fan was not angry when he heard the threat, but smiled. "You can try it." Seeing this scene, Monet couldn't bear it anymore. His fists were covered with ice and snow and he attacked Chen Fan. Chapter 36 East Daxia Sea. Facing this attack, Chen Fan's expression remained as calm as ever. The black substance covered his right hand and stretched it forward. Everyone else in the tavern except Lafitte. At this time, they all had smiles on their lips, expecting Chen Fan to make a fool of themselves, because they had seen with their own eyes before that no matter whether it was a gunshot or a fist attack, they could not harm Monet, and they could not even touch her. The next second, the moment Monet's cold fist touched Chen Fan's right hand, Chen Fan directly grabbed Monet's right hand. Seeing that his fist was grabbed, Monet's face was full of surprise. As a child in his early 10 years, how did he know what armed domineering was? When the others saw this scene, they were also stunned. This was the first time they saw Monet's fist being caught. Only Lafitte kept a calm expression. Seeing the ice covering Monet's body, he had already guessed what his captain was going to do. "Follow me and be my crew." Chen Fan was sure that Monet had eaten the snow fruit and immediately recruited him. Why? Although Monet was a little surprised, why could the person in front of him catch him? However, she didn't want to give in like this, so her left fist was also covered with ice and she blasted towards Chen Fan. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he stretched out his left hand, which was as dark as before, and once again easily grabbed Monet's fist. "Death or follow me." Chen Fan's expression became indifferent, and his eyes were as cold as ice. "Hold Monet's fist with both hands and start to exert force." "Ah!" With a scream, Monet felt severe pain. No matter how stupid she was at this moment, she knew that the person in front of her was not something she could deal with. Looking at the look in the man's eyes again, the killing intent revealed is definitely not fake. Monet was certain that if she refused, she would really be greeted by death. As a little girl, she must be afraid of death. "Brother, can you let go first? I promise you." Monet, who felt his hands were about to be crushed, quickly begged for mercy. "Well, that's right." Chen Fan then smiled and slowly let go of his hands. "Come with me." After that, Chen Fan stood up and said to Monet, but his eyes were full of threats. It seemed to be a warning to Monet not to think about escaping. Resigned to his fate, Monet did not dare to think about escaping at this moment, and obediently followed Chen Fan and Lafitte out of the tavern. Looking at Chen Fan, the bandits with surprised expressions were seen on the side, as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain, not even daring to take a breath. Until Chen Fan and the other three walked out of the tavern. "Hey, hey!" Everyone in the tavern gasped for air. It was so scary. That guy's eyes were so cold. After looking at him, I felt like my legs were weak. Yeah, the pressure is too strong. I feel like I'm being watched by Shinigami, and I don't dare to move. Those bandits all have a feeling of surviving a disaster. At the same time, 3 people walked all the way to the coast. Monet asked Chen Fan, who was standing aside, "Brother, where are we going? And what do you do?" "Pirate." After Chen Fan said 2 simple words, he brought Monet aboard the ship. At this moment, Monet also knew that if he got on the boat with the man in front of him, he would most likely become a pirate and would leave this island. However, Monet didn't have much nostalgia for this island. After all, his family had long since passed away and were no longer on the island. There was only a missing sister, which made her somewhat nostalgic. If I hadn't been lucky enough to eat a devil fruit, it's hard to say whether I would have survived until now in this world. Starting from today, you will do some simple physical training in the morning and fruitful ability training in the afternoon. Remember, there is no need for waste on my pirate ship. Chen Fan looked at Monet with a serious face. No. After what happened just now, Monet didn't dare to refute Chen Fan. As the sea breeze blew, seagulls flew past from above, and the Thor continued to move towards the East Daxia Sea. 10 days later. The scorching sun was in the sky, and the scorching sunlight shone on the sea. At this time, Chen Fan had just finished his physical training and was eating to replenish energy. The weak heat flow continued to spread through his internal organs, constantly repairing the strain on Chen Fan's body, and slowly improving his physical fitness. It can be said that with such high-intensity training, if it weren't for Chen Fan's special abilities, even an Iron Man's body would collapse. Over the past 10 days, Monet's thoughts have been exactly the same as those of Lafitte. As a captain, she is really a training madman, practicing for more than 14 hours a day. You must know that she was forced by Chen Fan to train for 8 hours every day. She felt extremely tired and her body was about to fall apart. It's hard to imagine how it can be done in more than 14 hours. At this time, besides admiring Chen Fan, Monet didn't want to escape as much as he did when he first got on the boat. Because she found that under Chen Fan's devilish training, her strength was indeed improving, and she also learned a lot of knowledge. She also understood that the fruit she ate was a logia fruit. The reason why others could not hit her was because her elementalization made her immune to most physical attacks. And Chen Fan found his own method, which was to use armed domineering. At this moment, it was thousands of meters away from the Thor. There is a huge marine warship moving, and it is not an accident that they appear here. After Chen Fan slaughtered the entire marine branch, he had raised the task of capturing Chen Fan to the first level, which was the highest except for the special level. In addition, Chen Fan did it because of his huge potential, not because he had the strength above that of a lieutenant general. This led many generals and lieutenants to unite to find traces of Chen Fan and want to capture Chen Fan. Major General, look, the person on that pirate ship seems to be the god of thunder, Chen Fan. A colonel held a telescope and said to the Major General wearing a helmet engraved with a two-headed dragon and a marine cape. Hearing the name of the thunder god Chen Fan, Ghost Spider quickly took the telescope and looked in the direction of the thunder god and saw that the man was indeed Chen Fan. The two people beside them immediately became excited and said, Hua Shaishan, Mole, look, it seems that the three of us are very lucky, and we actually met the god of thunder, Chen Fan. Huo Shaoshan, who was tall with a beard, also quickly got a telescope from his subordinates and looked in the direction ahead. On the other side, Doberman, who had a curved beard on his face and flowing brown hair on his head, did the same. He picked up a telescope and looked over. Let's do it, catch him, we will definitely get a lot of military glory. Ghost Spider said to the two of them again. Chapter 37 Fight. Huo Shaoshan on the side looked full of fighting spirit. He couldn't wait to go over and catch Chen Fan. Only Doberman looked calmer. He said to the two of them, do you want to ask for support first? Call nearby generals above the rank of Major General. This will give you greater certainty. What are you talking about? Doberman, that Chen Fan is also a lieutenant general in our headquarters. Although the three of us are only in the rank of Major General, our strength has reached the level of Lieutenant General in our headquarters. 3 against 1, why should we be afraid of him? Huo Shaoshan immediately laughed and looked at Doberman. That is to say, if other people come over, won't there be one more person to share the military merit? At this time, Ghost Spider also stood up and said. After hearing both of them say this, Doberman said nothing more. Go towards the pirate ship as quickly as possible. Then, Ghost Spider ordered to go down. The marine soldiers under his command immediately began to drive the marine warship towards the pirate ship at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Lafitte, who was controlling the rudder of the ship, also discovered a marine warship rushing towards them at an extremely fast speed. "Captain, there is a marine warship coming towards us," Lafitte said to Chen Fan behind him. Putting down the food in his hand, Chen Fan looked forward and saw 3 generals standing on the deck. Although their current appearance is somewhat different from that of their future, the difference is not too big and Chen Fan can recognize them immediately. "Interesting, Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Huo Xiaoshan? They look so anxious. It seems they are here to catch me." Chen Fan looked forward with a calm expression. "Are we leaving?" Lafitte then asked Chen Fan. "No, just stretch your muscles." Chen Fan's eyes showed fighting intent. His strength had been stuck on the line between Elite Lieutenant General and Lieutenant General for a long time. He knew that he needed to break through any of the 2-color haki to the 3rd level, or further develop the Thunder Fruit, in order to reach the level of an Elite Lieutenant General. If you only rely on yourself to train, it will be too slow. You must put pressure on yourself from the outside world in order to go further. As for the 3 Dobermans, they should have had the strength of Elite Lieutenant Generals at their peak, but even the 3 Porosalinos now only have the strength of Elite Lieutenant Generals. The 3 of them are currently at the level of Lieutenant General in the headquarters. With 1 against 3, Chen Fan feels that this can give him enough pressure. As for Monet at this time, he had never seen such a large warship. She knew that this was Marine, the one who caught pirates, and she couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, when she looked at Chen Fan, he looked calm. Instantly, I felt a lot more at ease. At this time, on the marine warship, which was only a few hundred meters away, Doberman and the others also discovered that Chen Fan and the others had definitely seen them. But when they saw Chen Fan and the others, they did not choose to run away, but simply stayed where they were, as if waiting for them. "Be careful, I haven't seen the 2 guys next to Chen Fan," Doberman reminded the 2 of them. Naturally, he had never seen Lafitte from the marine branch. And he didn't know that Lafitte had taken refuge with Chen Fan. After all, everyone in the marine branch except Lafitte was dead at that time. "Don't panic, there are only 2 more people than the situation. One looks so thin and pale as a dead person, and there is a little girl. What danger can there be? Don't worry, if the 3 of us attack together, Chen Fan will definitely not be able to defeat us unless he reaches the strength of an Elite Lieutenant General," Huo Xiaoshan said carelessly. As time went by, the sea breeze blew by, and a minute later, this huge marine warship was less than 100 meters away from Chen Fan and the others. "Thunder God, Chen Fan, I heard that you are very cruel and calm. Why do I feel that you are not like the legend? You actually saw the 3 of us and still stayed where you were. Are you too confident in yourself?" Huo Xiaoshan looked at Chen Fan and mocked. He felt that Sakaski and Brown Dolphin must want him to fail. To put it nicely, they deliberately praised Chen Fan as being powerful. "3 people are pretty good, they can just be my stepping stones." Chen Fan did not reply to Huo Xiaoshan's words, but looked at the master with arrogant eyes. "It's really arrogant. You actually said that you want to use the 3 of us as stepping stones. You should think about how to survive today." A trace of anger appeared on Huo Xiaoshan's face. He had never been so underestimated. "You'll find out if you try it. Wait a moment and you 2 just protect yourselves. I'll deal with the 3 of them alone." Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder, and his body disappeared instantly, standing proudly in the air. Hearing that Chen Fan didn't want his teammates to help, Doberman, who had always been calm, became a little angry at the moment. No one likes to be looked down upon. However, the 3 of them are not fools. They know that any one of them has no chance of winning against Chen Fan alone. Only 3 of them can join forces to catch Chen Fan. Let's go together, don't hold back, catch him as quickly as possible. Doberman said to the 2 of them, then he pulled out his katana with his left hand and cast moonwalk into the air. The ghost spider on the other side did not hesitate. He used life return, and suddenly transformed into 6 black arms, holding 8 samurai swords in 8 hands, and used moonwalk to come to Doberman's left. The same goes for Huo Xiaoshan. He drew out his katana with his right hand and used moonwalk to reach Doberman's right. Seeing that the 3 of them took action together, and the ghost spider used life return from the beginning, it was obvious that the 3 of them were going to take action with all their strength. When Chen Fan saw this scene, he was not afraid at all. Instead, his face was full of excitement and fighting spirit. Only this kind of battle can allow him to break through his limits. Armed. Thunder Fist. With the flash of thunder, Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant. He first rushed straight towards Dogman in the middle, and the terrifying thunder fist seemed to destroy everything. Seeing this situation, Doberman looked calm. The katana was covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and he slashed straight towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Bang! In an instant, the terrifying thunder fist collided with the long sword containing armed domineering force. Under this blow, Doberman immediately felt a powerful force, causing his body to retreat involuntarily. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Huo Xiaoshan each held long knives, which were also covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds. Chapter 38 The third stage of armed domineering. Facing the rapid attacks of the 2 men, Chen Fan showed no signs of panic. The power of destructive thunder erupted again. The powerful force actually forced Doberman back in an instant. Then, the power of thunder gathered in his hands, transforming into 2 blue thunder spears. The terrifying thunder blocked the weapons of the 2 men. The next second, with the flash of thunder and lightning, Chen Fan's body disappeared in an instant and appeared behind the 2 people in Hua Xiaoshan. The sharp thunder spear was going to stab the 2 people's backs from top to bottom. Relying on the haki of seeing and hearing, the 2 people in Huo Xiaoshan reacted immediately, and easily blocked the attack with their long knives covered with haki of arms. At the same time, Doberman's attack came from behind with endless power. Shave. Using the elemental form of his body to perform the 6th form of marine, Chen Fan disappeared in place again, dodging Doberman's attack and causing it to hit the air. For a moment, the battle situation became extremely tense. Chen Fan was 1 against 3 and was temporarily unable to lose. However, such a high-intensity explosion, coupled with the fact that he has to exert his domineering energy to the extreme all the time, is a huge drain on his physical strength. The 3 of them also noticed this and joined forces to attack Chen Fan without giving him any chance to breathe. In mid-air, a sky-blue figure kept colliding with 3 figures, fighting fiercely, punches to the flesh, blood spilled on the ground, and the thunder of destruction filled the mid-air. On the floor below, Monet looked at this scene worriedly. She asked Lafitte on the side, "Do you think Big Brother can beat these 3 people?" "Not necessarily, but although it seems to be evenly matched now, in fact, the captain has fallen into a disadvantage. Even our captain cannot last long with such high-intensity consumption." Lafitte's expression rarely became serious. Most of the marine soldiers on the marine warship did not see who had the upper hand. Only some of the school officers saw it, and they were already expecting that Doberman and the 3 major generals would defeat Chen Fan and that they would receive military merit and promotion. Mid-air. The ghost spider, who was holding a long knife to attack, looked at Chen Fan with an arrogant expression. "I admit that you are very strong. No one of us is an opponent against you, and even 2 of us may not be able to defeat you. But 1 against 3, you are too confident in your strength. How long can you last with such a high-intensity outburst? Just let us take you back." The ghost spider attacking from the right also mocked. "That's a lot of nonsense." Chen Fan looked indifferent, and kept blasting his thunder fist forward. Facing the three people's rapid attacks, he kept resisting, and blood spilled on the ground. But his thunder fist will also hit the three of them. This is a physical competition. Looking at it this way, it is true that Chen Fan would lose if there were no big surprises. However, even so, Chen Fan was still full of strong self-confidence, and the thunder of destruction continued to erupt, breaking through the limit again and again. As time passed by, the injuries on the four people became more and more serious, and blood continued to spill on the sea. Hey, hey! Chen Fan kept breathing heavily, and cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. One can imagine how much physical exertion he had exerted. However, Doberman would not give him any chance to breathe. The three of them attacked Chen Fan once again with a violent attack. You are looking for death. With cold eyes, Chen Fan continued to erupt with terrifying thunder, and his fists kept clashing with the long knife. Clang! The sound of collision kept ringing, and the four of them once again stood together anxiously. However, Chen Fan had gone from fighting back and forth at the beginning to being completely suppressed now and could only defend constantly. There is no extra strength to fight back. Seeing this scene, Thunder God Chen Fan, who is going all out, should not be underestimated. Doberman shouted at the two of them, and then the aura on the three of them rose again. Although their physical strength is now somewhat depleted, it is much better than Chen Fan. With 1 against 3, Chen Fan was completely at a disadvantage under the intense exhaustion. Slowly, small scars appeared on his body. Monet below saw this scene and was extremely worried. What should we do? Lafitte, the captain seems to be losing. There is no other way. We can only choose to trust the captain now. Lafitte knew very well that if the two of them took action, Marine, who was above the military level on the opposite side, would also take action. At that time, they would still be at a disadvantage. The battle continued, with sweat pouring out. Chen Fan kept waving his fists in response to the attacks, and the lightning shining on his body was fading. However, facing the siege of 3 people, Chen Fan's eyes were still full of determination, and the black substance on his fist seemed to be completely materialized. In a fierce fight, for a while, fists, hands, feet, and any part of the body became weapons that Chen Fan could attack. The 3 Dobermans didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. They kept attacking, trying to capture Chen Fan as quickly as possible. Under such a strong attack, their physical strength was constantly being consumed. In addition, they discovered a very serious problem. In close combat, as long as Chen Fan's destructive thunder collided with them, wisps of thunder would continue to remain in their bodies. Over time, their bodies would feel a trace of thunder. Paralysis. However, they didn't pay too much attention because they were the ones who had the upper hand now. That sharp long knife kept attacking. At this time, the black substance on Chen Fan's fist seemed to be completely materialized. Huo Xiaoshan held a knife in his left hand, covered with the second stage of armed domineering, and attacked Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, Chen Fan was forced to retreat. At the same time, Doberman and his 2 men attacked again from both sides. Ah! At this moment, with a roar, the armed domineering power of Chen Fan's fist completely materialized and successfully broke through to the 3rd level, and his power surged in an instant. Covered by the power of destructive thunder, Chen Fan forcibly retreated from Hua Xiaoshan. Then, the left and right hands opened their bows, and the thunderous fists hit Doberman and the 2 like cannonballs. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist collided with the black long knife, and the surrounding water exploded. The powerful force caused Doberman to fly backwards one after another. Seeing the completely substantive armed color haki, Doberman and the other 3 knew clearly that Chen Fan's armed color haki had broken through, which made his combat power even higher. They also knew in their hearts what this meant, which meant that the outcome of the next battle was uncertain. Chapter 39 The outcome is unknown. After breaking through, Chen Fan had a smile on his face, full of fighting spirit, and actively attacked the three of them. Looking at the extremely dark fist covered with thunder, Doberman and the other three rushed forward without hesitation. The four figures collided together again, but this time, they were evenly matched. Chen Fan faced the siege of three people, except for defense. The increase in strength allowed him to repel enemies faster, allowing him to defend faster against the attacks of the other two. This also allowed him to not lose at all for a while, and he could even constantly find opportunities to counterattack. The three Dobermans, who felt Chen Fan's huge increase in power, looked very ugly. They did not expect that this guy was so terrifying that he broke through during the battle. On the pirate ship below, Monet was a little afraid to look at it, but when he saw that Chen Fan was fighting with Doberman and the others again, and he was not losing at all, he immediately asked Lafitte on the side. "Lafitte, tell me, big brother, why did you suddenly become stronger? Suddenly, you can fight equally with those three guys. The captain's armed domination has reached the 3rd level. The outcome of the next battle is uncertain." Lafitte kept looking at the battle above. He knew from the beginning that Chen Fan did not choose to retreat when faced with 3 Marines at the level of Lieutenant General. He definitely had his own ideas. If the faces of the two people were excited, then the expressions of the Marine soldiers on the Marine warship were uglier than eating shit. After all, how could they have imagined that such a change could happen? Mid-air. The battle between the 4 people continued, and they fought fiercely. There were constant sounds of explosions in the air, and thunder was shining. The 3 Dobermans knew clearly that if the fight continued like this, they would not be able to defeat Chen Fan, who was armed with a domineering breakthrough to the 3rd level, using only close combat. "Don't waste any more time with him," Doberman said to the other two. Hua Shaishan and Ghost Spider immediately understood what Doberman meant, and then Doberman rushed forward first, with the long knife containing powerful power. Chen Fan was not afraid of this blow at all, and punched forward, covering it with the power of thunder. Clang! At the moment of the collision, Doberman was knocked out. On the other side, Ghost Spider and Huo Shaoshan were on the left and right, holding long knives and slashing at Chen Fan at extremely fast speeds. With a calm look on his face, Chen Fan's fists contained terrifying power and he blasted forward. The 3 of them fell back dozens of meters after the collision. "Chen Fan, it's time to finish, come on together." Armed. Golden slash. Doberman's blood was boiling all over, and he was holding a long sword tightly in his right hand, which was extremely dark. As he waved the long sword, a golden sword energy emerged and slashed straight towards Chen Fan. Armed. Spider silk slash. Armed. Fiery slash. At the same time, Ghost Spider and Huo Shaishan's bodies were also bursting with blood, their hearts were beating, and their lives were being returned. The powerful power was contained in the long sword as black as ink, and they were waving forward. In an instant, a black sword energy of several meters, a red sword energy of several meters, and a golden sword energy of several meters slashed towards Chen Fan with terrifying power. "You even want to defeat me? 120 million volts. Thunder Dragon." Looking at these 3 powerful attacks, Chen Fan's expression was still so indifferent, and he raised his hands upward. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. A series of terrifying thunders roared, and a blue dragon measuring more than 10 meters was born, destroying everything in its path, and fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the 3-sword chi were like mountains colliding together. The sound of explosion sounded, everything around was annihilated, and circles of air waves spread out. This powerful aftermath directly knocked Chen Fan and Doberman away. The sea water continued to explode, and the huge warship below began to shake. Not to mention the Thor, it almost capsized. The 4 of them flew several hundred meters upside down before regaining their balance. Then, the 4 of them looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Fan's body flashed with thunder and he disappeared into the air first and landed on the Thor. At the same time, the three Dobermans looked at each other and returned to the warship. Go, get out of here. When Chen Fan returned to the Thor, his first words were to tell Lafitte to sail away. Upon hearing this order, Lafitte did not hesitate and immediately started the Thor and began to sail toward the distance. Marine on the warship saw Chen Fan and the others were leaving. Major General, do we want to pursue them? They are leaving. Several school officials asked quickly. No, let them go. Doberman just stood there without moving and said, and the other two people didn't speak either. 2 minutes later, the Thor, which was moving at full speed, drove thousands of meters away. Chen Fan finally couldn't help it. Pfft. A mouthful of blood spurted out. He was already fighting to the limit, but the shock wave generated by the collision just now made his internal organs surge. In front of the three Dobermans just now, he was suppressing his discomfort. However, Chen Fan guessed that the injuries of the three of them must not be lighter than his own. Otherwise, how could he let them go? Of course, even if he knew they were injured, Chen Fan would not choose to fight desperately, because his goal had been achieved. After this battle, armed color Haki successfully broke through to the 3rd level. If the fight continues, even if Chen Fan can kill all three of them, there will still be a boatload of marine soldiers and school officers. If you really continue to fight, there is a high probability that you will die together. Brother, how are you? Are you okay? Seeing Chen Fan's ugly face and spitting out blood, Monet quickly asked worriedly. Captain, are you okay? Should we speed up and leave? To avoid being caught up by Marine. Lafitte also asked. It's okay, don't worry, those three guys are more seriously injured than me. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he took out a lot of food directly from the cabin and started eating. Wave after wave of slightly hot heat emanated from Chen Fan's body and poured into his internal organs, like nectar after the rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Afterwards, Chen Fan, who felt stable, picked up the bandage and tied it to the wound himself, closed his eyes and rested. On the other side, on the marine warship, they saw Chen Fan and his ship walking away. Puff! Doberman couldn't bear it any longer, and a mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. He was half kneeling on the ground. The burning mountain and ghost spiders on the side were even worse. His body completely reached the limit, as if it was about to collapse, and his whole body began to bleed. Chapter 40 Marine's high-end combat power gathers. Seeing this situation, Marine's doctor did not dare to hesitate and immediately took the three people for treatment. At this time, Doberman regretted extremely why he did not insist on waiting for the support of other generals. He knew very well that Chen Fan was seriously injured in the end, otherwise he would not have been able to leave so quickly. As long as there was another lieutenant general level combatant, they could definitely arrest Chen Fan. It was a pity that there was no regret medicine in this world. 2 hours later, Doberman forced his seriously injured body to sit up. He used the phone bug to report the failure of their mission to capture Chen Fan. Fleet Admiral Office. When Cyborg Kong knew that Chen Fan's strength had improved so quickly, one person could actually equal the level of 3 lieutenant generals in his headquarters. This also means that his strength may have reached the level of an elite lieutenant general, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve it. Damn little guy, his strength has improved so fast. No, after finishing Roger's execution, I must strengthen his arrest level. Cyborg Kong thought, Chen Fan must not be allowed to grow up, this sea is already chaotic enough. But now, he can't take care of Chen Fan for the time being, because Marine's top priority right now is the public execution of One Piece Roger around the world in 10 days. Then, Cyborg Kong gave instructions to increase Chen Fan's bounty by another 100 million. A bounty of 1.1 billion is already a very scary figure for a boy less than 20 years old. As night falls, the sea breeze blows. Chen Fan had woken up at this time, and after 2 rounds of hot water, his injuries had almost recovered. Looking at the fully materialized armed domineering force on his fists, Chen Fan thought to himself that his strength is now almost infinitely equal to that of the elite lieutenant generals of his headquarters. Afterwards, Chen Fan compared the strength gap between him and Sakazuki. Shaking his head, there was still a certain gap. Chen Fan thought to himself that if he wanted to catch up with Sakazuki, he would have to reach the third stage of his domineering power. And the development of Thunder Fruit needs to go further. Although Chen Fan has spent more than 4 hours a day developing the ability of the Thunder Fruit, coupled with his strong physical fitness, his progress has been rapid. However, the time for him to obtain the Thunder Fruit was still too short, only a few months. It is extremely difficult to develop the fruit to such an extent in such a short time. Fortunately, Chen Fan felt that he was already close to breaking through to the third level. However, the development of Thunder Fruit has gone a step further and is unlikely to be possible within a month or two. Thinking of this, Chen Fan temporarily put aside his hatred for Sakazuki. Then, he thought of another person, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Henry David, whom Budik had asked him to kill before he died. The reason why Chen Fan didn't go to find this guy before was because most of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals had the strength of elite Lieutenant Generals. If he went to seek revenge on him from the beginning, he would definitely be destined to die. Now, Chen Fan is planning to kill Henry David after One Piece Roger is executed. During this period, Chen Fan wants to break through the domineering power of knowledge and color to the third level. Then, without thinking any more, the wounds on Chen Fan's body had scabbed off. He went directly to the deck and started some simple training. Lafitte and Monet, who saw this scene not far away, both showed surprised expressions. "Brother, is he a monster? He suffered such a serious injury at noon, and it's only been 8 hours now. How come he feels almost completely healed? Let's start training directly." Monet's little mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. "Interesting, a captain like this is worthy of my following." A smile appeared on Lafitte's pale face. Time passes day by day. 18 days later, in Donghai, Roger Town, there is still 1 day left before One Piece Roger is executed. Chen Fan and others were walking on the streets of Rog Town at the moment. The 3 of them were wearing big hats, covering half of their faces. At this time, Rogue Town was overcrowded, with a large group of pirates, as well as a large number of marine soldiers and generals maintaining order. Tomorrow is the day when Roger One Piece will be executed. Naturally, countless big pirates want to come and watch the end of a generation of heroes. However, these pirates, who were usually arrogant and domineering on the sea, did not act recklessly in Rog Town at this time. Because Marine began to show their strong strength a few days ago. Marine Hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku, Lieutenant General Tsuru, and Marine's 3 monster Lieutenant Generals all appear here, as well as a lot of Lieutenant Generals and Major Generals. It can be said that more than half of Marine's combat power is concentrated here. With these characters here, how dare the pirates make trouble? After all, the emperors among pirates, such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the Red Earl, did not appear here. At this moment, most of the people here are their crew members or other pirates. With their current strength, there is no way they can fight against strong men of Garp's level. Of course, they are not afraid that Marine Headquarters will come to arrest them. After all, the most important thing for Marine Headquarters now is to publicly execute Roger. They need to prevent other members of the Roger Pirates from coming to rescue people. Where else can they have the energy to catch the pirates? This is why Chen Fan dares to appear here. It can be said that as long as they don't rush forward to provoke, Marine Headquarters will not take the initiative to catch pirates at this time. "Brother, tell me, One Piece Roger is so strong, why was he caught by Marine?" Monet also heard a lot about One Piece Roger. Who knows? Maybe he surrendered. Chen Fan said this as a joke. Monet and Lafitte naturally regarded it as a joke. They definitely didn't believe that One Piece Roger would surrender. Looking at the two people's looks, Chen Fan knew that they didn't believe it, but he didn't say anything further. He couldn't say it, because he knew that Roger was seriously injured and would not survive long, so he was preparing to die to start the age of discovery. Walking on the street, Chen Fan saw many famous pirates in the future, including Phoenix Marco and Doflamingo of the Whitebeard Pirates, and even the future world's best swordsman, Mihawk. However, Chen Fan did not come forward to say hello. He did not want to cause any trouble before One Piece was executed. I don't want to save One Piece Roger or anything. After all, he doesn't have that strength. Now Garp and Sengoku are in their prime. With his current strength as an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters, if he dares to cause trouble, he is seeking death. Chapter 41 Mihawk. The three of them randomly found a pub and sat down. At this time, one of them was wearing a burgundy hat, a white shirt, and a red coat. The most important thing was the famous sword that was as tall as a person behind him. This person is Mihawk, and he just happened to walk into the tavern. Chen Fan looked at Mihawk, who was about the same age as himself, and thought to himself, what if he could recruit the future #1 swordsman in the world to the ship? Thinking of this, Chen Fan decided to give it a try. Although the chance of success was slim, what if it happened? You two sit here and wait for me. Chen Fan confessed and then headed in the direction of Mihawk. Hello, my name is Chen Fan. After sitting down, Chen Fan said hello. Hearing this name, Mihawk raised his head. He had heard of this name, Thunder God Chen Fan, and most of the pirates in New World should know this name. Thunder God Chen Fan, what do you want from me? Eagle Eyes Mihawk's sharp eyes looked straight at Chen Fan like an eagle. I want to win you over and get on the ship. As long as you agree, I will be the deputy captain. Chen Fan said his invitation. I just want to be the world's greatest swordsman, and I don't want to get on your boat. Mihawk refused outright. After hearing this, Chen Fan was not discouraged. He naturally knew that it was not that easy to recruit Mihawk on board. You can make a request, or a condition, as long as you agree to get on the ship. Although Chen Fan still wanted to defeat Mihawk directly, however, this place was not suitable for a big fight now. If you can defeat me with swordsmanship, I will become your crew member. Mihawk said with an indifferent expression. Hearing this, Chen Fan knew that he could not achieve this. Needless to say, did Mihawk's current swordsmanship reach the level of a great swordsman? He doesn't know how to use a sword either. Just when Chen Fan was thinking about how to recruit Mihawk. Thunder God Chen Fan. An angry voice sounded. When Chen Fan heard someone calling him, he looked over and saw a wretched and short figure. Next to this wretched figure stood a tall beauty with long legs and exquisite facial features. Behind the two men were several marine soldiers. This is the patrolling brown dolphin and Jun. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be you, a wretched dwarf. Chen Fan looked at brown dolphin with a mocking look on his face. How could the brown dolphin endure this taunt, especially in front of a goddess? Chen Fan, you dare to appear here? You are really seeking death. Do you believe that I will take you back now? The brown dolphin looked at Chen Fan with fierce eyes. Really? Do you dare to take action now? Moreover, you are just a defeated general, what qualifications do you have to say that you want to take me back? Ah, little dwarf. Chen Fan looked comfortable, lying on the armchair and looking at the brown dolphin with an arrogant expression. After hearing this, the brown dolphin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he directly pulled out his two guns and started to take action. At this time, Jun held his shoulders. Don't take action. Remember Fleet Admiral's order. During this period, the main task is to execute Roger One Piece. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. Hearing what his goddess said, Brown Dolphin could only suppress the anger in his heart. He glared at Chen Fan fiercely. If eyes could kill, Chen Fan might have died several times. Mihawk, believe me, you will join my ship one day. The person I like can't run away, so let's go. Chen Fan said to my hawk with a smile on his face, and then called Lafitte and the two people sitting at the table next to him. Little dwarf, I look forward to seeing you next time. Before leaving, Chen Fan did not forget to mock the brown dolphin. Hearing this, brown dolphin's inner anger was like a volcano erupting. He clenched his fists, eager to fight Chen Fan. But now he could only hold back temporarily. Looking at Chen Fan's leaving figure, Jun was also very curious, what kind of man was he? He was able to escape from the Impel City known as the Myth, and his strength increased so quickly. The most important thing is that he is too young. According to the information, this Chen Fan has done such earth-shattering things at the age of 17 and has extremely strong talent. It is hard to imagine that if such a pirate is allowed to grow up, there might be another emperor on the sea. Chen Fan took Monet and the two out of the tavern, and then immediately left the street. After all, the reason why he dared to provoke the brown dolphin so arrogantly was because the brown dolphin couldn't beat him. Even if he added a Jun, there was no way he could defeat him in a short time in a 2-on-1 situation. And it would cause too much turmoil. This was the final reason why the two brown dolphins did not dare to take action. If it were Garp who came over, if Chen Fan dared to be so arrogant, Garp would have punched him. After all, with Chen Fan's current strength, he might not be able to make even a few moves against Garp at his peak. Brother, who is the person you recruited just now? Is he very strong? Monet asked curiously. It's quite strong. Now he might have the strength of a great swordsman. Chen Fan said with a smile, thinking that this guy was not averagely strong and would become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Great swordsman, what is that? Lafitte, do you know? Monet, who came from West Blue, had just understood what domination was, so naturally he didn't know what a great swordsman was. You can understand that the great swordsman is a realm, almost equivalent to the highest realm of swordsmanship above the sea. Legend has it that there is another realm above the great swordsman, but that is just a legend. Lafitte explained it to Monet. So powerful, no wonder my eldest brother wanted to recruit him. Monet thought to himself, that cold-looking young man turned out to be so strong. No longer chatting along the way, Chen Fan and the three of them found a place to stay, waiting for tomorrow's big scene. Although he was staying in a hotel, Chen Fan still carried out basic physical training. He kept doing push UPS, but the more he continued, the more troubled Chen Fan felt. Because no matter how many push UPS he does now, his body will not feel too tired. This is not good news. This shows that ordinary push UPS can no longer improve his physical fitness. He had to increase the difficulty for himself. Before, Chen Fan was doing push UPS and other basic training while carrying a huge boulder. However, this kind of weight is just enough for Chen Fan now, and it won't be enough until his physical fitness improves. Chapter 42 The Beginning of the Age of Discovery. You can't train with a big mountain behind you. Stopping to train, Chen Fan was thinking about how to increase the intensity of training. After thinking for a while, he suddenly thought that Marine seemed to have something called a gravity bracelet, which could adjust gravity up to several tons. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to go to a branch to grab a gravity bracelet and come back. Chen Fan thought to himself. Then, he disappeared from the hotel and turned into a bolt of thunder, heading towards the sky. In the sky, Chen Fan's whole body was shining with the thunder of destruction. Since there is no way to carry out high-intensity physical training in a hotel, then train to develop devil fruit abilities. Waves of blue thunder kept surrounding Chen Fan. He now wants to combine his previous blood rage with the fruit ability to develop a model that can enhance his strength. However, this is obviously not that simple. With the evening wind blowing, the night passed, and it was not until the first ray of sunshine in the morning that Chen Fan stopped developing the fruit's abilities and returned to the hotel. A night without sleep will not have a particularly big impact on him now. Afterwards, Chen Fan rinsed briefly and went downstairs to eat. Monet and Lafitte also came down at this time. A total of more than a dozen dishes were placed on the table for 3 people. Of course, it's not because Chen Fan is extravagant, but because he can really eat so much. The dozen or so dishes were gone in more than 10 minutes under Chen Fan's fast picking speed. Fortunately, Lafitte and Monet don't have much appetite, otherwise they would have ordered more. A stream of mild heat emanated from Chen Fan's body, flowing from the blood into his internal organs, weakly enhancing his physical fitness. Even though it is only such a small amount, over time, it is extremely terrifying. It can be said that after a few years or more than 10 years, Chen Fan's physical fitness may be comparable to Kaido's. After eating, Chen Fan and others left the hotel and headed towards the square of Rog Town. Today at 11 o'clock at noon, it is the time for One Piece to execute the pirates. By the time Chen Fan and the others arrived, the square in Rog Town was already crowded with people, and most of them were pirates. There are even some big pirates with bounties exceeding 1 billion appearing here. It can be said that such a scene may not be seen in the future. Even though there were so many pirates, no one rioted at this time. Because, on the high platform several meters high in the center of the square, 2 people were sitting. One had a cropped haircut, was wearing a black suit, and was still eating donuts. The other one wore frog glasses, a long beard, and a seagull standing on his hat. It is none other than Marine Hero Garp, and Marine General Buddha no Sengoku. With the strength of the 2 of them, just standing here, the big pirates below did not dare to act rashly. Because the only ones who can fight against them are the kings of the sea, like Marco the Phoenix, Mihawk, and Shanks. They are still too young in their eyes. The 3 Marine Lieutenant Generals standing next to the 2 of them, although compared to Garp and Sengoku, are all a bit immature. However, no one dares to underestimate them. The names of Marine's 3 monsters were determined by their strength. The 3 monsters of Logia, Sakasuke, Porisalino, Kuzan, and Marine, can be said to be the nightmare of most pirates in the New World. There are even rumors that when their strength becomes stronger, Marine will usher in the era of 3 great generals. However, today's protagonist is not any of them, but One Piece Gold Roger. Under the scorching sun, everyone had been waiting below for an hour, but no one felt impatient, only anxious. At this time, everyone's eyes were looking at the high platform, including Chen Fan. Boom, boom. On the high platform, the sound of sea tower stone chains hitting the ground was heard, and a figure was escorted out by 2 Marine Lieutenant Generals. Although he didn't say a word and was locked up at the moment, this man still had a powerful aura, giving people a terrible sense of oppression. The 3 Sakasukes looked at this man at the same time. As One Piece Roger turned around and looked at each other with a pair of deep eyes. Even though they just glanced at each other, the 3 of them felt like they were facing a mountain. Now they are still too immature in front of One Piece Roger. Then, One Piece Roger looked down. It was such a magnificent era. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it. The 2 people sitting in the seats, Sengoku's face was serious, and Garp's head was lowered. He really couldn't understand why Roger wanted to surrender. As old rivals for more than 10 years, Garp and Roger have become friends and foes. When Roger was escorted to the beheading stage, 2 executioners stood beside him, even though they knew that he was about to die. One Piece Roger's expression is still full of indifference and no fear. This kind of calm attitude in the face of death is admirable. At this time, Buddha of Warring States stood up from his seat and began to tell One Piece Roger's sinful life. One Piece Roger, extremely vicious and extremely evil. The speech lasted for more than 10 minutes, but most of the people there were pirates, so how could they listen carefully to what he said to promote Marine? Most of the pirates looked like they were yawning, with impatient expressions on their faces, but they didn't dare to show up. After all, the strength of Warring States and Garp is there, as well as a lot of lieutenants and a lot of warships. It can be said that with such combat power, even if the Imperial Regiment comes over, there is nothing they can do. Now prepare to begin the execution. After finishing his speech, Buddha of the Warring States period immediately announced. At the same time, Garp also stood up. He wanted to prevent other members of the Roger pirates from kidnapping Roger. Although he actually didn't want Roger to die like this, as a marine, he had a bounden duty as a soldier. The pirates below are also looking forward to the direction of the high platform. They are looking forward to watching a good show. However, it was obvious that to disappoint them, no one from the Roger pirate ship showed up. On the contrary, at this time, among the crowd, a plain-looking man with purple haircut shouted loudly, "Hey, One Piece, where did you hide all the treasures you found? Is it really in the Grand Line? Did you get the legendary secret treasure, the One Piece?" One Piece Roger raised his head with a smile on his face. At this moment, countless broadcasters were targeting him. This grand ceremony of One Piece Roger's execution was broadcast by Marine all over the world. "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I put all the treasures there." One Piece Roger said this with a laughing expression, which was deafening and shocking. Chapter 43 Phoenix Marco. Hearing these words, Buddha's Warring States period immediately became anxious. Do it quickly, kill him." The two executioners immediately waved down their sharp blades, and as the blood flowed, One Piece Roger's generation of heroes came to an end. He had started an era with his life. At this time, the pirates in the audience were all going crazy. The Marines who maintained order could not stop them at all. They were all going to find the treasure left by One Piece. Of course, there were some people among them who were all sad about the death of One Piece Roger. At this time, Shanks, who was only a teenager with red hair, was holding a straw hat and crying bitterly. Behind him, the crew members on the One Piece ship were desperately trying. I held him back for fear that he would be impulsive. The entire audience immediately rioted. There are so many Marines in this place, and they are all like this, but what about other places around the world? At this time, on an island, the shop owner who was selling things immediately threw away the things and stopped selling them in the store, preparing to go to sea. Some people even robbed people on the street just to buy a boat and go to sea. What's more, he abandoned his wife, ignored his children, and wanted to go to sea to find treasure. The entire sea became chaotic in an instant. Not to mention the pirates in New World, all of them are very ambitious and want to compete for the treasure of One Piece. Across the four seas, marine branches in various places were attacked by pirates. In the Fleet Admiral office, Cyborg, who was Fleet Admiral, was very busy. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing even though he was about to be promoted. For the most part, the Marine branch was unable to withstand the attacks of so many pirates, so they could only ask for help from the headquarters. The whole world fell into complete chaos for a while. Since then, the age of discovery has begun. Rogue Town. Chen Fan looked at this chaotic scene. He did not want to get involved, but looked at Lafitte and the two, "Let's go." Then, the three people left among the chaotic crowd. As they left, many pirates followed them. Hero Garp and Buddha's Warring States. Here, after most of the pirates are excited, they will not seek death themselves and cause trouble here. A few minutes later, Chen Fan and the others returned to the Thor. "Captain, where are we going next?" Lafitte asked Chen Fan. "A new era has begun. This world is destined to be chaotic. The forces on the sea will begin to reshuffle. Let's set out for the new world. The next step is to become the king of the new world." Chen Fan smiled and looked at the endless sea. "I would like to follow the captain." After hearing his captain's words, Lafitte also took off his hat and said like a gentleman. He just wants to turn this sea upside down. This is his goal. "I am also willing to follow Big Brother." Monet, who was still young at the side, still didn't know what the beginning of a new era meant. She only knew that she didn't want to escape now. It was quite nice to be on this ship, and it was much more exciting than the life she had lived before. As the sea breeze blew slightly, seagulls floated across the sky, and the Thor sailed on the East Daxia Sea at extremely fast speeds. An hour later, with the scorching sun shining brightly, Chen Fan was currently on the deck, exercising non-stop while carrying a boulder more than 3 meters high on his back. Sweat kept flowing from his forehead, but he still kept doing push-ups. 9,998 blows, 9,999 blows, 10,000 blows. Chen Fan stopped training until he felt his arms were so sore. He stood up and rested. After a while, he picked up the food and started eating. In a few minutes, he ate 5 plates of food. As waves of heat flowed into his body, the green energy continued to repair the damage to his body and relieve his fatigue. Just after eating for a while, Chen Fan felt that the swelling and pain in his arms disappeared. Lafitte and Monet watched this scene and became accustomed to it. Even under Chen Fan's subtle influence, the two of them began to increase the intensity and time of training. In particular, Monet has now learned the first form of the 6 marine forms, and his physical fitness has also been greatly improved. It can be said that his strength has doubled compared to before. Just when Chen Fan was about to continue training, he suddenly stopped because a giant sky blue flaming bird floated above the Thor. Chen Fan recognized him at a glance. "You guys wait for me here, I'll go over there." After another brief explanation, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. A ray of thunder streaked across the sky. Lafitte looked at this scene and thought that the captain must be chasing the giant sky blue bird. But why is the captain chasing Phoenix Marco? "Lafitte, what do you think Big Brother is going to do again?" Monet asked. "I don't know, we can just wait here." Lafitte shook his head. On the other side, in mid-air, Phoenix Marco also discovered that someone was following him. Then, he stopped waving his wings, floated in the air, and turned around to look at the thundering figure. After he saw the person coming clearly, he asked, "Thunder God Chen Fan, what's wrong with you following me? I want to spar with you, Phoenix Marco." Of course Chen Fan didn't want Phoenix Marco to upload it. He knew that even if he killed Phoenix Mart, he would not betray Whitebeard. As for catching up to spar, Chen Fan just wanted to have a fierce battle to break through the 3rd stage of the domineering power of knowledge, or to speed up the breakthrough. "Interesting, Thunder God Chen Fan, you actually want to spar with me? Are you so confident?" Phoenix Marco's body burned with blue flames. Chen Fan looked at Marco, who was in his 20s at this time, and said slowly, "Then you, the Whitebeard pirates, dare to accept my challenge." Hearing this, in the name of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco could not refuse to accept the challenge. "Okay, I, Phoenix Marco, the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, accept your challenge." The next second, blue flames emanated from his body, and Marco the Phoenix immediately entered a half-beast state. The flame wings were spread out, and blue flames were burning continuously on his body. He had naturally heard of Chen Fan's deeds, so it was impossible for him to underestimate the guy in front of him who was several years younger than him. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan looked directly at Marco, with no sign of contempt in his expression. Because he also knows that although Phoenix Marco has not yet reached his peak, he will definitely not be inferior to ordinary lieutenant generals, and may even reach the level of elite lieutenant generals. This is also the reason why Chen Fan has to come alone. If he can't beat him, with the terrifying speed of thunder, Phoenix Mart won't be able to catch up with him. Chapter 44 Half-Beast Form. Thunder Fist. Chen Fan did not hesitate. The destructive thunder shining all over his body gathered on his fist. His body disappeared quickly like a ghost. The fist contained powerful power and blasted straight towards Marco. Blue flame. Looking at this powerful thunder, Marco showed no fear on his face. The blue flames also gathered on his fist and blasted forward with a sonic boom. Boom. The two fists collided like dragons. Immortal flames and destructive thunder, two powerful forces collided together. For a moment, the two bodies turned into two streams of light, constantly colliding. There was a fierce battle, a bloody fight, and fists to the flesh. From the beginning, the two of them had no intention of holding back. I saw Chen Fan's right leg, which contained thunder and the third stage of armed domineering, slashing towards Marco like an Optimus pillar. With no fear in his expression, Marco's arms ignited with blue flames, and he blocked the leg with both arms in front of him. Then, he violently pushed Chen Fan back with an upward force. Seeing this, Chen Fan quickly rolled around in the air to regain his balance. At the same time, Marco's right hand became a claw with endless flames gathering on it, and he grabbed Chen Fan fiercely. With an indifferent expression, the thunder of destruction covered his fist, and Chen Fan also punched out with a powerful punch. Suddenly, blood spurted out. On Chen Fan's chest, a claw mark several centimeters deep appeared, with blue flames still remaining on it. Marco on the opposite side was also knocked back by Chen Fan's punch, and he stepped back dozens of meters before stopping. There was also a spot on his body that became extremely charred. Thunder God Chen Fan, no wonder you are called a monster by Marine. Your talent and strength are indeed terrifying. Marco looked at Chen Fan with a serious expression. Really? Then you have to work harder and don't get beaten to death by me. Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips. Such a well-matched opponent showed him a strong fighting spirit. Kill me. What a joke, I am the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco's eyes turned cold, and endless blue flames broke out in an instant, leaving a stream of light in the sky and heading straight towards Chen Fan. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan also disappeared in an instant, and terrifying thunder erupted, shining continuously in the entire sky. Bang, bang. For a time, the two people fought non-stop, with endless flames, destructive thunder, and the sound of explosions constantly ringing in the sky. Drops of blood fell on the sea, causing waves of waves. At the same time, thousands of meters away, Lafitte also noticed the movement and looked towards the direction where Chen Fan and the two were fighting. However, Lafitte had no intention of going there. He knew very well that Chen Fan did not ask him and Monet to go there together, so it must have been his intention. Time passed minute by minute, half an hour later. After a collision between the flame figure and the thunder figure, they both flew backwards. Hey, hey! At this time, Chen Fan was panting heavily, covered in blood, and had scars all over his body, but the blue thunder on his body was still surrounding him, making sizzling sounds. At the same time, Marco the Phoenix on the other side was not much better. Scars began to appear on his body. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he was breathing heavily. You know, he is known as the Phoenix, and most of his injuries will recover instantly when his abilities recover. But now there are several ferocious and terrifying injuries on his body that cannot be recovered for a while. It is conceivable that the injuries he suffers now are not light. I admit that you are very strong, but is it not enough to defeat Lao Zi? Blue Flame Giant Bird. Immediately, the blue flames on Phoenix Marco's body expanded, as if to burn everything. As he raised his hands upward, a huge blue flame bird of more than 10 meters was born. Va! With a sharp cry, the giant blue flame bird carried the power of burning everything and rushed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. The weak will always be weak, and the strong will always be strong. I will win this battle. 120 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, destructive thunder exploded all over Chen Fan's body, and as he raised his hands upwards, dark clouds suddenly gathered. Zitsizi. A giant blue dragon stretched out its claws and descended from the sky, seeming to destroy everything in the world. Boom! In an instant, the thunder dragon and the flame bird collided together, a violent explosion sounded, everything around was destroyed, the color of the sky changed, and waves of air scattered in all directions. Chen Fan and Chen Fan were both knocked upside down by this powerful shock wave. After several seconds, the shocking explosion finally ended. Chen Fan and Marco, who were knocked hundreds of meters away, also stabilized their bodies. At this moment, the two people's bodies were full of scars, and strands of blood did not stop. The two looked at each other, and saw blazing flames and terrifying thunder confronting each other in the sky. After fighting for so long, the two of them knew that their strength was between equals. If the fight continued, it would be uncertain who would live and who would die. Obviously, neither of them had any intention of fighting to the death, but neither of them wanted to be the first to retreat. Just like this, Chen Fan and Marco stood proudly in the air and stood in a stalemate with each other, with no one planning to take action. After about a minute, he said, "Next time we meet, you will definitely become my defeated enemy." After Marco put down his harsh words, he left first, because he came to the East Daxia Sea this time and had a mission assigned by his father, and he had no choice but to spend time with Chen Fan like this. "Really? I hope you won't be pulled too far away by me next time we meet." Chen Fan had a sneer on his lips and did not choose to chase after him. He knew very well that he was less than 60% sure that he could kill Marco. The most important thing is that this battle is for him to test his strength and accelerate his breakthrough to the third level of hegemony. Now Chen Fan has already felt the barrier of the third level of domineering power, and he believes that he can break through it as long as he trains for a few more days. Then, as thunder flashed in the air, Chen Fan also disappeared and headed towards the direction of the Thor. 2 minutes later, the thunder of destruction descended on the Thor. Looking at the wisps of blue thunder, the expressions of Lafitte and the two men were not frightened, because they knew clearly that this was their captain returning. As the thunder dissipated, Chen Fan appeared in front of the two men covered in blood. Looking at this scene, Monet was a little surprised. He didn't know that Chen Fan was fighting with someone just now. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Why do you want to go out? You're so seriously injured?" Monet quickly asked with concern. Chapter 45 The Supreme Sharp Sword, Black Sword Knight. "Nothing happened. I had a fight with someone because my hands were itchy." Chen Fan replied simply, then sat down on his own, picked up something and started eating. Instantly, a stream of mild heat emanated from his body, constantly moisturizing his injuries. The wounds on the surface were also scabbing in a short period of time. Looking at this scene, Monet wondered if he was too useless. Why couldn't he help every battle? She clenched her little fists and couldn't help but think that she must train hard so that she could be of help next time. After staying on this ship for several months, Monet unconsciously developed a sense of belonging and even some dependence on Chen Fan. At the same time, on the other side, Marco, the phoenix, was soaring in the sky, with blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He thought of the destructive thunder, and couldn't help but look full of fear. The reason why he retreated first was not only because of the mission assigned by his father, but also because he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. Although they looked evenly matched, Marco actually knew that his body was already feeling a little numb under the influence of the thunder. Although it doesn't matter at first, this paralysis effect will play a vital role in the battle of life and death. Thunder God Chen Fan, this guy's strength is really terrifying. It seems that you need to be more careful in the future. Phoenix Marco's face was full of fear, and then his body turned into a stream of blue light and disappeared into the sky. 2 months later, a pirate ship with a thunder flag flying high appears in the new world. Chen Fan was still training on the deck as before. After 2 months, his power of knowledge and color was achieved as expected, reaching the third level. His strength has truly reached the level of an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters. Next to him, Monet also strengthened his training during this period, from 8 hours of training to 10 hours a day, coupled with Chen Fan's guidance. She has even learned half of the 6 marine forms. The same goes for Lafitte, he will train whenever he has time. They all knew that if they didn't increase their strength quickly, it would only hinder Chen Fan. What's our next step? Captain. The main reason why Lafitte followed Chen Fan out was to turn the world upside down. Go kill a Marine Lieutenant General and give Marine a surprise. First find an island, go to the underground black market, and buy information about Lieutenant General Henry David. When Chen Fan said this, his expression became very cold. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte did not ask why this Lieutenant General, because it was not important to him. Then, the Thor moved forward at full speed. Chen Fan was about to continue training on the deck when he suddenly stopped because he saw a man sitting on a chair in front of him and others, with the raft underneath him. There was only a piece of canvas on the raft. It's hard to imagine who dares to drive in the sea like this. When Chen Fan saw this man wearing a burgundy hat and carrying a famous sword on his back, a smile appeared on his lips. It seems that I really have a fate with my hawk, and we can actually meet him here. A smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and then, with the flash of thunder, his body disappeared instantly. The next second, thunder came, and Chen Fan appeared directly on my hawk's raft. Lafitte and Monet, who were originally on the Thor, also saw my hawk. Tell me, big brother, what are you doing? Monet looked at Chen Fan leaving and asked directly to Lafitte, who was standing aside. Obviously, the ship wants to recruit this swordsman. Lafitte said slowly. What's the matter? My hawk naturally recognized Chen Fan. Be my crew. Chen Fan solicited again. Beat me with your sword, or give me a reason to convince me. Although my hawk is not averse to joining the pirate group, he is used to living alone. I will reach the final place and join my pirate group. You will meet many powerful swordsmen. Then you will be able to fight with them until you become the world's #1 swordsman. Chen Fan thought about it and realized that indeed, he did not have any conditions that could impress my hawk, so he could only say one condition, which was not a condition. Why should I trust you? In other words, your condition is not a condition at all. My hawk's eagle-like, sharp eyes stared directly at Chen Fan. Indeed, it's not a condition, but I know there may be someone who has reached a level above the great swordsman. If you are willing to agree to join my pirate group, I will tell you. Chen Fan knew in his heart that people like my hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, were not very tempted by him. He was born for the sword, and his goal was definitely to pursue the supreme realm. After hearing about the realm above the great swordsman, my hawk's eyes finally changed. After hesitating for a few seconds, he said, if you can tell me who has swordsmanship above the level of a great swordsman, I can join your pirate group. However, I have one more condition. If you want to defeat me, I can't accept someone weaker than me as the captain. As he spoke, my hawk stared straight at Chen Fan. That's natural. As for the person above the great swordsman, that's... Chen Fan agreed and told my hawk, the sword master among the 5 elders. Of course, Chen Fan didn't know whether that person had reached a realm above that of a great swordsman. However, he was certain that the old man's swordsmanship was definitely not low, so he didn't completely lie to my hawk. Upon hearing this name and its identity, my hawk did not have much doubt, but his expression fell into deep thought. Of course, he is not stupid enough to challenge one of the 5 elders now. He knows that he has only just reached the realm of a great swordsman. There is still a certain distance from the realm above this. Come on, let's have a fight. As I said just now, if you beat me, I will get you on board. With that said, my hawk directly pulled out the legendary supreme sharp knife, one of the 12 skills, the black knife. Knight. Looking at the mysterious and jet-black famous sword, Chen Fan said slowly, is this one of the supreme sharp swords? After saying this, Chen Fan's whole body also shone with the thunder of destruction. In an instant, 2 momentums were competing against each other on the sea. On one side was the terrifying thunder, and on the other was the sword intent soaring to the sky. Chapter 46, Go all out in Thor mode. On top of Thor. Monet and the two naturally heard the conversation between the two just now. Lafitte, do you think Big Brother can defeat this Mihawk? Monet had never heard of this name, so he could only ask Lafitte, who was standing aside. This Mihawk is very strong and is known as the guy who is most likely to become the world's greatest swordsman today. However, our captain is called the monster among monsters. Lafitte said with a smile. This was one of the reasons why he wanted to follow Chen Fan. At the same time, in mid-air, the battle between Chen Fan and Mihawk has begun. At this time, Mihawk was performing a pace that was similar to the moonwalk of the 6th Marine Division. Thunder Fist. Thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly, and he was surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. The thundering fist of destruction blasted directly towards Mihawk at an extremely fast speed, carrying extremely terrifying power. With a cold expression, he held a black knife tightly in his right hand, with the third stage of armed domineering attached to it. Mihawk suddenly swung his sword forward. In an instant, a green sword energy of several meters destroyed everything in its path and slashed towards Chen Fan. Clang! In an instant, the thunder fist and the green sword energy collided like a dragon, and the two powerful forces caused the surrounding sea water to explode. Within a few seconds of the stalemate, Chen Fan's terrifying thunder fist directly dispersed the green sword energy. But at the same time, Mihawk also came at night with a black knife. In an instant, the two collided with each other. The sound of clashes between the thunder fist and the supreme sharp knife continued to sound, and the surrounding sea area continued to be blown up. At this time, the two of them were fighting with all their strength, without any reservations, fighting bloody and punching to the flesh. Sword, hands, feet. Everything in the body can become their weapon. With drops of blood spilling on the ground, the two of them fight faster and faster. Monet below could only see a green figure and a blue figure colliding in mid-air. Even Lafitte could only see the afterimage of the fight between the two. Time passed minute by minute. 15 minutes later. Chen Fan's right leg, which was as dark as an Optimus pillar, whipped directly towards Mihawk's head. With a cold expression, the black knife was covered with a weapon-colored domineering force as black as ink, and he blocked upwards, blocking the leg abruptly. Then, Chen Fan's right fist contained terrifying thunder and blasted straight towards Mihawk's chest. Seeing this situation, Mihawk's expression still showed no fear, and he even had no idea of evasion. The extremely dark-armed domineering energy covered the left fist, and it was also punched out. In an instant, both of them hit each other's chest with their fists. The powerful force caused the two people to retreat one after another. Your strength is really terrifying. No wonder you will be called the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Chen Fan sensed Mihawk's powerful strength and wanted to take him into his crew more and more. After all, having the world's greatest swordsman in the future as a crew member would definitely help his plan. Thunder God Chen Fan, monster, this evaluation is not an exaggeration at all for you. Mihawk was a little surprised at Chen Fan's strength. It was rare for him to see someone of his own age who could fight back and forth with him. However, I will win this battle after all, so just obediently become the captain of my battle squad. 150 million volts. Brontosaurus. A confident smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips, and then, the thunder of destruction flashed out, as he raised his hands upward. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Thunders roared inside. A huge blue thunder dragon stretched out its claws. It was extremely terrifying and had the power to destroy everything. It rushed straight towards the Mihawk below. You are too confident. One sword in the sky. Mihawk holds the black blade tightly in his hands, covered with completely substantial domineering energy. The sword intent soared into the sky, as if breaking through the clouds, turning into a powerful energy that surrounded Hideo Yat. Along with this, Mihawk waved the supreme sharp knife in his hand, and a dark green sword energy of more than 10 meters struck straight out as if to destroy everything. Boom! In an instant, the ultimate dark green sword energy and the terrifying thunder dragon collided together like a mountain, resulting in a violent explosion. Everything around them would be destroyed, the color of the sky and the earth changed, and sea pillars exploded above the sea. After a few seconds of stalemate, the green sword energy actually cut off the thunder dragon directly. Although the power was weakened, it still slashed straight towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. Chen Fan looked surprised. He didn't expect my hawk to be so powerful. Unable to dodge, Chen Fan could only block the darkness with his arms in front of him. The next second, the weakened green sword energy struck Chen Fan directly. The severe pain and tearing sensation came instantly, blood spurted out, and Chen Fan fell like a kite with its string broken. Watching this scene, Lafitte and Monet were a little surprised. This was the first time they saw the captain in such an embarrassing situation at the hands of his peers. What should I do? Hurry up and save your big brother. He is a devil fruit user and cannot fall into the sea. Monet is extremely anxious, but she hasn't learned moonwalk yet. Seeing this scene, Lafitte also rushed over to rescue him. Suddenly, he stopped because he saw that Chen Fan's body was covered with blue thunder again, and he looked stronger than before. When Chen Fan was only 1 foot away from jumping into the sea, his body suddenly stopped, and the destructive thunder on his body expanded in an instant. Zit-zi-zi. The wisps of thunder surrounding it seemed to be turning into little thunder snakes. It's so powerful. No wonder he can become the world's greatest swordsman, but I won't lose. Chen Fan's eyes became cold, and thunder spread out, filling the surrounding sea area for hundreds of meters, and then continued to focus on him. Looking at this scene, my hawk's expression also showed a hint of surprise. He did not expect that Chen Fan was so tenacious that he could bear his own sword. Moreover, the strength is still rising, seems to have some trump card? However, my hawk would not let Chen Fan use his trump card like this. As he waved the black sword in his hand, a green sword energy rushed towards Chen Fan at an extremely fast speed. With an indifferent expression, broken. A thunder spear appeared on Chen Fan's right hand, containing powerful power, and was thrown forward. Chapter 47 End. My hawk on board. Bang, bang. In an instant, the thunder spear collided with the green sword energy, the sound of explosion sounded, causing bursts of smoke, and the two attacks disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, the thunder all over Chen Fan's body had also gathered to the extreme. I saw a thunderous figure more than 10 meters high appearing on him. The terrifying thunder kept shining, looking like a thunder god. That's when the battle really begins. Chen Fan smiled, even though there were 2 ferocious sword wounds on his arms. But obviously, it did not have much impact on his combat status. Lafitte and Monet looked at the huge figure of the god of thunder with expressions full of surprise. They were wondering when their captain had unknowingly developed this move. Just the huge body and the surrounding thunder looked so powerful. Mid-air. On the other hand, although my hawk said nothing, his expression was full of solemnity, and he clenched the black knife in his hands. Come and fight. In an instant, Chen Fan's body disappeared from the spot, and he clenched his fist and swung it forward. The same thing happened to the thunderous figure that appeared. It clenched its fists and carried extremely terrifying power, blasting towards my hawk at an extremely fast speed. Facing the powerful punch, with an indifferent expression, my hawk held the black sword knight, which was as black as ink, entwined with powerful sword intent, and swung it forward heavily. Clang! In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the supreme sword collided fiercely, causing circles of air waves, thunder splashing everywhere, and sword energy raging. With this blow, my hawk's entire body flew backwards. When Chen Fan saw this situation, he said, "Bang!" With the sound of an explosion of air, his body disappeared from the spot again, and he moved forward at an extremely fast speed. The huge body of the god of thunder continued to attack like a storm. For a while, my hawk could only keep waving the black knife in his hand, fighting and retreating. Mid-air. The sky blue body and the dark green body are constantly colliding. The blue thunder continued to rage, and the boundless sword energy destroyed everything around it. Boom! As time passed by, there were fierce battles, bloody fights, and blood flowing continuously. With the powerful power of thunder, Chen Fan gradually gained the upper hand, with sword wounds all over his body. However, my hawk's injuries were even more serious. His upper body was burnt black and his whole body was covered in blood. You are strong, but I am stronger. Chen Fan looked at my hawk with confidence. The thunder fist contained the power of destruction and hit his head hard. His expression was still so indifferent. My hawk did not reply, but the black sword in his hand was covered with a substantial armed color, and the sword intent soared to the sky. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the huge thunder fist and the black sword collided again like a dragon. Everything around them was destroyed, and the waves exploded into water columns. The next second, the two of them flew out one after another, and Chen Fan stopped only dozens of meters away. On the other hand, my hawk rolled several times in the air and finally stabilized its footing nearly 100 meters away. The two of them looked at each other. The thunder of destruction filled half of the sky. The powerful sword intent also broke through the sky and filled the other half of the sky. Suddenly, two powerful forces collided fiercely. It's time to end this battle. Just prepare to be my crew member. 20 million volts. Brontosaurus. In an instant, Chen Fan's whole body shone with thunder of destruction, as if he was about to destroy everything. As he raised his hands upward, dark clouds suddenly filled the sky, hundreds of meters above the sky, and among the dark clouds, thunder continued to roar. Zitsizi. A huge thunder dragon tens of meters in size was born. The sharp dragon claws and the terrifying thunder surrounding it looked particularly scary. Carrying the power to destroy everything, the thunder dragon flooded towards my hawk. I'll talk about it after we win. Looking at such a terrifying attack coming towards him, my hawk still showed no fear in his expression. This is why he will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. One sword in the sky. In an instant, my hawk clenched the supreme sharp sword in his hands, and in the black knife night, the powerful sword intention soared into the sky, and at this moment his energy and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Along with him, he waved the black sword in his hand, and a green sword energy of tens of meters burst out. Boom! The destructive thunder dragon and the ultimate green sword energy collided together in mid-air, causing a violent explosion. The waves on the sea surface were turbulent, and the sea water was constantly rolling. This scene seemed to be the same as before, except this time the enhanced version of the thunder dragon was not cut in half by the green sword energy. Instead, it directly used its sharp dragon claws to tear the tens of meters of green sword energy into pieces. The next second, the thunder dragon headed directly towards my hawk at an extremely fast speed. Unable to escape, my hawk's expression finally showed a trace of nervousness. He stood black blade yet in front of him. He knew very well that he lost this battle. The moment the thunder dragon was about to meet my hawk, the Hawkeye. Ah! Chen Fan roared angrily, and the thunder in his body exploded to the extreme. As he raised his hands upward again, the terrifying thunder dragon turned around and looked at the sky. Then, boom! A violent explosion occurred, dissipating between heaven and earth. Hey, hey! Chen Fan was also panting heavily and looked like he was physically exhausted. This showed that even if he wanted to change the direction of the thunder dragon, it would cost a lot. Looking at this scene, my hawk knew clearly that he had completely lost. On top of Thor. But Monet couldn't understand this. Laffit, tell me why the elder brother suddenly changed the direction of the Brontosaurus. It's very simple. Our captain's purpose is to conquer my hawk, not to defeat him or injure him. Since we have won, that's enough. Laffit said with a smile. Oh. Monet also looked like he was suddenly enlightened. In mid-air, my hawk looked at Chen Fan and said seriously, "I lost. I said before that if I lose, I will be your crew member and I am willing to accept defeat." After finishing speaking, my hawk came directly to the Thor and sat on the deck to rest. After all, this battle was also very draining for him. Seeing this scene, Chen Fan, who had always been indifferent, couldn't help but smile. Then, with the flash of thunder, he also returned to the Thor. Chapter 48 Rip-Off Bar. "Monet, go prepare some food," Chen Fan said to Monet beside him. "Okay, big brother." Monet immediately ran into the cabin. Lafitte on the side brought out a medical kit and handed it to Hawkeye my hawk. Not refusing the offer, my hawk applied some medicine and bandaged the wound. Chen Fan on the other side also applied some medicine, but he did not use bandages to bandage all the wounds. He only bandaged up the 2 hideous sword wounds on his arms. After a few minutes, Monet brought out a large pile of food, but most of them were puffed foods or semi-finished products that could be cooked. "Let's go together." Chen Fan smiled and looked at Hawkeye my hawk and said. After all, he had agreed to be on the same boat, so my hawk did not refuse. He sat on the right and started eating. At a table, 4 people sat in one direction and started enjoying other food. Chen Fan continued to eat voraciously as before. Streams of warm heat emanated from his body, like nectar after rain, constantly repairing his injuries. Soon, his wounds stopped bleeding and even began to scab over. Looking at this scene, Hawkeye my hawk's expression changed slightly. You know, with his personality, there are very few things that can make his expression change. How is it? Are you surprised? Our captain has a freak recovery ability, Lafitte said with a smile. With a simple one-word reply, my hawk the Hawkeye also saw for the first time someone with such amazing recovery ability. He even wondered if Chen Fan belonged to a special tribe, such as giants or something like that. After the 4 of them finished their meal, with the sea breeze blowing, the Thor continued to sail towards the waters of the New World. 5 days later, the 13th island of Sabayati Archipelago, which is made up of giant mangroves. A medium-sized pirate ship was docked at the shore, with the thunder flag flying high on the pirate ship. Chen Fan and his 3 companions went directly to island number 13. This island was full of pirates, civilians, and marines. It could be said to be a very chaotic island. Chen Fan chose to come here as his first stop, naturally to inquire about Henry David's news. He vaguely remembered that there was a rip-off bar on the 13th island of the Sabayati archipelago, and the proprietress of the bar had a good relationship with Pluton Rayleigh. However, Chen Fan did not want to meet Pluton Rayleigh this time. After all, with his current strength, he was no match for Pluton Rayleigh, who was at his peak. Although they are not enemies, accidents are inevitable. Walking on the street, Chen Fan and his friends could see that some slaves were locked in iron cages, and some were even being led around the street like dogs by the nobles. This scene shows the dark side of the One Piece world. Lafitte and my hawk watched this scene calmly. They were used to it, and they also knew that they could not change anything with their own strength. Chen Fan looked at this scene with a cold expression. He knew clearly what this world was like, so he wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger and becoming the strongest in this world could he control his own life and others. Destiny. Among the 4 people, only Monet looked at this scene with a sad expression. However, although she is young, she knows that this phenomenon occurs all over the world. 10 minutes later, Chen Fan and his 3 companions arrived in front of a pub. The sign above reads Shakey's Rip-Off Bar. We're here, let's go in. Chen Fan turned around and said to the 3 of them. No one asked why, because they knew that Chen Fan didn't like others to question his orders. As everyone entered, the tavern was filled with tables, and most of the people on those tables were pirates, bandits, and the like. As you can imagine, this pub is definitely not simple. The proprietress of the tavern is a woman with mushroom hair and bright eyes. Thunder God Chen Fan, Hawkeye my hawk, you two showed up at my bar, what's the matter? Shucky recognized Chen Fan at a glance, and her eyes stayed on Chen Fan for a few seconds. Because she originally thought that Chen Fan was as young as the information showed, but it turned out that he really looked less than 20 years old. It was hard to imagine that such a young age could have done so many big things. Find a person's whereabouts. Chen Fan went straight to the gate of opening and didn't want to waste any more time. Okay, come with me behind. Shucky said and walked towards the back. Naturally, it is impossible to purchase intelligence materials at the bar counter of a pub. In this case, there is no privacy. Later, Chen Fan and others went to the back kitchen of the tavern with Shucky. Whose whereabouts do you want? Shucky asked directly. If someone comes to do business, she will naturally welcome it. The whereabouts of Marine Lieutenant General Henry David and his detailed information. Chen Fan said slowly. Do you have the whereabouts and information of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General? I do know, 50 million berries. As a qualified information dealer, Shucky will not ask the customer why he wants this information. After hearing the price, Chen Fan took out a large piece of gold and threw it to Shucky without hesitation. Don't give me the rest. Just give me the information. It seems that the god of thunder, Chen Fan, not only possesses great strength and terrifying talent, he is also very generous in his attacks. After Shucky took the gold, he praised it, then left everyone's sight, came to a room, opened a piece of information and looked at it. After pulling out one of the sheets, he put the information back and walked to the kitchen again. Brother, should we go and take a look? She might have run away. Monet watched Shucky leave the kitchen, a little worried. Need not. Chen Fan, who possesses thunderous speed, is not afraid of Shucky escaping at all. Another point is that Shucky has been able to open this tavern here for so long, which definitely still has credibility. Just after Chen Fan said no, Shucky had already walked in. The last time Henry David appeared was near the small garden one day ago, and now his warship is heading towards the Marine headquarters. If you set out now and intercept them on that route, you should be able to meet them. By the way, here are his photos and his detailed information. Shucky told Chen Fan the information about where Henry David is. Good. After Chen Fan took the photo and the information, he first looked at the photo. It showed a middle-aged man wearing a marine hat and a tall figure with a Huxia character face. Chapter 49 Unplanned Accident. Afterwards, Chen Fan put down the photo and picked up the information to read. Henry David, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, possesses the third level of Haki of Seeing and Hearing, the third level of Haki of Armedness, a strong physical practitioner, and a user of the animal-type Tiger Devil Fruit ability. The front of this information is an introduction to Henry David's abilities, and the back is his life story. Let's go. I hope you won't sell me false news, otherwise there will be consequences. Chen Fan put away the information, and then looked at Shucky with cold eyes. Of course I don't dare. I have been doing business here for a long time. Shucky replied with a smile. That's good. After saying that, Chen Fan turned around and left. Watching their captain walking away from the tavern, Lafitte and the other three followed him. Hawkeye my hawk actually joined the pirate group of Thunder God Chen Fan. Wow! If these two people fully grow up, this pirate group will probably become the Imperial group in the future. Shucky said in amazement as he watched the two people leave. 2 days later, the sun was shining brightly. The Thor was sailing on the sea, and Chen Fan and the others had been sailing on the route between Little Garden and Marine Headquarters for the past few days. In addition, Chen Fan can use natural fruits to elementalize, soar in the sky, and look around. His hard work paid off, and Chen Fan finally encountered it. With the flash of thunder, Chen Fan appeared on the Thor. Sail southeast. Chen Fan said to Lafitte. Copy that, Captain. Lafitte immediately steered the rudder and sailed in the southeast direction. He knew that his captain must have discovered the traces of the Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. A few minutes later, the sea breeze blew, and seagulls flew above the Thor. The most important thing is that a huge warship appeared in front of the Thor. At the same time, on the Marine warship, the Marine soldier observing the surroundings also discovered the Thor pirate ship. When he saw the flag, there was a wisp of thunder. The Marine soldier immediately recognized it as the Thor, and he immediately hurried to the deck. At this time, Henry David was sitting on a chair enjoying delicious food. Seeing his subordinates looking very anxious, he immediately criticized. "Soldier, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you not to panic when something happens?" "Report, Lieutenant General, I found the Thor, right behind us." After hearing the soldier's report, Henry David, who had originally taught him not to get excited, immediately stood up excitedly. "Bring the telescope," Henry David immediately said to the adjutant next to him. After taking the telescope, he looked directly in the rear direction. When he saw the pirate ship with the thunder flag, his expression immediately became excited. "It seems I'm lucky enough to encounter the Thor here." Henry David had a smile on his face, and his face was full of confidence. This is not because he thinks he can definitely beat Chen Fan. Under normal circumstances, he would ask for help first, but today there is more than just him on the warship. "Go and wake up Lieutenant General Kuzan and tell him that we have met Thunder God Chen Fan," Henry David explained to the sergeant who just came up to report. At this time, he already felt that military glory was beckoning to him. "Copy that, Lieutenant General." The soldier immediately walked towards the cabin, preparing to call Kuzan, who was resting. Seeing that the soldiers had disembarked, Henry David immediately ordered the sergeant at the helm, change the direction and catch up with the pirate ship at full speed. On the other side, Chen Fan saw Henry David chasing him at full speed, and felt a little strange. Could it be that he was so confident in taking him down and was not prepared to wait for the support of other Marine generals? Chen Fan originally planned to make Henry David look like he was about to run away, forcing Henry David to catch up. As a result, before Chen Fan could do this, Henry David was already chasing after him with all his strength. At this moment, Chen Fan could never have imagined that something unexpected would happen beyond his plan. He looked at Henry David, who was chasing after him with all his strength. After hesitating for a moment, he told Lafitte to change direction and move up. No matter what, unless there is a general on the warship, Chen Fan believes that with the strength of him and my hawk, even if there is another lieutenant general on the ship, there is no way to stop him from killing Henry David. As time went by, the Marine warship and the pirate ship got closer and closer, and were now less than 100 meters apart. On the warship, Kuzan, who was resting in his room, was woken up at this time. His expression was a little angry, and even Kuzan, who was always good-tempered, was angry. It can be imagined that during this period, the opening of the Age of Discovery led to riots in the world. How busy was Marine? The number of pirates around the world has increased rapidly, and correspondingly, the Marine workload has also greatly increased. Moreover, they have no good way to change the status quo for the time being. "Lieutenant General Kuzan, we have discovered Thunder God Chen Fan." The Marine soldier also felt the anger and quickly said with a trembling body. Hearing the name Thunder God, Chen Fan, Kuzan, who had always been lazy, also stood up. He knew very well that this man's talent was terrifying. If he was allowed to flourish, a new emperor might appear in the new world. Then, he walked towards the deck. When Kuzan came up, he saw that the warship was less than 100 meters away from the pirate ship. On the pirate ship, Chen Fan looked a little ugly when he saw Kuzan's appearance. "It seems that I have bad luck, but just a Kuzan can't stop me from killing Henry David." Chen Fan was thankful in his heart that he had subdued my hawk. Otherwise, with his own strength facing the combat power of 2 lieutenant generals in the headquarters, he would definitely be able to escape in despair. For a time, the marine warship and the pirate group got closer and closer. When everyone on the marine warship saw clearly the person standing behind Chen Fan, especially Henry David's face instantly became a little ugly. His eyes had been attracted by Chen Fan before, and he didn't pay attention to his crew members. After all, according to previous intelligence, Chen Fan's 2 crew members have always been cheating. But now, Henry David saw Mihawk appearing on Chen Fan's pirate ship. Although Mihawk has not yet become the world's #1 swordsman, his current bounty is 1 billion. Can you imagine how strong he is? Lieutenant General Kuzan, do you think we should continue to fight? Henry David asked Kuzan on the side, although he was more senior than Kuzan. But he knew very well that the person standing next to him was a monster-like figure. There are even rumors in Marine headquarters that the next Marine will have 3 generals, one of whom is Lieutenant General Kuzan next to him. Chapter 50 Hawkeye Mihawk's Kuzan. Beat. Send a message and ask the surrounding generals above Major General Marine to come over for support. In this situation, even if we want to retreat, Chen Fan and the others will not be able to let us retreat. Kuzan looked at the menacing Chen Fan, and there was no trace of laziness in his expression. Chen Fan and Kuzan looked at each other like this, the thunder seemed to be raging vaguely, and the extreme ice seemed to be almost unbearable. It's a pity that Chen Fan's target this time is not Kuzan. And he also knew very well that if he chose to fight Kuzan, let alone whether he could win. Even if he can win, there is absolutely no way to defeat him within a certain period of time. If Marine comes to support later, the situation of the battle will be reversed in an instant. You stay here until we start fighting and turn around and leave. Mihawk, please help me hold Kuzan off for 20 minutes, and I will get rid of Henry David as quickly as possible. Chen Fan said to Mihawk on the side that he believed that with Mihawk's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to hold Kuzan back. Good. Mihawk responded, his sharp eyes like an eagle looking directly at Kuzan. At the same time, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan floated directly in the air, surrounded by wisps of blue thunder. He stretched out his finger, looked at Henry and David with a provocative look, and said, "Aren't you Marines going to catch me? You clowns can catch me, too." Upon hearing the ridicule, anger immediately appeared on the faces of Henry David and the Marine soldiers. Only Kuzan looked calm. Superior. However, this does not mean that he does not want to take action. Although he does not know what Chen Fan's purpose is, he knows that this is an opportunity to capture or kill Chen Fan. In an instant, the ice raged, and Kuzan directly transformed into elements and disappeared in place. At the same time, Henry David saw that Kuzan was already on the side and immediately used Moonwalk to follow him. In midair, Kuzan's whole body was covered with ice, and 2 ice spears appeared on his hands, taking the lead to kill Chen Fan. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan still stood proudly on the spot, his expression full of calm. When Kuzan was less than 10 meters away from Chen Fan, a black figure appeared to block him. The supreme sharp knife, black blade yet, directly collided with the ice spear. Suddenly the ice cracked, and Kuzan was not surprised to see Mihawk take action. Kuzan would be surprised if Mihawk appeared on Chen Fan's ship and didn't take action under such circumstances. While the two were fighting, thunder flashed, and Chen Fan's body disappeared instantly. The terrifying thunder covered his fist, and he attacked Henry David directly. Seeing this scene, Henry David was a little confused. Why was this guy hitting him? Shouldn't he be fighting Mihawk himself? Armed. Gun. However, this terrifying momentum did not allow him to hesitate. Henry David's 5 fingers turned into claws, covered with the 3rd stage of armed domineering, and he grabbed straight away. In an instant, the fists and claws met, and thunder raged. The powerful power of thunder made Henry David take 2 steps back. At this moment, Kuzan also guessed what Chen Fan was going to do, he wanted to kill Henry David. "Fight me and don't get distracted." The sword intent burst into the sky, covering the dark night of black swords. Mihawk held the supreme sharp knife. With his hands waving rapidly, the sharp blade continued to attack Kuzan. Seeing this situation, Kuzan, who originally wanted to go to support, could only cover his body with ice. The frozen spear appeared on his hands again, resisting Mihawk's violent slashes. He knew very well that Mihawk would never let him go so easily. It seemed that he had to find a way to get rid of this guy quickly. Otherwise, Henry David might not be able to block Chen Fan's attack. Without hesitation, the cold ice spread out, the surrounding temperature dropped several degrees, and the attack on Kuzan's hand became more violent. For a moment, the offense and defense switched, and Mihawk was directly suppressed. At the same time, on the other side, Chen Fan knew very well that the outcome of this battle depended on who could finish off his opponent faster. Thor mode. Suddenly, Chen Fan's body-destroying thunder burst out, and then the sky was filled with blue thunder, making the whole scene look particularly scary. Zitsizi. The roar of thunder continued, and Henry David on the opposite side was stunned for a moment. He was wondering if he knew this guy. Why did he look so bitter and bitter towards me as soon as he came here, and he looked like he wanted to cut himself into pieces. The terrifying thunder in midair kept raging, and finally the thunder continued to flow into Chen Fan's body, and a figure of the god of thunder appeared, which was more than 10 meters tall. His huge body was raging with blue thunder, which looked particularly scary. At this time, Marine below saw this scene and was a little frightened. They had never seen such a magical scene. What the hell is this? Is this still a human being? What is this huge thunder giant? It looks too scary. Is Lieutenant General Henry David the opponent of this thunder figure? Those Marines all felt the terrifying oppression coming from the figure of the god of thunder. By the way, should we catch up? The remaining 2 people on the Thor seemed to be running away. A Marine sergeant pointed at the Thor, which had turned around and headed towards the rear. "Lieutenant General David, do we want to pursue him?" Henry David, who was about to rush forward to attack, was stopped by this shout. "Do I still need to tell you? All pirates must be arrested." Henry David roared down below. "Okay, pursue the Thor with all your strength." After giving the order, the marine warship's oars turned and immediately headed towards the Thor at an extremely fast speed. "Let's see who dares." Just looking at Chen Fan pointing upward, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck directly in front of the marine warship. Suddenly, an explosion formed on the sea surface, and a water column exploded. The marine soldiers watching this scene all looked at Chen Fan angrily. "Chen Fan, you are looking for death." Henry David's expression was also filled with anger, and the terrifying power in his body burst out. "If you dare to pursue me, I will kill you all first. Believe me, if I want to kill you, no matter it is your Lieutenant General Henry David. Not even Lieutenant General Kuzan could stop me, but Lieutenant General Henry David." Chen Fan looked at Henry David with a smile on his face. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, Henry David knew that what Chen Fan said was true. Although he didn't want to admit it.